got a little and it all just felt the same. If I get the world, then what did I really gain? Except a couple faces who don't know my mama's name. If you got some people that love you, warm breeze around you, the good God above you, I don't think that we can get much more from life than that. So if you ask me, I will state the fact that I'm a rich man, 'cause I got you by my side. 10 million reasons I'm grateful to be alive. I'm a rich man, not wealthy as they come, all just because I woke up with some air in my lungs. So I'm a rich man. away. We all know the pain of living every day. But watch the world change colors when we give thanks. Oh, when we give thanks. Oh, when we give thanks. Oh, when we give thanks. Think of all the ways that you could have died in your sleep. A meteor, tsunami, or the sugar that has slipped in your tea.
Practice your. So, hello, testing. I'll ask you the question. Okay? Testing, is this working? Oh, not working. Is it working now? Testing. Hello. Hello. Just to notice a kindness. Testing 1, 2, 3.
Okay.
Oh, testing 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Oh, they're testing the podcasting.
Oh, gotcha.
Okay. I want to ask you this question.
Yeah,
so.
go ahead.
So, women on base. What is it? What do you do? What is your mission?
So, Women on Base came about because it was literally individual women who just happened to be on the same same spaces, just one random morning. And we all heard each other talk, and we were like, this has some legs. Like, we just really wanted to connect. So when we got together, we found that we really wanted to be able to start connecting, not just empowering each other, because that's like normal, right? But we really wanted to connect what we were doing, our passions, our individual stories to each other. So it kind of grew from that, and so we like to call ourselves the Women on Base Collective, because it's really we're really looking to become a hub to start identifying, not just empowering, but identifying all of these different women and their projects and their passions out out in the world, and start connecting them, because we'd really like to be able to break down silos, because we really feel like connection is all about being an output of when you break down silos, so that we can start, so we can stop sort of, not just living in our individual projects, but really start connecting with each other. Start breaking down these silos, so we can start seeing each other, so we can hear each other, so we can start, working together. Rachel does a really great job in saying, like, she'll see it as spaces, and she'll be like, oh.
She's like the air I breathe. You're the one who makes me wanna sing simple melodies. I watch the sunset and lie with you beneath the stars, dancing in the moonlight and fall asleep to chasing cars. Yeah, I know I can't control the way I'm feeling. Can you feel it? My sweet love, you got a hold on me. Oxygen, she's like the air I breathe. You're the one who makes me wanna sing simple melodies. You feel my heartbeat. You say it's fine, don't be afraid. No need to worry about tomorrow or today. But I know I can't control the way I'm feeling. Can you feel it? My sweet love, you got a hold on me. Oxygen, she's like the air I breathe. You're the one who makes me wanna sing simple melodies. Simple melodies. Simple melodies. Your 20s are for spending hours and hours pretending we have plans and we have places we should visit, but everybody knows your 20s are for wasting time. 'Cause you could be with anyone you wanted, you could take that job they offered, move down by the ocean. But I love the way your hand feels when it's under mine.
sharp as embers, empty-headed, but I'm never empty-handed when I'm holding your hand. And I may never be a politician or make a lot of money or hold a high position, but baby, you're my mission and all my glory days are yours. I don't wanna take the world for granted while I'm still trying to understand it. The more I live, I am convinced everyone just wants to be in love. Walk with me, I'll walk with you down these troubled roads we've stumbled into. We're all in this thing together, we're gonna make it through. If you walk with me, I'll walk with you. Be there for me, I'll be there for you. When we're running out of hope, when we don't know what to do, like a candle in the darkness, shining bright and true. Be there for me, I'll be there for you. Oh, everything is gonna be alright. Everything is gonna be alright. You and me got better days coming, yeah, everything is gonna be alright. Walk with me, I'll walk with you. I know the rain of today will bring tomorrow's bloom, where we can't see where we're going, what the world is coming to. You walk with me, I'll walk with you. It'll be alright. Walk with me. Alright. I will walk with you. Alright. Everything. Oh, walk with me. It'll be alright. And I will walk with you. It's gonna be everything. It's gonna be alright. Everything. I will walk with. Gonna be alright. Ooh, gonna be alright. Everything. And I will walk with. Gonna be alright. I will walk with. Gonna be alright. Gonna be alright. Walk with me. I will walk with you. Yeah, I feel like I journeyed through the valley just to find that peace was always in my soul. Sometimes you gotta walk through darkness, yeah, just to find that light inside you. All along I'm safe to pray, here I'm safe to believe. Haven't felt this type of peace since 2003. I feel his spirit deep in me. I know God let me hear, I know God set me free. I know I don't wanna leave, no
steps I set on camp, I felt something I didn't know I could feel. I still feel that feeling to this day. I know a lot of you are listening to this song right now, and I don't know your story, I don't know what you've been through, but I can promise you one thing: you are always home, no matter how far you've gone, because home is a place that God designed in your heart, no matter how far you roam. We're finally home, home again, yeah. We're finally home, said we're finally home again, finally home again.
People know that I was never good at acting. Every time my eyes are shut, I can't help but imagine me and all my friends weaving in and out of traffic. Every move we make will tip the planet off its axis. You can hear the passion dripping through the melody. If you love it, let it go. But every little blessing finds its way right back to me. So I spread it with my phone. Hey, I be playing shows in Ibiza, chef it up like Aisha. So for the moment, I'm keeping it on the low like a freezer, so I can send it up to heaven for the 7th time today. 'Cause thunder happens even though it doesn't rain. That's why I'ma keep it low key, low key. Posted with the ones that know me, know me. I wake up and greet the sun, keep on shining till I'm done, so I'm never really lonely, lonely. That's why I'ma keep it low key, low. Posted with the ones that know me, know me. I wake up and greet. Sun, keep on shining till I'm done, so I'm never really. You could find me in the summertime sunshine, feeling so free. Sitting by the ocean, toes in the sea. Riding with the top down, hands in the breeze. Living in the moment, that's how it's supposed to be. You can't throw shit on me, I'm a child of the light. Put me in the dark and I'ma shine twice as bright. I've been blowing up, but you won't find me in the sky. 'Cause you know what they say about pride. That's why I'ma keep it low key, low key. Posted with the ones that know me, know me. I wake up and greet the sun, keep on shining till I'm done, so I'm never really lonely, lonely. That's why I'ma keep it low key, low key. Posted with the ones that know me, know me. I wake up and greet the sun, keep on shining till I'm done, so I'm never really lonely. Oh.
still talk, they speak in these two-word sentences. I'm saying too much, but you know how it gets out here. No winter coat could keep out all the cold of your atmosphere. We once sang retrograde, we'd shake the frame of your car. Now I know your name, but not who you are. It's all okay, there ain't a drop of bad blood. It's all my love, you got all my love. I'm still out here with the pills and the dogs. If you need me, dear, I'm the same as I was. It's all okay, there ain't a drop of bad blood. It's all my love, you got all my love. You got all my love. Write me a list of how it is, of how it was, of how it has to be. You burrowed in under my skin, what I'd give to have you out from me. I still recall how the leather in your car feels. And at the end of it all, I just hope that your scars heal. We once sang retrograde, we'd shake the frame of your car. Now I know your name, but not who you are. It's all okay, there ain't a drop of bad blood. It's all my love, you got all my love. I'm still
Check.
you need me, dear, I'm the same as I was. It's all okay, there ain't a drop of bad blood. It's all my love, you got all my love. You got all my love. Well, I leaned in for a kiss, there
Check, check.
and I looked so confident, babe, I swear I was scared to death. My hands gripped the wheel, I smiled stupid the whole way home. And those 5 words in my head, you said I'll never let you go. I sang retrograde, we'd shake the frame of your car. Now I know your name, but not who you are. It's all okay, there ain't a drop of bad blood. It's all my love, you got all my love. And it's still out here with the pills and the dogs. Until this year stole the words from my tongue. It's all okay, there ain't a drop of bad blood. It's all my love, you got all my love. 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 You got all my love.
Testing.
Test.
Test. Good morning, everybody.
Good morning. Don't make me sing.
Testing 1, 2, 3.
Good morning, Patoshi. My darling.
We got Boomer in the crowd. Everyone take a deep breath. Good morning. Stretch.
He's like, stop talking into the mic.
Yeah.
No, I really
Everyone made it on time. What time is it? Oh, 9:10. 9:10. Okay, we have 5 more minutes.
5 minutes.
Okay. 9:15. Oh, we started. Yeah. Okay.
It's all good.
I know I invited someone. She's 5 group. Is that Sunny? Is that Sunny? Sunny? Oh, hi, Sunny. From She5. Yeah.
There's 7 women from Recordian that are supposed to be coming.
Oh, they invite their crew too? Wow.
Hopefully they come soon.
And what happens every time I watch the speed, I'm like rehearsing in my head. Like, I don't have to do that because it's in the moment sometimes. Yeah. You know? Yeah.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
what I wrote. That's why I was writing notes last night. I felt like writing notes too. Yeah.
Exactly. So Rhea, I asked an Ari yesterday. I don't remember if it was. It's not an Ari because she told me it wasn't her. I don't remember if it was you or Sarah or one of you, a cultural anthropologist. Not you. Okay, so it's gotta be Sarah. It's gotta be Sarah. Okay, I gotta talk to her about that. Yeah, I think like it was her. It was somebody's. One of the 3 of you. I think it was like her concentration.
Oh, like her study, like what she studied.
Yeah, her major. Yeah. I wanted to talk to whoever it was because I was like, my degree is in zoological anthropology. So when you think about like, it's amazing how much that's actually gone, like how far that's gone for you in stuff like this, and especially from the marketing space.
Yeah.
So yeah, that was really cool. Where is Rachel?
There she is. My flight's at 1:30. So I can stay for a bit, and make a little dump. Yeah. I want to do it sometime here, but it's actually Rain's birthday today. And so
We'll get started in about 10 more minutes, okay? We're
Yeah,
just
yeah.
rounding up people from next door. By the way, Maria, nice to meet you. Rachel and I'm Mary. Yeah, Mary, nice to meet you. I'm so excited. Girl, I want to come up there and give you a hug.
What are you doing?
I'm going in. Oh, good, yeah. I've been up since like 4 this morning getting ready. Yeah. But man, this is going to be such a good day. I'm so excited.
It's gonna be great. Be careful.
You guys speak, try not to put the mic close to your mouth. You can just give me like 4 or 5 inches.
Yeah.
Yeah, even less. Yeah, sure. Because it's very sensitive. It's on the line, it's like kind of feedback.
Gotcha. my boomer peeps. It's actually a meeting takeover. So there was the death grudge, and these beautiful people right here that are coming in, they happened to be on the line at the time, and it all happened, and then they were like, okay, this is terrible, and we're going to do something about it. So they all jumped onto a Google Meet and doxed themselves completely from day one, and they're like, we got to do something about this. So then they did, and just had this really passionate core group of folks, and the messaging like totally spoke to me because of my, my age group. Technically it's my parents, so it's my parents. So like I'm Gen X. Yeah, I'm Gen X. I'm 15. So but I was like, okay, I love the idea of educating people to onboard them, and the meme is really funny, and the whole OK Boomer thing. I talked to my daughter about it. I was like.
kids were, I was by myself. And this lady said, how old is your kid? It's like, what? She's like, how old did you have a baby, right? And I was looking around, and my wife was like, I did. She was like,
Some water.
It's so funny. It's so true. It is so true. It's such a giveaway. So
I didn't realize, but since then I always swing it.
yeah.
The first one, it was like, we were holding her hand. Do you need water in there before we get started?
Good.
Sure.
Yeah.
Let's go, baby. No, get here. There you go.
Yeah.
Check, check. Good morning.
Good morning, everybody.
All right, let's try it again. Good morning. Yes, all right. Welcome to Onchain Summit 2024. This is the first annual. Yeah, start clapping. Come on, what are you doing? You guys are the real ones. You are the real ones. Not even 9:30, and you are in seats staring at the stage. I really like it. One more round of applause for yourself, please. All right, so I'm gonna just hand the phone over to, or the microphone over to Rachel. I haven't had an espresso yet, sorry. But before, a little housekeeping. I just want to say thank you. We feel very, very blessed that all of you have decided to spend some of your time with us. The Howard next door, this space is new for us, and we feel really fortunate that both Base, Coinbase team, everyone in the community decided to trust us to let us do this summit. So thank you for your time. Thank you for attending. 3 floors in this building, main stage. Below us is the demo hall. Make sure you go to the basement. That's where the Heyman Studio, pop-up studio, they're doing some wild things, all right? If you want to do some custom bags, you have to chase me down or you have to chase Priscilla down. Now, I said Priscilla. I want everyone to look at Priscilla. Raise your hand, Priscilla. The reality is none of this legitimately would have happened without Priscilla. Thank you. Also, I want you to look at the really clean, slick guy in the back, Rob. Raise your hand, Rob. That's you. Most of you know who Rob is because you've emailed back and forth. I will tell you that about 4 weeks ago, we did the hotel piece with the Jesse Crew Pass, and I was talking to Rob, called him on a good day, and I said, Rob, do you think maybe you could handle the hotel piece? Sure, no problem. Pulling his hair out the past few days. Thank you, Rob. All right, so bathrooms at the back of both floors. Food and beverage is complimentary all day long. You see staff members around wearing all black. We're here to take care of you. So if you feel like you need something, you just let them know and they'll get it. If you appreciate espresso drinks, next door at the Howard, there's a beautiful espresso machine and 2 people working all day. You'll see beverage coolers on all floors. Help yourself. All right, snacks will be out, lunch will be out, help yourself. All right, you guys ready? All right. So we have 2 MCs today. In the morning, it is Rachel Onchain. Many of you know Rachel. I'll let her talk about herself. And then we have Jake this afternoon. We have a lot of really cool stuff planned for you. So thank you again.
Awesome. Let's give it up for Kevin, you guys. An all-star. Okay, so like Kevin mentioned, I go by Rachel Onchain. I'm so honored to be here today. This crew has put blood, sweat, and tears into these past couple of months planning this event. So for everyone in these seats, just know how much love, how much care, and how much hard work has gone into this. And also the community coming together to make this a reality. I've seen this unfold. I've seen the projects come together in such a beautiful way. And now having, people from Coinbase and Base coming in to support us, like what an honor that is. And yeah, I want to give a huge round of applause to the Base team, to the Coinbase team for supporting us today, and for the community. Let's give a hand for them, guys. And yeah, a little bit about what I do. So I'm one of the co-founders of Women on Base, who's here today. We're actually going to kick off with the first panel. I also work with several other projects like Bitcoin on Base, and also started a Twitter space. Yeah, started a Twitter space series called Let's Touch Base. I don't know if anyone knows my friend Bill from Late Night on Base. I don't know if, oh, there's Bill, yeah. So we're going to be back in the meeting room, you guys. We're going to have Rodney back there, Quigley, Jake, myself, Late Night on Base, and we're actually going to be doing some interviews, including Jesse himself today, so I'm really excited about that. So yeah, you'll see me floating around. If anybody wants to connect with me, my handle's Rachel Onchain. I would love to connect with you all and learn why you're here and why you want to be a part of the Base ecosystem and the Coinbase ecosystem. And I'm really here to support you and support the builders. So if you want to connect, if you want to collaborate, if you want to build together, let's freaking go. Thank you for being here today, you guys. Guys and gals. Okay, is it okay if we move over one? I sit here, or should I sit in the middle? Might just be easier for me to get up and down. All right, so yeah, we're through the welcoming remarks now, so I'm just gonna pass it off to these amazing women here. We're gonna be talking about breaking barriers with Base. So every woman here is either a part of Women on Base or on the Coinbase and Base team. So yeah, why don't we start with some introductions and then just go straight into the panel.
Awesome. Well, welcome everybody. I'm really excited to be here to host this amazing panel about Women on Base. My name is Ria Kaw. I am a product lead on the Base team. Oh.
Yeah, just hold it a little closer.
All right. Is this good? Okay. My name is Ria. Sound okay? I am a product lead on the Base team, and I want to start by spending a couple minutes introducing each one of our panelists here because they have such interesting, diverse backgrounds and just come from all walks of life. So I'll start with Cindy Manit. She is a San Francisco-born native, has been activating disruptive technologies for decades. She played a key role in Lyft's early growth, featured on the Tim Ferriss show where her product launch sold out in 36 hours, and has been an advocate in crypto since 2017. Cindy has also created communities for LGBTQ entrepreneurs, showcasing her commitment to inclusivity. And currently, Cindy scales businesses, tackling local and global challenges, ensuring marketing efforts drive profitability and showcase real-world utility. So welcome, Cindy. Yeah. And next we have Rachel Brissenden, aka Rachel Onchain, who you've heard about. She's a human-centric builder, impact-driven entrepreneur, and Amazon best-selling author, with some of her on-chain education work being featured in Forbes. Currently, she's driving the growth of the Base ecosystem as co-founder of Women on Base and business development director for Bitcoin on Base Foundation. And as she mentioned, yeah, she also created the Let's Touch Base Twitter space in collaboration with Late Night on Base. So welcome, Rachel.
Thank you.
All right, next we have Maricel Squire. She's based in Detroit and is currently a vice president at a global experiential marketing company that works with some of the world's biggest brands. She has nearly 2 decades of award-winning time in the advertising and marketing space and is taking her professional and lived experiences and applying them to help reach and onboard a new and challenging audience in crypto, which is the crypto-curious woman. Together with other co-founders of Women on Base, Maricel is excited to turn her atypical crypto story into a successful case study and how we use the power of authentic connections to educate, inspire, and propel all the amazing women builders on Base, not just upward, but forward. So welcome, Maricel.
Woo!
All right. And last but not least, we have Aneri Amin. She is a product lead for Onchain Summit, social, and creators at Coinbase, and she's worked with creators and communities for nearly a decade. And so now at Coinbase, she's building products focused on bringing 1 billion people on chain with easy-to-use creators, social, and discovery tools. So welcome. Awesome. Cool. Well, I'd love to kick us off because each one of you on this panel is here to share your unique experiences breaking barriers on chain. So I'd love to hear from each one of you. What was a pivotal moment when you realized the impact that you could have on the on-chain economy? So Rachel, we can start with you.
Sure. I mean, I really want to start with just sharing the story of how I got into the space because that's a really impactful story for me. So I would not be here if it were not for the support of women. I just want to say that right off the bat. So my first experience getting into the space, I don't know if I can see some hands. Anybody know ETH Denver here? Yeah, that was a big starting point for me. So, I was working in the credit industry, typical 9-to-5 job, feeling like I really wanted to break out of that and explore something new and fun and more engaging. So I discovered DAOs, I discovered Web3, and like many of us here, that completely changed the trajectory of my life and my career. So I heard about ETH Denver, and I heard about a little DAO called HerDAO. And I found out that HerDAO was actually offering full ride scholarships to ETH Denver. So I applied for it. I was like, let me see what happens. Eventually got invited to publicly speak about DAOs during ETH Denver. So everything was kind of pointing in that direction, and basically I was at this crossroads. Like, do I stay in my 9-to-5 or do I hop on the plane? Do I buy the ticket, take the ride, go to ETH Denver and try something new? So I did the latter. I got an interview scheduled, got my first job in Web3, and here I am years later because of the support of women. So full circle, the reason I'm here today with these women is to help the next woman get onboarded, to help the next person become a multi-year builder and, do what I've been able to do these past couple years. So if you're a woman sitting in this room, I would love to connect with you and support you on your journey with Women on Base. So yeah, that moment right there, getting support from women, I'd say is like something that inspired me to do what I'm doing here today.
Cindy, how about you?
Yeah, so I got involved 2017 when I first learned about Bitcoin. And I bought my first Bitcoin and learned about the blockchain technology. And so my vision that I saw was a woman, whether in Africa or India, who don't have the resources to build something to make money for her family. So let's say she has the ability to make art. She wants to make art. She can get this totally owned in her own hands on this ecosystem that no one else can copy and get funded for it, get money paid for that without borders, right? So that opens up the doors for so many different women, for so many people all over the world. I saw an opportunity for myself back in 2017 to start educating women. Now, fast forward 2024, as I've been supporting entrepreneurs, businesses, enterprises, especially women founders, I want to support them, getting them on chain to start accepting crypto as part of their ecosystem so they can continue to rise up with the work they're trying to do here in the world.
Yeah. I got to follow that up. Are you kidding me? So my crypto story is very, very atypical, to be honest. I am very new to the space, but I'm not very new to community building, making connections. I'm a 52-year-old mom. I've been in advertising and marketing for almost 2 decades now, and the very first time I touched ETH was my birthday of this year. So crypto for me was a literal gift, and it's honestly, it's like the gift that keeps on giving. And I think the funny thing is, I think all of us here really have taken, especially over the summer, this, what Jesse said at the beginning when he launched the 3.5-hour-long launch meeting where he said, anybody can be a builder, really, truly. And we really took that to heart. I really took that to heart. And at that time, I think I was in the space for like a month, but to be honest. But my watershed moment with crypto where I felt like, okay, I'm here, I'm understanding what ETH is. I understand what this is, blockchain, all that. But my watershed moment came, I think, when I was on a VC one night on the boomer community, which is that's my heart community, right? Woo! But like a lot of women that are in these communities, that are in these projects, for a long time when I first got on there, I was just basically lurking. I was like, oh, what is this about? Okay, we're doing this now. But I was on VC one night, and it occurred to me there was a lot of talk, but there was not a lot of talk where women were talking, period. So I just basically piped up and I said, so this is great. What are y'all doing with women? What are you doing with women in the community? And it was like straight up crickets, right? Because I mean, let's be real. You know, we especially in the meme space and a lot of these emerging communities, a lot of women are in these projects where it is still very it's very male dominated space. So I was like, okay, y'all, hold my beer, because let's get some stuff done. So, you know, one of the things that really inspired me to keep going in this crypto journey is that moment where I just spoke up, where I decided I was going to stop lurking, where I decided I'm just going to put myself out there. I have nothing to lose and everything to gain, and even more to learn. So I think that was probably like the moment for me where I was like, it's on, it's on.
Wow. Amazing.
Yeah, so my story, I had been involved with emerging markets and helping build products and saw how instantaneous payments were, but that wasn't really like what pushed me in the space. It was two of my friends and I created a TikTok account in 2020 during COVID. We were bored, and it blew up to 2 million followers over several months. And so we started becoming full-time creators, and we were, you know, posting videos, and we would get incredibly frustrated. I mean, there was highs that were insane, like videos that would go viral, and then sometimes videos with our 2 million followers would get like 20,000 views, and sometimes would get 50 million views. And so we were so incredibly frustrated. We would go on a trip for a week and like not post, and all of a sudden we come back and like no one would view our videos because the algorithm was, you know, punishing us for not posting content. And at the same time, I started working at Facebook to help creators build products to connect with their community. And we would make some changes on the product team, you know, just like a little like tweak into our algorithm, and all of a sudden, like, you know, people would blow up and other products would have like no views. And I was like, there's so much power that these companies have in how creators can monetize and connect with their audience. And that's when I started kind of going down the rabbit hole for what an on-chain and a better internet could do, and found NFT communities as a way that people can kind of build loyalty with a small base of fans and DAOs, and kind of this new model of the internet where creators have the power, and really had this moment of, you know, why am I building products that, you know, help some a lot, but really the power isn't with the people. And I wanted to kind of go into a space where I could build products for this internet that I think is a better version of the internet we have.
Love that. Yeah, that was very cool. So I think there's a shared belief amongst everybody in this room, which is that diversity, and particularly the inclusion of women, can really drive innovation and potentially onboard more people on chain. So on that note, a question for the panel is, what are some of the challenges or barriers that you've found in getting more women on chain? So Iniri, why don't we start with you?
Yeah, I think that it reminds me of like early tech as well. Like a lot of the first use cases are just in fields that aren't predominantly women, and so that compounds. So you have technology, and then you add finance, and a lot of the early cases, like use cases of like gambling and gaming and trading, that just aren't like historically spaces that are women. And when you are a woman and you spend a lot of your time with that, you don't see people that look like you. You don't have your friends like, hey, do you want to check out this app? And so I think like that is one of the biggest barriers. And I think the same way that the internet now has expanded to becoming with everyone, and it's a better internet because you have culture and you have art and you have media and music. I think that we're starting to see that happening with on-chain, where we have, you know, yeah, I think the use cases are just flourishing, and so I think that's going to be like the main thing. And like women are driving forward those types of use cases. So I think that's like the main barrier, is that women can't see themselves many times in that room because the people don't really look like them. And I think as we're starting to build things that really resonate with what people do every day, there's kind of a space for everyone in that.
So I think probably the biggest barrier for women coming on, because I'm sort of focused on, you know, the crypto curious rather than the crypto native, I think was the term that I've heard before. I'm learning so much, you guys. I think when we think about the perspective of growth, right, from a business perspective, from a community perspective, the opportunity for growth really is with women. And when you think about the space that we're trying to grow them in, like Aneri was saying, you know, they come in, they're curious. 54% of the crypto curious are women. So when they come into this space, what are they going to find? They find projects that again, like you said, they might be, based in very male-dominated environments, technology that may or may not resonate with their everyday lives. It's relatability. Relatability, I think, is probably the biggest obstacle for women to come into the space. So when we think about that's huge. Like you were saying, if a woman comes into the space, a new woman, a woman like me that didn't know anything, but you know that this is the audience that we're trying to bring into the space, so that we can grow the space, not just for women, but for everybody, right? All boats rise with a tide. So, I think it's really important that women can come into this space, see women that look like them, for one thing, but also women who have very relatable lived experiences, professional experiences, that they can go, look at her. She came out of nowhere. She wanted to learn. She wanted to build something out of nothing. I can do that. And we're going to talk a little bit about some of these real life use cases that are really important for women to be able to feel connected to the space. And then we'll talk a little bit about how Women on Base is really going to work to connect the women to each other, so that we are starting to create a very, again, connected community. So I think relatability is definitely the biggest thing.
Yeah, definitely. And yeah, so to add to this, I believe that the barrier is that most people, especially women, they don't understand the clear value or the value proposition of how it's going to really benefit their life. So anyone in the room, if you're a builder, a creator, a founder, anyone here, there has to be a really clear understanding of what you are giving them. How are you going to change their life? Okay? There's no shift in perspective. There needs to be a shift in perspective, meaning, okay, what is the old way? What is the new way? And then making that path where it's maybe crypto's part of the solution, or base, the blockchain part of the solution. It has to be very clear and concise, because otherwise, when there's confusion, you're not going to get anyone to on board or buy into your message or buy into your mission. And I think for women, yeah, we really need that clarity, and also an emotional, embodied understanding with how this is really going to change their life. It has to really feel resonant into their everyday lived experience. So that's my 2 cents on it.
Cool. Yeah, and on touching on Women on Base, actually. So I know Cindy, Maricel, and Rachel, you three are part of a new collective called Women on Base, which you touched on. Can you tell me more about Women on Base and what your goals are, and maybe also what attracted you to Base in the beginning? Yeah.
If I could quickly comment on the last one, I kind of wanted to piggyback on what Cindy was saying before we move forward. So she was talking about the emotional connection. I think that's so important for us as women. We want to understand how this translates into a real world impact. And I can use my best friend, my childhood best friend, Stephanie, as an example. She's working on Long Island in New York in the medical industry, trying to make ends meet. And, I want to help onboard her and teach her how she can have more economic mobility through blockchain and through crypto. And so that will translate into having a direct impact in her life and helping her life become easier. Another thing too, I've worked with several individuals like Princess Sarah of Sierra Leone on actually trying to do fundraising through blockchain to help build wells and help increase clean drinking water access around the world. And I feel like if other women and other people hear about this, universally, it's like, that's a way for us to directly make an impact through this space. And I think that's very important for us as women. And, if we want to talk about onboarding the next billion users, we have to fit women into that narrative. So I think someone was saying, maybe Natalie, the researcher from the Coinbase team, was saying, we really need to not forget women, even in our merch, right? Like, make women-style things, right? And I also heard a quote, if you're going into a Telegram chat and you see a bunch of dudes arguing, go the other way. A healthy community and a healthy ecosystem will have women built into that narrative. So, yeah.
Nice. Great. And, yeah, so Maricel, tell us a little bit more about Women on Base.
Yeah, okay, so Women on Base is really kind of funny. It's very new, but it really speaks to the power of what happens when women find each other and connect. So They're not here today, but we had 2 other women that I was literally on a random spaces with one day, and we each heard each other. We heard each other talk, and we connected. We got connected afterward. Thank you, Rob. And we thought, we found out that we just have this common passion for building communities, building products, building things like that in this space. So we decided, what can we do? Like, what can we do here? What can we do differently, though? Because let's be very clear. Women have been in crypto for years, right? Y'all up here on the stage, you know what I'm talking about. And what we want to be able to do is stand on the shoulders of giantesses that are already out there, and not just create yet another organization or another group. We want to be really, really different and connect these groups. Connect these groups with not only each other, but all of the other projects that sometimes they don't even get seen in. They are not in. They aren't seen by. They are not heard by these other projects that are not necessarily women run, right? So I think for us, it's really about being able to break down these silos that a lot of these existing, that a lot of existing projects, organizations may currently be living in, break that down, and then become a fuel that doesn't just rev the engine of, innovation project by project by project, but to be able to rev a movement. Because you can stand still all day long and rev your engine and you're not going to go anywhere. But if you're given fuel and then be put in a position to be able to actually move forward, that's really what we want to be able to do with Women on Base. And then, Ria, you asked the question about why Base. For women, I think that are builders, creators in this space, Base being so early and Base being so new, it is a very rare opportunity, I think, for us as women, to not be an additive, to not be the women are here, we gotta do something for the women. We really need to be able to be we want to be part of the very, very beginning of this incredible story that all of us in this room are trying to create, to build together. And I think what we want to be able to do is make everybody understand that we're here to help. We're not trying to be outsiders. We are also definitely here to support each other as women, but the way that women experience and the way that women build on Base or anywhere else is very special. And it deserves the kind of acknowledgement and understanding about what it's going to take for women, not only to build, but actually become part of the ecosystem. So we're doing all of that. Base is a wonderful starting place for us to really put our imprint as communities and connected communities at the very, very beginning of a huge, huge story.
Awesome, I love that.
Yeah.
I love that. All right. All right, so this next question is for Aneri, who's my colleague at Coinbase. So what is your perspective on what Coinbase or other crypto companies can do to help onboard more women?
Yeah, I think it's incredibly important. I think our mission of bringing 1 billion people on chain cannot happen without women being a huge part of that. And specifically some of the things that we're doing right now. So like, when you were talking about ETH Denver, and I've gone to a lot of crypto conferences before I was in the space and didn't really feel like I had my people or knew where to even start and who to talk to. And so what we started doing is these Build Her breakfasts. And so it's like a group of 30 to 50 women who come together, and then they have familiar faces so that when they go out to the conference, they feel kind of that sense of familiarity. And that's one kind of pilot thing that we've now launched into the community, so anyone can host a Build Her breakfast and get grants. It's also about use cases. So many of the partners and in the ecosystem, the people that we're working with are building incredibly exciting use cases that we think will resonate with all types of people. And so one example is Kiki on Base, which is letting people customize makeup and beauty products, but they earn a portion of the revenue for the things that they have input in. And so it's kind of giving kind of control and power to the people. And so I think there's a wide spectrum of things that are really important. You brought up Natalie, who's an incredible researcher at Base. And she's doing so much of her research focus on how do we build inclusive product design, how do we make sure that we are targeting the right opportunities that are exciting for women, and students are a huge part of it. We are
really passionate about going to college campuses and getting people who are the next generation, who are more tech forward, open to trying new things, see that the system that exists today is broken and doesn't work for them, and bringing them on chain at that age and that stage of their life. So I think it's such an important role, and what we try to do is not think of it as like, here's our women initiatives, but across every single thing that we do, how are we making sure that we are thinking about women in this?
Really quick, if I can just comment. So I think bringing in the students is so important because this next generation they're the ones that live and breathe technology. They're the ones that are going to bring a huge wave of onboarding in. So what I wanted to say there is I spent the past year working with different universities, blockchain clubs. Shout out to Blockchain at Berkeley. I think they're actually here, are going to be here today. And we have a special guest from Berkeley too. So yeah, definitely tapping into those colleges, those universities. I would love to bake that into our collaborations here and get more students coming on a base. So yeah, just side note there.
Yeah, it's awesome.
Okay, so this next question is for Rachel. So you've been in this space for many years, and so in your experience, what have you seen be successful in bringing more women on chain?
Okay, so I'm gonna give a huge shout out right now. If anybody's heard of She-Fi or Boys Club, we got a She-Fi. What up? Hey. Okay, huge shout out. I told Maggie I was gonna do this. Shout out to Maggie Love for putting together one of the most incredible educational resources for women in this space. It's programs like that. It's projects like Women on Base that are gonna help bring future women onto the space and really do the thorough educational piece. So also Boys Club, I mean, they just throw fun events at conferences, you know, and I feel like, okay, I'm gonna walk in and not be the only female in the room, and that's just it's a comforting thing. And we all love going to events here, so knowing that we have that family of women that are gonna be at these conferences and gonna be at these events, we have a home. So yeah, projects like Boys Club, projects like She-Fi, education specifically catered towards women, or in She-Fi's case, non-binary women as well. It creates a more inclusive and just overall safer feel for women, right? I think Cindy the other day, like I was on a Twitter space, and she comes in, she's like, oh wow, like we're like the only females on here. And I've just become so used to that on spaces. Sometimes I don't realize I'm the only woman on stage. I'm like, oh my God. Like she kind of reminded me that. So we just need to create spaces that are more welcoming for women and make us feel safer. Like we can show up and be in this together. So yeah.
Can I just turn this off? Can I just add to that for a second? I think
Absolutely.
a big part of that, and something that we really advocate for with Women on Base, is the importance of allyship, right? I think it's really, really important. If you are going into a space where you're like, oh my God, I'm the only woman here, we need the brothers to like step up and be like, yo, where are my sisters at? You know, like, and include them and invite them in. Because when you think about inclusion as an innovation, like just like any other type of tech is an innovation. If you think of inclusion as an innovation, you get a different, more well-rounded, bigger, relatable product or a project, whatever, that you can put out there. And it's really gonna be incumbent upon not just the women. It's not just our responsibility to be like, hey, we're here. We will definitely do that all day long, but it's gonna take the entire village, right? All the village, all our brothers, all of our everybody, all of our friends. Because like I said, again, my focus is really trying to figure out how we bring women that are crypto curious and into the space. We are really going to be able, we really need to be able to have everybody come on board, because at the end of the day, everybody in here will benefit from that.
And the men are allies. The men are allies.
Not just the women. Yeah.
Definitely. All right. Yeah, definitely. Okay, and so one of the things I know is important to some of you is real-world use cases for crypto and on-chain. So Cindy, I know you run a business, and so as an entrepreneur, what are some of the challenges that crypto and on-chain can solve for businesses?
Yeah, thank you. So what I really believe that this can solve for businesses, especially if you're a local business. So when I've helped so many different companies like scale their revenue, but as the revenue scales, what increases? Their expenses, their costs, credit card fees. It's a lot, right? It adds up. And I feel like, if more businesses could come on chain, especially women business owners who can be the leaders in this, it could really lower your fees, which can then, if you're lowering your fees, what can you do with that extra income or revenue? It can go back into the community. It can go back into a fund. And the beautiful part about coming on chain as a business owner, you could be seen as a forward-thinking company, So then that opens the door for you for more technological advancements. And here's the thing too, I've been doing a lot of like campaigns for business owners. And the one thing that's going on in the marketplace right now in the world, people need to connect with a business, a leader, a founder, what have you, with someone that they can trust, right? So, and I've seen this in campaigns, that brings profitability when it's a company that they can trust through shared mission, shared values. And then if you're putting your company on chain too, there's a huge mission around crypto, making, money accessible, right? So then you're part of this ecosystem that's moving the energy of money, around the world, or maybe even to your community in a way there's less barriers. And so people are gonna step forward, they wanna be a part of that. Your customers, your users, your followers, they wanna be a part of this mission, this movement, okay? And we really need business leaders who are fully embodying their integrity and, with the values of community to really shine. And I really believe that with this ecosystem put together into businesses, you're really going to be successful out there, and you're going to not only gain profitability, and then what more can you do in your own mission and within the community itself?
Yeah, and I know Maricel and Rachel, also curious to hear about your experiences bringing businesses on chain.
Oh, well, this is one I can talk about a lot. So I actually spent 2 years. Anybody familiar with Opolis here? Yeah, you know Opolis. Pretty much spent 2 years at Opolis onboarding independent solo entrepreneurs. So this was really interesting because, independent workers working in the space, I learned a lot about compliance for businesses, earning in crypto. You got to pay taxes if you're earning in the space. What I did basically was set individuals up with their own LLC and help them process crypto-friendly payroll. So I learned a lot working in HR tech for about 2 years about how that helps independent business owners and solo entrepreneurs. And man, what a resource that is if you're working in the space, right? To make sure you're doing things legitimately. I think it's something that's overlooked because we're still in a new space and still defining things as we go. But yeah, for independent solo entrepreneurs and contractors, there's a big opportunity here in Web3. And also another piece to add too is the transparency factor. Bringing these things on chain increases transparency and accountability for these organizations and these businesses as well.
Yeah, I want to add something to this because if you're a creator, you're creating products, you're creating some kind of content, as a business owner, I feel like you have full ownership of your data, your content, your money, because you're living in this ecosystem, the blockchain, right? So it's secure, like you're saying, it's transparent, and no one else can fraud you or fake a product that's actually yours because it's verified on the blockchain. So I feel like as a business owner, as a leader in your community, it's fantastic to have that full ownership in that.
And I think people are ready to embrace this too. I was in Orange County in Dana Point. I joined the Dana Point Chamber of Commerce and went in and started talking about this, and all these business owners are interested. They want to learn how they can leverage this. So the interest is there, the hunger is there. I did some workshops at USC, at UCLA, at Berkeley, kind of talking about how this can be leveraged, and I kind of sense there is that hunger for people to learn, how can I take advantage of this? How can I do this as an entrepreneur? So yeah, I think it's there, and us having this dialogue today and having these conversations, I think is really important to help those individuals.
So I'm actually going to share a story that's not mine, but it is the story of actually one of our co-founders. And it snaps into this whole idea of these real life uses for, or these real life cases of how we can create relatability. And what she was able to do to be able to onboard women onto the blockchain. So one of our co-founders is actually a co-founder of Coyote Token, if you've ever heard of that particular project. What you may or may not know about that particular project is that it was actually born out of the need to be able to fund a hockey program. And as a hockey mom, I'm like, okay, tell me more, because that's completely, I can relate to that, right? But the story of how that token came about and the fact that it was driven in great part by a woman who worked alongside of her. Actually, it's her husband, right? And the fact that she was the one who wrote the smart contract. She was the one that put the private sale on. She was the one that did all the incredible heavy lifting to take a project from nothing to something that's amazing. And at this point, it has yielded scholarships that $2,000 a piece for kids who otherwise, and if anybody is a parent or has played hockey, or it's damn expensive, you guys. It's so expensive. But she used this opportunity and her smarts and her willingness to do something completely different to bring her project Onchain. So I think that's a really great story that we wanted to make sure that we share today.
Of course. All right, and then my last question is for each of you. So what are some of the key lessons you've learned from your journey in this industry that could benefit other women who are aspiring to come on chain? Aniri, why don't we start with you?
Yeah, I think the main one is that there is space for everyone, and we need everyone. And I don't know that, like, when I was an outsider in all of this, like, I didn't know, like, where my space would be, and is there someone who's, like, deeply passionate about creators? Like, is there a space for them, even at a company like Coinbase, which is, you know, primarily originally a crypto exchange? And so I think there's so much more in what we're trying to build now with Base and, like, the future of the internet. There absolutely is a space, but I think from the outside, it's hard to see that. And so, yeah, I think the main kind of lesson is just, like, everyone and anyone can be a builder. And if you care about building relationships or building community or building apps, like, there is a space for everyone. And so just find what it is you're passionate about. Do some, like, learning to see how that space can be improved by going on chain, and then be, like, the biggest advocate for bringing other people into that space.
So I'm just gonna spit some verse here, because speaking of space, if we do not make space for women, whether it's in the crypto space, in our projects, whatever, let me just tell you what we are leaving on the table. $38 trillion, that's a T, $38 trillion in spending power globally for women is what we would be leaving on the table. This is brand new data, actually, from June of 24. Nielsen, you need to know. $38 trillion of the spending power for women globally in the next 5 years. 50% of discretionary spending, that is, what's my beer money gonna do? What do I wanna do with this, you know, if I have extra money? 50% of that in the next 5 years is going to be spent by women. Right now, from a spending power standpoint, this is a very old stat, but it's still very incredible. 80% of all consumer spending decisions are either made by or influenced by women. And lastly, I've said it before, in the crypto space, 54% of the people who give a shit about this space are women. So if we're not making space for women in our projects, in our companies, in our spaces, in our core teams, in our devs, with our artists, whoever it is from a creator standpoint, we are all, not just women, all of us in this space are leaving tremendous amount of opportunity on the table. So that's why I think with Women on Base and partnering with amazing, you know, partners like Coinbase and Base, we all need to be aware of what is at stake, what can be possible when you use inclusion as innovation and specifically include women onto your teams. There is so much that all of us will benefit from. Just speak up, ladies.
Yeah, I've been thinking about this all night. I really believe that what I've learned from this space and how it could support women is that it gives us more room for creativity, empowerment, resources, and I feel like it's really beautiful how when women come into this space, like there's this new light bulb that goes off, and when that light bulb goes off, it creates like this new energy, this new excitement, and so therefore it creates more communities, and then with community, that creates more, just more change in our world, or more change in our society. You know, and I really feel like that fuel that we need is the fuel that will definitely push this technology and leadership or businesses or even families forward in a way where we can actually live with more freedom in our life. And so I feel like if the women even here in the room, I love seeing the women in the room. It's fantastic. You all woke up early, so you're here listening. And so I want y'all to like connect with us and make new friends, share what you do, you know. Like maybe you're doing trading psychology. You know, Hano, there's things trading psychology. And so just really connect with each other and see what is possible. Okay, because we're breaking down barriers here, and it's making the world more connected more than ever.
Awesome. Okay, so yeah, I don't know how I'm gonna follow this. I'm sorry, guys. So what I want to say, I mean, we're talking about the women in this room, right? And by the way, at the end of this, I would love for all the women to stand up and get a short video with everyone that we can mint on chain, women on base. I would love if we could do that. But yeah, so what I'll say, just to put a bow on this here, is just I have so much gratitude for the fact that I had individuals that were there to support me. Her DAO as a collective gave me a scholarship to go to my first conference and land my first job in Web3. Shout out to Cryptic Poet, by the way, if Cryptic Poet watches this. One of the biggest KOLs in the space onboarded me and took the time to teach me about Base and Coinbase and what we're building here. And that's another reason that I'm here today. So never underestimate the power of you showing up, just being in this seat today. You never know the butterfly effect that might have on someone. You never know what conversation you'll have. You can, maybe start a project with someone here, talk about a problem, ideate, and maybe, create the next solution on chain. So don't underestimate being in this seat today, all of you. This is a big day for us in the Base ecosystem, the Coinbase ecosystem, and the broader on-chain space. So yeah, I don't know. I'm filled with gratitude, and I love what you said about the spark of excitement and energy, because I have felt that ever since the light bulb moment happened for me. Like, I've just been so excited. We're part of a big financial revolution here, and culturally too. So this is a big moment in history, guys, and you're a part of it, sitting here, guys and gals. Yeah.
Can I add something? Yeah. So what you'll see here too, and I've seen here at this venue specifically for the past 4 months, is that so their business, right? And so they've been accepting crypto at the bar. I'm like, that is a cool thing. People I saw paying for the drinks using Boomer and Doomer and Bitcoin on Base. I'm like, that is so cool to see it in real life, in real action. And I'm really excited to support people to activate their projects, to activate their communities, and helping y'all to really show the world what is possible. We need to put those real life use cases out there so people see that this is real. That's not some like weird thing out in like the ethers or something. Like it's actually tangible in our life. So just want to say that.
And okay, yes. One more comment on the tangible piece. We do have a direct pathway to get involved with Women on Base. Should we share about the ambassador stuff?
Yes. Excuse me.
Okay, so she's gonna go get a QR code out real quick. So if you are interested, if you're a woman sitting here today and you wanna become an ambassador of Women on Base, go ahead and scan this QR code. That'll take you to a Google document where you can apply to be one of the first Women on Base ambassadors. So yeah. We'll go ahead and get out of the way here. Can we do the thing with all the women standing up
Yeah.
and take a video?
Well,
That'd be
thank you all for being here. I think this was such an amazing panel,
you.
and thank you all for showing up early. We would love to do a video now.
Yeah. If all the women in the room can stand up, we'll do a quick fun video. And if you want to come closer to the stage, we will mint this video on chain. So ladies, together on the count of 3, we're going to say Women on Base, okay? Well, we can turn the camera this way. If we have a videographer that could come over here, I'm not sure, but I'll just get it on my phone. Okay.
We have our allies.
And also, men. If men want to come up, we need men as allies. If you all want to get involved, let's go. We're all about inclusion.
Let's fill the picture.
Maybe we can get, let's see. All right, what do you all think for the video? Should we get someone recording it from here for all of us to be here? Or like, should I just get it like this? All right. All right. Here we go. All right, everybody. I don't have a selfie stick, I'm sorry. Okay, on the count of 3, we are gonna say Women on Base, all right? All right, 1, 2, 3. Women on Base. Woo!
Yeah.
Okay, we got it. Thank you all. We're gonna mint that on chain. Yeah. Oh.
Zach can talk about.
Okay, so everybody, reminder, we have a workshop going on the basement level, and I'm gonna invite Zach up to give a brief introduction. If you wanna come make your own custom swag, don't miss this moment on the basement level. I'll pass it off to you, Zach.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for that. That was amazing. Great kickoff. So we need about 10 volunteers. I see some young folks around, so I expect to see you down there. 10 volunteers to come down, and we're going to custom make some bags with ROOR and the Heyman. And those bags are going to get made, minted, and auctioned later tonight at the casino night. So anyone that wants to join, but not everyone, should come meet us right here, and we'll walk down and custom make some bags. Who's next?
Thank you, Zach. All right, let's go hang out on the basement level if you want to come make some custom swag.
Next is building meme communities.
Round of applause for our next panelist coming up. Woo woo! Okay, awesome. So, everybody, you already know me. I introed myself. My name is Rachel. I go by Rachel Onchain. I'm going to be moderating this panel today. So, really excited to dive into this topic because this is such a prevalent topic on Base and in the Coinbase ecosystem. So, we are going to be talking about building meme communities. So, today we're going to dive into the power of memes in driving culture. So, this panel will talk about the strategies behind successful meme-driven communities and discuss how humor and culture intertwine with brand building and the creation of loyal, engaged audience in the on-chain world. And yeah, I will go ahead and pass it off now. We'll do a quick round of introductions. We'll start with Rick Grimes of Boomer on Base.
Well, hello, everybody. Thanks for being here. Really happy to chat with y'all. I'm Rick Grimes with the Boomer on Base team. And I say team, but we're a community takeover. So I like to look at myself as just a really active community member. In the real world, I'm a cancer surgeon. I'm a scientist focused on developing novel oncologic therapeutics. And so why am I here? Well, I can't really tell you that, but I just fell into it. And we'll talk a lot about community today, but I think that's a big reason why I kind of jumped headfirst into the Boomer on Base community.
Okay, and next we have Kasuke Tamanaga of Mr. Miggles. Nope, not here. Okay, moving on to the next one. So I have AJ Saba listed from the Brett community. Super excited to see Brett here.
How's it going? I'm AJ. I'm a community member of Brett, and I'm glad to be here representing them. I've been in pretty early and hosted some gnarly spaces with the Brett community and talked about them on streams, and then also got a little bit more of a brand awareness, which I want to talk about later, overseas with the Euros. So we helped get the deal done with UEFA, got Brett approved to advertise next to Coca-Cola, next to Paramount Movies, in front of millions of people in Europe during the Championship League. So there's a lot of things we were able to do with Brett, and I have to say they're a great community, they're a great team, and I'm just glad to be here hanging out with everyone here on Base, which I'm very bullish on. Clearly, I'm spreading the word as much as I possibly can. So that's a little bit about me. Thank you.
Awesome, thank you. Okay, next we have Grant from Aerobud. I'm also really excited to see Aerobud here, and yeah, excited about what they're doing here at Onchain Summit.
Fantastic. My name's Grant Grippentrog. Again, I founded Aerobud. We're a community that is focused around pets and giving back towards animal shelters. I've been a program manager as well as a product manager in tech for 10 years, and I've been in crypto for longer than that. I think Base is the future, and I think we're really trying to build a community. And I think the Base ecosystem as a whole is a lot different than other ecosystems. I think it's a lot more collaborative, and people are working together. We're really excited to be here, and we're excited to build on Base, and we're excited to talk about kind of how we're going to be building and how we're going to be collaborating for the future. So.
Awesome, thanks so much. So next we have Clint Adams of Father Pepe.
Yeah, I'm a Pastor Crypto with Father Pepe. I am the one of the founders of it. And I've been in crypto since 2012, got into the meme community a couple of years ago. Then we jumped on Base and we started getting rug pulled everywhere, right and left. I don't know how many of you have been rug pulled, but I have lost bunches of money being rug pulled. And we said, what would it look like if there was a coin with integrity? And that's why we created Father Pepe. And Father Pepe is a coin with integrity. There's 3 devs here today, and at the conference, not one of us has sold a single coin for profit in the 2 months that we've been in, and that's very rare in crypto for your dev to not sell. And so we want to do it the right way, and our goal is that we've got to all come together to fight corruption in this space, because if we don't regulate it ourselves, then the government will step in, and we don't want the government to step in and start regulating coins. And so we have crusaders that go out and fight these rug pulls, and then Father Pepe is known as priest by day, and he's dev slayer by night. He's a Deadpool ninja, 2-sword wielding character that destroys the evil devs of the world. And so he operates by integrity by day, and he destroys the evil devs by night. So we're glad to be here.
Wow, what an intro. Thank you. Yeah, so anybody else who hasn't given an introduction? I'm not sure if I have everyone here, so yeah, you want to go?
Yep, my name's Chris Coca. I'm one of the core team members over at Weirdo. Like some of the other guys here on stage, other guys here on stage, you know, I kind of just fell into it. I was primarily, so my background's in biochem, but then I had finished working on a project. I've been in crypto for many years and kind of zoomed out to see what was new, what was kind of try to front run the market this cycle, and Base just seemed like the place to be. I mean, it just makes way too much sense. Coinbase has 100 million users. By far in the US, they're the biggest, you know, exchange. So they have, you know, the marketing, the legal, you know, resources to make the United States like a home for crypto, right? And it just made sense. So I started looking into the Base ecosystem and memes, and I found Weirdo, and I was like, oh, that's pretty cool. Let me see what they're about. And yeah, I just found myself falling in love with the community, got involved, you know, with whether it was raiding or building artwork, you know, and that one thing led to another, and now I'm here in San Francisco, you know, representing the Weirdo team. So yeah, basically we think anyone who's in crypto is a little bit weird. You've probably had those experiences, you know, talking to your mom or dad is like, how's your magic internet money doing, you know? So yeah, that's basically it. Thanks for having me, and yeah, looking forward to this talk.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, let me turn my mic on, sorry. Well, thank you. I've seen Weirdo very active in the Base community, so you're definitely in the right place. Thank you for joining us and being a part of this today. We have one more intro left.
Yes. My name is Jared. I go by Gramsky. I'm here representing Young Peasy, aka Pepe. Anybody that doesn't know, Young Peasy is actually the username, online persona of Pepe from the comic. So we just kind of brought Pepe over from Ethereum and brought him to the Base network. And on the Base network, Pepe goes by Young Peasy. So pretty easy transition there. Just like everybody here, you know, we've all experienced rugs and whatnot. So we wanted to, myself and my two other devs, we wanted to just, you know, start a project with a foundation of integrity, transparency, and just do it the right way. I think all the projects here on Base are doing that, and we have that in common, which is fantastic. But yeah, we just really want to amplify that experience of the meme culture, right? Which at the end of the day is a lot of banter, having fun, and build something in unison as a community. And so we try to orient everything that we're doing around that by coming out with several tools and utilities for our community to kind of amplify the fun and the banter that they have. And at the end of the day, you know, we want to include everybody and make something that everybody can contribute to and be proud of, and honestly just have a blast. So that's what we're doing.
Awesome. Well, thank you all so much for your introductions. And it's just really impressive to see such a solid group of individuals coming from, you know, even academic backgrounds, like coming from biochem into creating a meme coin project. It just goes to show you there's so many smart individuals driving these projects that are coming up. And one question I want to ask you all, I mean, this hits home for me because my first investment was actually into a meme coin because it was fun, right? I like the culture. And I'm curious to know your thoughts on how you all feel that memes drive society and culture, and we'll go down the line here. We can start with you, Pastor Crypto.
Yeah, memes driving society and culture. You know, first of all, they're fun, right? You have a humorous, fun character that you're working with, but I think what really ties them in is if they have some sort of truth behind them. Mm-hmm. And for me, I know the younger generation, I'm probably older than most up here. I'm 45, I don't know. No, I'm older than 45. I'm 55, and we're trying to own Base people who are my age and younger, right? And so my age probably does not look at the meme and go, well, you know, this is so cool, you know. But they're looking at something with truth to it. And so our coin, when we created it, it was more than a coin, it was a movement. And the movement was to fight the corruption in crypto. And so we have the humor of Father Pepe being a priest, and then the humor of him being a dev slayer by night. But there's the truth behind it, and I think that's what it was for us, is we wanted something that brought truth into the culture and said, hey, We understand that you have been rug pulled. We understand that people have stolen your money, and we're not going to do that to you. Matter of fact, we're going to fight those people who are stealing your money. And so that was our heart, and it was for the meme to be fun, but there also to be truth to it. And so that's how we chose Father Pepe.
I love that. That actually reminds me of another meme project that I'm working with. I don't know if anybody knows Friendo, but their whole thing is like death to the old meta of all these projects that rug people continuously and bad devs. So like that's their whole thing. So I love that you brought it back to the truth and like an actual purpose-driven mission. So I love that piece of it. So yeah, just going down the line here, how do you all feel about memes driving society and culture?
Memes driving society and culture. Well, first, memes are like a expression of one's feelings, thoughts, emotions, and so it's a lot easier to identify or to relate to a meme than it is to cross-border payments. You know, trying to put the blockchain in hospitals and DMVs and all this other stuff, and then like, you know, go ahead and invest $1 billion and this thing, and maybe it'll work out in 20 years. So I just think people were fed up, and then they see community, they see memes, they can obviously identify with it, and also it's a great onboarding tool. The masses are coming into that. So, and in culture, I really feel what memes have done now overseas. I say overseas because I was just there. It's causing people to simplify what they want to do in the crypto business. I'm not saying there isn't great things being built, apps, dApps, or whatever, cool tech. Of course, cool things are being built. But if you lose the essence of community and people and why people are coming together, it's just a cool, maybe just a little tech thing, but that tech thing still needs to be sold. I'm pretty sure a lot of things are on the sidelines right now, cool tech, because they just have not had a way to connect it with people.
And it needs to be fun too. I think that's the thing that these meme coin communities have figured out, right? Is how do we make it fun and relatable and engaging? I mean, memes have become such a big part of our culture, right? Like you see like political movements happening around memes. Like it's kind of like a universal language that everyone can connect to. So I totally agree with that. We'd love to hear your thoughts next.
Yeah, absolutely. So if you think about it, a picture is worth 1,000 words, right? So this is what memes are utilized for, is to express ourselves. Instead of penning a paragraph of 1,000 words, you could put a meme, right? You can tap into everybody's thoughts, creativity through these images that they can create and create a culture out of it. And that's what people are just having a blast, is they can communicate back and forth with a meme that they think is funny, a little bit of banter, a little bit of wittiness, whatever it is. And I think that that's something that's really going to help bridge the gap between, you know, the normies and the cryptos. Is not everybody's going to want to hear about, you know, wallet security or this or that as far as the tech goes, right? But everybody can relate to humor. Everybody can relate to something visible that they think is funny, and that will bridge the gap to get them to come over to look at a meme coin, to look at the, you know, the base ecosystem, whatever it is. It'll open that door for them, and I think that that's going to be a massive impact that these meme communities are going to have really on the rest of the world. You know, we're going to initiate that bridge into crypto, and I think that that's just massive. So, and again, you know, being part of base, I think that they're going to lead the way in that. So again, I think everybody in this room, everybody listening, everybody on the stage is just in the right position. So.
Well, I was going to start by saying I'm the oldest guy up here, but based Father Pepe beat me. So I'm going to take off my Boomer on Base hat for a little bit and put a base hat on. But I think, like a lot of people, Bitcoin is kind of that gateway drug to the blockchain. And for me, it was that way. I read the Bitcoin standard, and I really recognized that this is innovative technology, and I got excited about it. And then as you play with Ethereum and other coins, you start to look at what else can I get involved with on the blockchain. And at first I was attracted to utility coins. And you think, well, oh, this is going to change the world. This is cool. This is going to be really innovative. And once you've been in that space for a while, you realize that a lot of it is false promises. And so while I initially had disdain for meme coins, I didn't understand why people would want to buy a meme coin. Once you go to the utility coin space and realize that they promise something and you may not get it, it's actually potentially more dangerous. And so I fell into the meme coin space. And regarding Boomer, the meme just resonated with me. It's a meme that we hear in the real world. And so when the dev rugged the coin on the first day, we had a really unique community that came together and took it over. And we had an eclectic background, and it was really a good experience. And I learned a lot through this process. So we've been a community takeover now for about 5 months. And one of the biggest things I realized is that there's something uniquely human about wanting to be a part of a community. It goes back from when we were tribes to now. We've joined country clubs, we hang out at our barbershop, we go to gyms. There's something human about wanting to be a part of a community. And meme coins provide that. They've removed the risk of false promises from a utility. It's just a meme, it's a fun community. And with that, I think we're all early innovators of base and technology here. We've adopted a technology that's really great. And I think we have to be appreciative of what base provides because our communities wouldn't exist without base. But I think the flip side is true too. Base needs us. This technology needs us. These communities are going to be what brings adoption. And without mass adoption, these communities and this technology won't reach the general public. And that's really what we want. And everybody here is an early adopter, and we want everybody, our friends, our family, our neighbors, to be here with us. And so, not to compare us to Apple. That's not what I'm trying to do, but it's a perfect analogy here. Apple in the 90s was a small computer company that had a cult culture and community. And it really is what propelled them into the future. And I think that highlights how important it is to have community and a cult-like following. And I think that the meme coins on base have done an incredible job for that. And I think that is really the biggest and most important value that meme coins provide in this space.
Mic drop.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with everything you just stated. I think kind of the main point of memes is the narrative and community that it creates. I think the biggest thing with meme coins is each meme coin has its own unique narrative and community. You know, boomers targeting boomers, weirdos targeting weird people. You know, everyone has their own unique narrative of why they're building a community, and these people can get on board with those communities. Like he said, I think everyone chases that interaction with people, the day-to-day, just hopping in a Telegram chat, a Discord chat, sending photos of your memes, sending photos of your pets. That's why we chose a different narrative. I think there's a lot of really funny memes out there, and there's a lot of unique memes out there, but there isn't a lot of memes that have a philanthropic cause or give back towards animal shelters, and that's where we saw an opportunity. So our meme is like Airbud. It's the sport dog. He plays different sports. But we also focus on building people who want to share photos of their pets. So we have pet banners. We have unique instances where people can share their experiences with their pets, how their pets are doing, kind of that whole 9 yards of everything. And I think it's really important to build a community that's not just super meme focused, but one that actually shares their real life experiences as well. And so, like he said, we're trying to onboard the next, 1 billion users into crypto. And for me, I mean, there's hundreds of millions of people who own pets in their home, right? It's very easy to get on board with a project that can support pets, support a good cause. And so I think that's really the next step, is really pushing your narrative to people who can get on board with your meme coin, as well as if you have a cause. So I think that's the future, and I think continuing to build these communities and make an impact is the next steps of how we onboard users. And I think the next generation is really going to be focused on meme coins, especially Gen Z. I mean, TikTok, Instagram Reels, YouTube Reels, all of these are blowing up exponentially. And a lot of people are being onboarded into crypto. And a lot of these people, the first thing they see are these TikToks and memes. And that's how they typically get into crypto nowadays. And I think this next wave of people being onboarded is going to be primarily memes. So I think memes are definitely the next generation of onboarding users into base. And so excited to be here, and I think it's definitely the future.
Yeah, and a quick question for Aerobud. So I had heard that there were some puppies, and I'm curious about the status update on the puppies.
So we have 2 puppies that are going to be coming to the event today from 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. These are available for adoption. So if you have friends, family in San Francisco, please reach out. We want to find these puppies homes. We also launched our NFT collection today, and all the profits will be going towards animal shelters as well. So feel free to stop by, see the puppies, and help us make an impact.
Can we give a round of applause for Aerobud? This is real world impact. That is, I love to see the real world impact. Okay, so lastly, Weirdo, what are your thoughts on memes driving society and culture?
Yeah, I mean, I think these guys did a great job basically hitting on all the points. I guess the one thing I'll add is, if you're looking to get involved kind of more full time in the crypto space, I feel like meme communities are, in my opinion, they're the best place to get started, right? Because like these utility coins, there's already a team, they've done their fundraising. It's more of like a closed door type situation. Whereas, if you want to get involved and you're thinking about getting involved, building on blockchain or building artwork or finding a way to make a living, when you jump into a meme community, that's when you start rubbing elbows with people that have connections. You meet developers, you meet guys like Kevin and Rob who are able to put events like this together, right? Like we have a billboard over by the San Francisco airport,
so
right?
awesome.
And that was totally crowdfunded through just minting an NFT, right? So there's a lot of opportunities if you want to get involved. You can jump into any one of these groups, really. And one last thing I will say, I've been in different ecosystems, but one thing that's unique is like the collaborative effort that's happening right now on Base. Base is still very young, and we're kind of building a culture. Right now, we're in that process of building a culture, and what you see is like we have a Weirdo Wednesday Twitter space every evening, and then Doomer does one Thursday, and it doesn't matter which space you jump into, it's just, people talking about what they're excited about, what they're working on. Oh, you're doing that? Like, I know a guy, let me, connect you with it. So, I love that. I hope it stays this way, and yeah.
Awesome. Well, thank you. So for the sake of time, I'm going to merge these two questions together. I think they're somewhat similar. So how do you all leverage meme-driven communities to build brands, and why build a brand on chain?
Yeah, I think for me coming into it, you come in with one mission, and you have that mission. This is why we're doing it, but it always evolves as you go around. And so building the brand for me was to create a coin with integrity so people could come into the crypto world without fear of being rugged or losing their money. I think the reason women are not into the crypto space as much is they're smarter than men. And that's it. They will not lose their money as quick as men. And so what the crypto space has been for a bunch of gamblers to come in and lose money, and then it's like a euphoric high, and then we go to the next coin and we lose money. And what I found is a lot of people don't even want a coin with integrity. They don't even want a coin with integrity. But I think Base, if they do something different, it's to create a space that says we're going to be the place where you can trust. And you're not going to be rug pulled. You're not going to be scammed. We're going to have communities here that are real, that work together. And that's where I want to build my brand. I'm a pastor in real life, and I have people all over. They call me their pastor now, all over the world. My largest congregation is on crypto. It's a meme community. And so this is the brand we want, is a world just of working together, and it's like a family.
Can we give a round of applause? Wow. That is so awesome. Yeah, so I'm curious your thoughts on leveraging meme-driven communities to build brands, and why build a brand on chain?
Well, I mean, the honest truth is you don't have to build your brand on chain. It depends what you're trying to do and accomplish. I personally got involved with crypto early on because the world is becoming more digital. I can kind of see that coming. I wanted to be ahead of the curve. I'm also in a couple of AI projects, so I want to be ahead of that as much as I possibly can. So, but I haven't been more bullish on a chain since, I'm obviously not bullish on, there's a couple of them. I'm not going to poop on any right now, but I'm definitely bullish on Base for multiple reasons that I said earlier. And so, but brand building is the same whether you do it in this industry, another industry. It's about people and it's about community. And if you don't know how to galvanize people, if you don't know how to connect with people, what really it is, whether it's through art, music, something, you're not going to get anywhere.
I love that insight, and actually, shout out to the videographer here, my friend Adrian. He had told me, too, we really need to bring what works from Web 2 into Web 3, right? Not demonize everything, but take what has worked from marketing, from brand building, from community building, and bring that into Web 3. So I love that you touched on that. So curious next on your thoughts on how you leverage meme-driven communities to build brands, and why build a brand on chain.
Yeah. So meme communities are really the perfect communities to tap into because they thrive off of the passion and kind of just the engagement that they have with one another, right? They are all one team. It's full of pride and it's a giant family. So if you can get in unison and direct all of that passion towards a brand or towards something that you want to accomplish, then you've got a powerhouse behind you. And I think every single body up here can agree that, like, you know, there's so much passion and pride in the community that you can really accomplish a heck of a lot, and it's surprising. So being able to start with these memes and start on chain, I think is perfect, right? You got all that passion behind you, and getting on chain is essentially like asking the question, why would you build a brand on the internet 30 years ago? Like, nobody could really kind of see what the internet was going to become. Like, you ask your mom, and it's just like, yeah, I mean, it's a way to send a piece of mail, but digitally. Like, that's what the internet was, right? And that's all they knew how to explain it. But some of us that have been in it a little bit, you know, more in depth, like, we understand the potential of being on chain, the transparency, like the instantaneousness of it. We see where it's going. We can't give you every detail of how it's going to apply in 10 to 15 years. But we know that pretty much everything in our society in one form or the other is going to be on chain, right? So that's why you build now on chain, and that's why you tap into those communities with that passion and pride to help that movement and push it forward in a productive way for society, and really just, again, the inclusivity of everybody. Anybody that you could pull in, just build that community, build the base community, build the financial community really as a whole, and build that transparency that we kind of see in the world to just push things in a productive manner. So
I'm going to answer that question a little bit different, and maybe why build on base. And I think with base, it's early, and we're just at the tip of the iceberg, and most of it is still underwater. Base is so much faster than mainnet ETH. It's refreshing. It's so much cheaper. And I think that's so important when we're thinking about all the new people that are not yet here. I think my neighbor would not be able to accept a $60 gas fee just to buy $100 worth of a meme coin. So I think removing that friction is so important and something that Base does really well. I think the synergy with Coinbase Wallet is really important. Coinbase Wallet makes it extremely easy to get your Ethereum from the Coinbase brokerage exchange to your wallet. It does it free, and that was really the catalyst that got me to Base. And then I think all of this wrapped into this triangle with Coinbase, really the leader in the space with the financial resources, the legal resources, all that together kind of makes Base a no-brainer for me. That all being said, there's no coin for Base. So when you want to get exposure to Base, you have to buy the coins that exist on that chain. And so I think that's where meme coins come in, and that's really where that importance of community is. And I really think the next step, the next catalyst for Base to grow beyond the Bitcoin bull run is going to be meme coins taking off. And I think we're going to see multiple meme coins that really launch the chain to go to the next level. And I think that's all going to be driven by community. And so what we're specifically doing for community, because we've kind of taken a step back and realized that community is important. We were doing VCs in Telegram every day, and we realized we're in this silo, and people can't hear what we're doing. And so we decided that we're going to start doing spaces on Twitter every single day. And we said, what's the Guinness Book World Record for most consecutive spaces? And it's 150. We are over 30 days in, doing spaces every day. And the reason is we want everybody to have the opportunity to join, and we really want to build that community. I got texted that Patoshi in the back, one of our community team members, wants everybody to know on Twitter, if you join our Telegram and put your wallet address in, he'll send you $50 to the first 10 addresses. So if you want some free Boomer, just let Pete know.
Awesome. Cool. Okay. Yeah, so, okay, just moving down the line here. So how do you leverage meme-driven communities to build brands, and why build a brand on chain? And then we'll go ahead and wrap up with the final questions.
Sure. So, I mean, I think I already dove into kind of why meme coins build communities. I think Boomer kind of stole all my thoughts and all the words out of my mouth. An example of this is the reason why I've been so bullish on Base and why we decided to build on Base is Base is the future for onboarding users. For an instance, I bought crypto 10 years ago, and I remember spending $30 in fees to buy $100 in Bitcoin, to then spend $20 to send that Bitcoin to a wallet, to then buy a new coin and use another $5, $10 in fees just to have 4/10 of my initial investment against that. And Base is the polar opposite. It'll instantly get there. It's within a couple of seconds. You're talking about cents on the dollar for transactions. People want fast. They want quick. They want seamless user experience. And for me, that's the biggest thing, as why I think Coinbase wallet and smart wallet is the future. Because user experience is the most important thing. I've been a product manager. I've done websites, user design, user experiences. And if something is complicated or hard to understand, or people do not know how to use it, they just simply won't use it. So they'll be turned away at the first glance of it. And the smart wallet and the wallet experience is very seamless, very easy to add funds, very easy to purchase things. An example of why this was so challenging in the past is an example of where I tried to get my dad to buy crypto 10 years ago. He had to download a MetaMask wallet. He had to make sure the token was visible in the wallets. He had to send money from his exchange to that wallet. Then he had to sync his wallet to a new exchange to purchase that crypto. Right? There's so many steps that it took an hour to walk this man through how to buy a crypto. Well, now you can download a Coinbase wallet and purchase something within a couple of minutes. So I think user experience is the future, and I think Coinbase understands that, and Base generally understands that, and I think that's the direction in the future, and how we drive and build on the next billion users into crypto.
Yeah, so I'll come at this from a slightly different angle, because you guys made a bunch of great points. Specifically on why would you build a brand on Base or just crypto in general? Why not just build a Web2 brand, right? What's unique about it? So to me, I think the unique aspect that you're leveraging by building on Base is, it's one of the key tenets of blockchain in general is decentralization, right? So for instance, you buy some, meme token, you get involved, and now you have a stake in the success of that brand. Right? So basically it's a permissionless way to get involved in more or less like a company. It's not like a formal company, but you can get involved, and by putting in the work, you work for your bags, you can benefit from that. So for instance, we recently launched a merch store online, and it has Coinbase wallet integration, and that's another reason to build on Base. It was pretty seamless to get that set up. So you can go to your Coinbase wallet, to your browser, go to the Weirdo merch store, and you can buy this cap or hoodie or shirts using Weirdo or ETH, and then that money ends up coming back to a community treasury that Weirdo token holders have a say in how that gets spent, right? So it's one unique aspect of building on blockchain and specifically on Base that you can leverage that you wouldn't have necessarily with a Web2 type brand.
Absolutely. Well, I actually feel like we touched on some of the final questions already, what makes Base unique from other chains. We've touched on that. Inherent challenges in building a brand on chain. I feel like we touched on that a bit too. So yeah, for the sake of time, if we want to just go through and do a lightning round of final closing thoughts, calls to actions, we can start with you, Pastor Crypto, and just go down the line.
Yeah, we just want to invite you, if you've been rug pulled, you've been scammed, and you feel like there needs to be a movement that fights this, put $100 into Father Pepe, hold it. We're holding ours, and we invite you to help us bring integrity back to crypto. We just believe that if we could Base, and I believe Base and Coinbase are the leaders of keeping things in integrity. And so I think if we can join with them and bring integrity back to crypto, more fathers, more old men like me will come into the space, more women will come into the space, and this thing can grow big.
Woo! Awesome. Let's give a hand. Pastor Crypto.
I just want to thank Brett for inviting me to come here today and speak, and also Kevin and the host and Base, Jesse and everyone. And I want to say I do believe in sharing the cool news about crypto and memes. I do believe in, because I came from Web 2. I worked at Tesla Energy in the state of California, actually, and found myself evolving into Web3 and moving into that, and also the media side, I highly recommend sharing with your friends about it. Like, you don't have to shill your coin. You don't have to shill anything. Just teach people, talk to people about it. That would be, I guess, one recommendation. And also, find some like you were talking about dogs. I think you were talking about pets. Like, find some wholesome stuff to be a part of when it comes to crypto. It doesn't always have to be like some crazy thing.
And you could go to a coffee shop too. I mean, right now we have coffee days going on Base and Coinbase. You can just go to a coffee shop, start a conversation organically. It doesn't have to be at a conference. In fact, if we want to onboard people outside of our bubble, it's like those moments that'll do it, right?
No, absolutely. And so, yeah, there's a lot that can be done also charitably. Like, there's one that's actually a dog foundation is getting a portion of the tax that comes on the buy and sell. So I think that's very, there's a lot that can be done, but I just want to say thank you for the invite, and it's great to be here, and I'll be here all day.
Awesome. If we could just do lightning round, because we are over time here. Just final closing thoughts, call to action, how to connect with you, and yeah, we'll wrap up in 2 minutes here.
All right. Yeah. Just piggyback on what everybody said. I mean, come into Base, you're going to find a legitimate project, and I think that's how you really push this narrative forward. Is teach people just about the legitimate projects that you find. They don't have to worry about being rugged, and again, tap into something they're passionate about. That's why we have community members that have created a Spotify playlist, and we've got AR filters on Instagram that people can use. Tap into things that people enjoy and that that they can take pride in. So. I'll pass on to Boomer now.
Yeah.
Sorry, we're Young Peasy on Base, and website is youngpeasyonbase.com.
Yeah, well, what a great event. How else would we have this Boomer surgeon up here talking to a bunch of meme coin communities? I think this is awesome. What I would leave you with, and this is kind of one of the tenets of what we talk about at Boomer, but Coinbase is going to do the work to onboard people and bring them on chain. And I think it's important for the communities to then educate people about how to navigate safely here, because it's a waste of time and effort to get people here if they're immediately rugged and scammed and they're going to leave. So it's really important that we spend the time to really educate and give people the tools to enjoy crypto and blockchain, because we all love it and we want them to stay and use it with us.
I just want to say thanks to Kevin and Rob, as well as for every community and project for coming out to this event. It's been fantastic so far. I will close it with some call to actions. Again, I want to highlight we have 2 puppies, Johnny and Emmy Lou, that will be available for adoption. They're from a local shelter. Again, please help them find a home if you need a home, if you've been looking for a dog. We also have an animal shelter give back event going on right now. If you go donate supplies to your local animal shelter, we will give you $100 in ArrowBud for the first 10 people that do that. So we really want to make an impact. And we also launched our NFT collection today on OpenSea. And again, all those profits will also go towards animal shelters. So
awesome.
Just trying to make an impact.
Cool. Awesome. All right. Take us home, weirdo.
Okay, I'll just wrap
Not
it
an
up.
insult, just the name of your project. I'm sorry.
What'd you call me? No. Thank you for that plug. Yeah, you can find us on X, Weirdo Base. Yeah, thank you to our moderator. Thank you to Kevin and Rob. Thank you guys for your time, for paying attention, and for giving us your morning. And yeah, that's it. Come check us out on X, join our Telegram, and thanks again.
Awesome. Let's give a big round of applause for our panelists. And we are going to move on next. Okay, we have another amazing speaker coming up. So yeah, thank you guys again. Hand for Ryan David Williams. Woo woo.
There we go. Thanks for that introduction, and thank you all for being here. By the way, that meme talk was super inspiring, and the power of memes. I feel like I fucked up by putting all these words on the screen. I should have just done it with like 10 memes, but we're gonna work through it together. So, like she said earlier, my name is Ryan David Williams. I'm the founding partner of Ashbury Legal, and I'm here to drop a little alpha to help you all build on base without getting in trouble. Now, I know what you're thinking, like, oh, here's another crypto lawyer on stage telling us all the shit we can't do. And I get it. I've been to lots of crypto conferences. I've heard lots of attorneys give lots of presentations. And unfortunately, most of those presentations make it sound like launching a token is like literally the scariest entrepreneurial endeavor on the planet. And so today I want to do something a little bit different. Today, I'm going to dispel some of the rumors and some of the common misconceptions that make launching a token sound scarier than it really needs to be. I'm calling these misconceptions legal myths, and today we're going to talk about 5 of them. So let's get started. First, who the hell am I and why should you even listen to me? So, as this slide says, I'm equal parts securities lawyer, startup advisor, technologist, and yes, proud degen. I started my career as a securities lawyer on Wall Street working at a large law firm. I then moved out here to San Francisco to work exclusively with tech startups at ORIC, one of the best and top tech law firms in the world. Then in 2016, I left ORIC to build my own law firm focused exclusively on digital assets. And I called that firm Ashbury Legal. So what's Ashbury all about? We're a crypto-focused law firm and venture studio trying to make exceptional legal services simple, fast, and cheap. Well, I should say simpler, faster, and cheaper because none of it's simple, fast, or cheap, I'm not gonna lie. We also run a venture studio where we invest our time and our money in Ashbury clients. So we write checks, we run nodes on their L1s, we run validators on their bridges, we mint, morph, and collect their NFTs, and all sorts of other cool stuff. We've had the honor of representing industry leaders like Animoca, Chainlink, Binance, Doodles, Ripple, Pixelmon, just to name a few. But we also love working with startups, small startups that are trying to build the tech of tomorrow, like many people here in this room today. So I give you that background to highlight that we've been around for a little while and we know what we're doing, we know what we're talking about. What I'm about to tell you is like not legal theory that I learned in some law library somewhere. This is like actual legal advice that we give to real world projects. It's actual legal arguments that we make in front of the SEC in real life investigations. And I'm sharing this information because it works. Is there some wood I can knock on around here? Someone knock on some wood if you have some near me, please, or near you, please. So let's just jump right into legal myth number 1. Myth number 1 is that all tokens are securities. This myth exists because the SEC has said so. We think all tokens are securities. That's apparently my Gary Gensler voice. But fortunately for us, the SEC does not get the final word on this. Courts do. And increasingly, federal judges who are looking at digital assets have come to the conclusion that the digital asset itself is not a security. It's just code. That's all it is. The reality is, though, while the digital assets themselves are never securities, they can be distributed in a way that creates a security. Now, what does that mean? This means that every time you distribute a token, you have to analyze that token to see if it satisfies what we call the Howey test that everyone's kind of very familiar with now. Used to be just a footnote in a textbook when I was in law school 15 years ago, but now like every Solidity developer on the planet knows what the Howey test is. And you have to look at every distribution to see, in this context, is that token being offered as a securities? It's a security, excuse me. So the Howey test has 4 prongs. Investment of money in a common enterprise with an expectation of profit based on the efforts of others. So if you sell a token to someone who expects that token to go up in value because you're going to build something awesome, well, you've probably sold that token in a securities offering. Again, even though the token itself is not a security. So in other words, it's not just what you create, it's how you give it away that matters. And that brings me to myth number 2. Myth number 2 is that all airdrops are securities offerings, and therefore you must block Americans. Ever since EigenLayer went to great lengths to block Americans from receiving its, the most anticipated airdrop in crypto history, many projects have kind of blindly followed that game plan. And we can all thank the SEC and Mr. Gensler for protecting us from this free money. Thank God, what would we literally do without them? The reality, though, is that you can airdrop your tokens on Americans if they don't put capital at risk. Remember myth 1, that tokens themselves are not securities. Instead, we have to do this independent Howey analysis every time we give tokens away. And one of those 4 prongs was there must be an investment of money. The recipient must put capital at risk and therefore need to be protected. So if you tell your community to buy an NFT so they can get your token, guess what? They've put capital at risk, and the airdrop is probably a securities offering. On the other hand, if people buy your NFT without any expectation or mention of a token, and then you just surprise them one day with a token in their wallet like ENS did, for example, the Ethereum naming system, then they put no capital at risk for that token. Therefore, it's not a securities offering, and you do not have to block Americans from what we call a retroactive airdrop. Myth number 3. Myth number 3 is that it's illegal to sell tokens as securities. We just said that an airdrop is not a security because the recipients don't make an investment of money, right? So if they do invest money, does that make it illegal? Absolutely not. The reality is that securities are legally sold every day. It's literally what built Silicon Valley and why SOMA's even a thing and we're all sitting here at this awesome venue. But there are rules that you need to follow when selling securities. Fortunately, these rules are not even that complicated. They really aren't. Just for example, a couple of them. Rule 506 of Regulation D lets you sell an unlimited number of securities to accredited investors. You've all probably heard that phrase. That's where that comes from, Rule 506. Regulation S lets you sell, an unlimited number of securities to non-US persons or people living outside the US. There are nuances to these rules, and candidly, these aren't the only rules, but at least there are clear rules that let us sell tokens compliantly even when we sell them as securities. Myth number 4. Myth number 4 is that you must have an offshore foundation in order to launch a token. This myth kind of stems from this monkey see, monkey do culture in crypto, right? That I think we've all kind of experienced a bit. A few prominent projects launched their token as a Swiss or a Cayman foundation. Honestly, probably not even fully understanding why or the implications of that. And now every project that talks to me thinks they need a Cayman Foundation company because it's going to insulate them from all US laws and is therefore the only way to launch a token. The reality, of course, is much more nuanced. The reality is that it is helpful to structure your project offshore. There are some real benefits to that are beyond the scope of this presentation, but you are nowhere near immune from US laws because you form an offshore foundation. Otherwise, you would just form an offshore foundation to do everything in your life that you said is illegal, right? I didn't rob the bank, the offshore foundation robbed the bank. So that's clearly not the panacea and the silver bullet that everyone kind of thinks it is. And while ownerless foundations are a helpful structure to promote decentralization, they convey no special rights or protections from US securities laws, period, full stop. Anything you can do with an offshore foundation, you can do with an offshore subsidiary that you wholly own. So, if you want to decentralize your project, a foundation might be the right approach. But what are the legal benefits of decentralization anyways? Well, that brings us to our final myth, myth number 5. Myth number 5 is that decentralization is a required component of all token launches. The theory is that once a token has achieved, quote, sufficient decentralization, it's no longer a security, or that the token is no longer a security, that is, because there's no person or group that's like in possession of material, non-public information that should be disclosed to holders of that token. Securities laws are all about disclosure. And so if there is no people who control non-public information, what's the point of applying securities laws? Therefore, that token is not a security. Now, the theory's sound, it's not without merit, and in fact, officials from the SEC have even acknowledged this, informally and formally, as a way to achieve a non-security status. But the reality is that decentralization is just one way to design a compliance strategy. Earlier, we talked briefly about Reg D and Reg S, member accredited investors and non-US purchasers. That has nothing to do with decentralization. And while sufficient decentralization doesn't have a precise legal definition, we do know that bar is extremely high. To date, the SEC has acknowledged that only 2 projects meet that threshold: Bitcoin and Ethereum. They've even said, you know, in SEC lawsuits against Coinbase and Binance that Solana and Sol is a security, right? That the Solana Foundation and all of its developers and validators are not sufficiently decentralized. So unless you really are going to go all in on decentralization because it's like core to your DNA and not just something that a lawyer told you would be helpful, unless you're really going all in, you're unlikely to decentralize enough to gain any of this regulatory protection. So while decentralization is a noble, I think, and helpful goal of crypto, no doubt about it, it's just not a requirement to launch a token. So I'm already a little bit over here. I know we're running a tight ship today and we're a little behind, so that's really all the time we have for today. We really just glanced the surface of all of this. I'm gonna be around all day to talk about any questions you have about your project, about any of this stuff in general. I hope you guys learned at least one thing today that makes launching a token feel a little less scary. And if you'd rather talk privately, you can use this QR code here on the screen to book a call directly with me, free 30 minutes, talk about whatever you want. I don't sell myself, I don't pitch my firm. I say, what's your questions, what's in your way, let's get to work and start to build something together. So thank you for being such a great audience. I hope you all enjoy the rest of the summit.
Awesome. Thank you, everybody. Yeah, so Ryan David Williams, thank you so much for your time here today. And just to recap on the caliber of projects that Ryan has been working with, he has helped supported Doodles, Ripple, Binance. Some of the biggest projects in our space have entrusted him and Ashbury Legal. So if you're here, you're looking to build a project and you want to make sure you're doing things legally and compliantly, definitely connect with him. He'll be floating around the event. Okay, yeah, so for our next speaker, we are going to be talking with Foam. And yeah, really excited to have you up today. We're just going to give him one moment to get connected here and we'll get started. Awesome. Can we give a round of applause to Foam? Thank you so much for coming out today.
Hey everybody, my name is Ryan. I'm co-founder of Foam, and at Foam we're working on what we call proof of location. So Foam is a decentralized wireless network that enables Ethereum transactions that can be sent over radio, and also offers us. And we also offer a suite of decentralized location services. So with Foam, anyone can provide coverage and contribute to the network and attest to the physical world. Foam is meant to bring new consumer and infrastructure use cases and bring deep into base and the superchain at large. So just to take a step back about what is proof of location or why we maybe need it, just take a moment to look at how positioning works today. So everyone's probably familiar with GPS. You see this blue dot on your phone. GPS is an amazing service. Has 32 satellites in space that are beaming down timestamps, and that's how your phone can actually calculate your location. But this system is one directional. So the system knows nothing about you. So it's very easy to spoof or lie about your location. And so this is vulnerable in a kind of decentralized fashion where if you want to have any sort of verification. And so for some examples of that, like on a nation state level, there's been spoofing, but Uber has spent billions of dollars to try and prevent their fleet from spoofing. Then a company like Lyft might have to reinvest into that, or then a scooter company. So there's always kind of a band-aid solution around how do you stop people from spoofing their location. Pokemon Go has one of the largest GPS spoofing communities out there. There's a subreddit, you can check it out. And other projects in the blockchain space, like a Helium network, has had over hundreds of thousands of nodes spoofing their location, and those are tokens going to bad actors. So verifying location, especially when it comes to DeepIn, we think is going to be critical for our decentralized future and having blockchains interact with the real world. So just to recap, GPS is an amazing technology, but it's not secure. The data is not verified, there's no source of truth, and it's a point of failure. So at Foam, we're building radios that can build terrestrial networks to provide cryptographic location services. This is an example of our radios. We have it on a booth downstairs. You can check it out. We call it the Gyroid. This is a custom device. It uses a LoRa radio, a low-power IoT radio. But we also have things like an FPGA and software-defined radio to do timestamps, because timestamps is how you determine location, through the time difference of arrival. So as like a visual is how it may work, you would put a number of these radios up on roofs. We actually have one on the W across the street and one on our table downstairs. And if you have a number of them, users, we call it a zone of coverage, whether you're a person walking, a car, or a bus, you can sign in over radio with this network coverage, and the network can triangulate your location, and you can mint what we call a proof of location. So you have this now NFT that verifiably proves where you've been because you've signed over radio back with this network coverage. So this kind of a visual, if you were in the zone where there's coverage, you can pay a fee and you get this kind of time-stamped certificate of where you've been in the world. So these are some examples of our deployments in Brooklyn, some photos of the device. The one on the left is Raspberry Pi based, so there's ones you can build yourself. The one on the right is more of our custom product that's much more performant. A few more photos of that. So you have network coverage, you have radios on roofs, they can offer this new location services. So you may be wondering, okay, how do I actually use it or interact with it? So we're happy to share our first product user device. It's called the Cycloid. The Cycloid is a hardware wallet, kind of like a ledger. So you can plug it into your computer, use Wallet Connect, use it with any dApp. It has a private public key. But it's also a radio. So if you press the button, it will broadcast with your Ethereum address over radio. And this is how initial device of how you could check in. So right now, I'll show the demo next. You can send transactions over radio with Ethereum, countersign them with these radios on the roofs, and mint an NFT of your location. So these are some photos of the Cycloid device. We have a limited number of edition, which we're launching at this event, kind of Founders Edition at our booth, and we'll be launching a pre-sale quite soon. Just some more examples of the device I have here as well. So beyond just the actual hardware, we have a full software stack and applications you can use. We call our application Hostel. It's both a web app and you can use it on your phone, as shown here. So here, if you're in a zone of coverage and I click this button to prove my location, First, it'll pop up saying, okay, you've been detected by the zone. There's different grades of localization. So there's like one as a witness, like one saw you, or that you have a localization or 3. You can pay a fee in foam tokens. And once this goes through, you're relaying over from radio to these network. You've been triangulated. And then that's now been minted on base. And you have this presence claim. And that's kind of the underlying tech of this like new primitive of how you can actually prove your location and use that data on chain verifiably. And so we're happy to announce that yesterday we've launched this demo live on Base. So Foam Token is now on Base. We have an aerodrome pool available, and this set of 6 smart contracts are live on Base today. So all these demos and mints are with real Foam tokens, real fees, and real NFTs that you can use to prove your location. So thinking further of like what can you actually do with this technology, what are some use cases? We see this as kind of a secure location passport on chain. It's fully opt-in against the kind of surveillance things that we're used to of people tracking you. You choose when you want to prove your location. So you could have a collection of your history of all places you've been. Maybe you'll need to use them in the future. We see a low-hanging fruit in gaming. My favorite example is this board game, Settlers of Catan. Maybe some have heard of it. They have different resources like wood or ore or brick. So you can think of maybe in the San Francisco zone, you can only get wood and brick. And in the New York zone, you can only get ore and sheep. So maybe if you need all those resources, you'd have to travel to another zone, or you trade with people who are in that location. That's kind of just exemplifying of bringing location on chain, how that could tie to gaming. A broader of these low-hanging fruit of kind of crypto-native ideas, there's a strong need for this in the insurance world. Sometimes equipment is subleased, moved around, what have you. But especially also in the supply chain and asset tracking, goods go missing, high-valued goods. And this offers a new level of security and cryptography into that supply chain that didn't exist before. But there's a lot of meme coins today at this conference, so I was also trying to think of how to bring meme coin communities into the physical world and how you can activate them. So some basic examples are, prove your location to enter this Farcaster chat on chain. We have a special mint, but you have to prove you were there. Or to unlock some sort of payment, like you've dropped off of goods or deliveries. As I mentioned, this technology can be integrated with games, like the distributed resources I told about. And we think it's time to finally bring a viral game that will probably maybe bring consumers or more attention, like a Pokemon Go on chain. Pokemon Go has a ton of spoofers. This can resolve that and bring different kinds of revenues and use cases. So thank you, everyone, for listening to this, and everyone checking in on the live stream. As I said, the pre-sale will be going live soon for the cycloids, but if you're here today, you can come down to our booth, get one yourself, and prove your location on Base and mint an NFT. Thanks, everyone, for your time and attention, and I'll be here all day. Love to meet you all. Thank you.
Woo-woo. Okay, here, I got this. There we go. All right.
Not yet.
I got you. Round 2. Here we go.
Hey fellas, I'm Ignas. I'm co-founder and CEO of Memestagram. And today I'm gonna introduce you what we're building, what value we bring on the table, and how we all can collaborate and make Base ecosystem thrive. So yeah, basically we're on the same page, everyone. We have the same mission probably, onboard billions of users on chain so that they can engage within our apps, gain value from our products, and at the end of the day have fun. So yeah, despite of rapid growth of Web3, it's still super early. To put things into perspective, there are over 5 billion internet users globally, and only 560 million in crypto. And to make it the situation even more stark, let's look at monthly active wallets, and we see that only 60 million monthly active wallets generating on-chain transactions, which sounds maybe okay, but then you compare with 1.1 billion monthly active users by TikTok, or 2.5 billion monthly active users on Instagram, and actually, yeah, lots of space for improvement for all of us, and lots of work to be done. And yeah, we actually shouldn't think about like increasing those numbers by 10 or 20%. We should all think bigger. We should think in terms of 10x or 100x, and that's where we builders come in. And thank you so much, Captain Obvious, for explaining this. From all of different challenges inside Web3 ecosystem currently, I would like to highlight three major ones when we speak about consumer crypto. So it's trust, it's jargon, and UX. And basically these three key pillars and challenges are the biggest challenges that blocks us from going mainstream. Yeah, enough about the problems. Let's jump to the solution. One Friday night, together with my friends, with my co-founders, we've been drinking wine, discussing the very same problem. How do we attract billions of users on-chain? And good friend of mine, my co-founder, meme guru, OG, we've been basically scrolling 9gag for 2 decades, started to speak about memes. Memes as a culture, memes as a medium that brought different internet cultures together. And we were like, okay, that's maybe nice, but do you have some numbers in mind? And he was like, sure, like, do you know that 9gag has 150 million monthly active users? We were like, what? Do you know that r/memes channel in Reddit has 33 million members alone? We were like, okay, that's interesting. And also a couple of universities made different studies on meme virality and saw that we have higher engagement rate by 60% and 10 times higher reach comparing with traditional medias. So basically from that point we were completely hooked, and that's how Memestagram was born, a world's first social fight app rewarding users for their memes. How does it work? Basically you are rewarded for your activity inside Memestagram. So we have our internal currency of Memestagram, which is meme points. One day probably it will be converted to token, but actually it's our secondary priority. We are focusing now primarily on the product first. We want to make sure that the engagement is there, that we really truly create value for our users. And yeah, token is important, but it's second product of ours. So basically your activity is rewarded. Basically you are liking, sharing, commenting under other memes, you are uploading your own memes, you get rewards, you get meme points, success. One of the killer features of Memestagram is our battlefield functionality. So how does it work? We have our algorithm picks top 8 most engaged memes every 24 hours and put those memes into 4 one-on-one battles where all of the users inside Memestagram can vote for one or another with their base ETH. So basically you are putting your vote on one meme, all the users creating the prize pool, and then that prize pool is divided, of course, to the winners. So some speculation and a bit of gambling, which we actually love. 2% every week from all of the battles collected goes to the jackpot, and then we reward free random users, free random voters in Memestagram. So basically you can get ETH just for interacting as well. One of the most beloved functionality personally for me is meme generator with AI, which is actually now in dev mode still, and we are launching it next week. But basically you will be able to select meme character, base meme character from the list, and you'll be able to create meme, generate meme with that particular meme selected. So for example, you can write like Toshi is shitting on the toilet on the fiat currency, whatever, and we generate that image for you. So yeah, by the way, if you want to be in the list, just catch me somewhere around. We definitely want to make partnerships with all the meme coins. We have already onboarded like 50 something meme coins, and yeah, we'd love to have and support all of the community. And in general, everything is all about community. It's on-chain, tech, AI, whatever, is super nice, super good, unique selling propositions for the users. But at the end of the day, when you remove all the necessary parts and all the buzzwords, it's all about people. And we really want to support our community as well as participate in that by building nice, sustainable, proper products. From the go-to-market perspective, our mission is onboard those billion users on-chain. So we think that meme as a medium has been amazing medium for a few decades to bring newbies on-chain, basically. So we really believe that meme can be a bridge between Web 2 and Web 3. And from go-to-market perspective, we look at it from the lens of experimentation. So every week, basically, we come up with 5 different hypotheses, and then we try to, instead of discussing for 4 hours about those hypotheses, like what are our opinions on that, we just test it. We launch it, and then users are saying and basically answering all of the burdens for and all of the questions for us. Actually, I have one story to tell. In the very beginning, before making Memestagram and developing any code, we artificially created funnel and brought people to the funnel, asking them to sign up to our product, even though we didn't have a product at that time. So we launched a Facebook campaign, brought, I don't know, dozens, hundreds, thousands of people. They went through the funnel, entered their personal details, and at the end of the sign up, we gave the pop-up saying like, sorry guys, we're like early stage startup. Actually, we're giving you like additional meme points when we launch, but we really wanted this to happen because it's very important for us to understand whether it's relevant or no. And actually, of course, you have always 5% of people who are like, what the hell? Like, why are you wasting my time? Blah, 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 blah. But 95% of people are the best users that we still have. They are the most immersed users. They are giving us the best feedback and became the family members of ours. So yeah, that's one of the examples how we are treating all of the experimentation inside go-to-market or product. And yeah, would be super nice to hear your points of view also how you are treating that part. Actually, we're pretty early stage. We started to write first lines of code in the beginning of Onchain Summer this year. Today we have 500 users in capped alpha. We are skipping our beta and going to testnet with a cap of 10 to 15K. So in the next 3 to 4 weeks, our engagement is pretty nice, 8 minutes, 32 seconds on average, which is okay, but we're not stopping here. We really try to increase that number and try to make our UX as smooth as possible. So even sometimes I feel that, okay, it's success, our onboarding is amazing. We have like probably the best possible onboarding experience ever. And then I scroll like Twitter and find another project in Web3. For example, Mochi, shoot out to Mochi. I checked Mochi and I was like, oh shit, our onboarding sucks. Mochi is amazing. We need to get inspired from them and make all the onboarding even more smooth. So yeah, as I told you, like everything is about the community. I'm super happy to be here, super happy to partner with all of you guys. So if you have some collaboration in mind, just let's do partnership together and let's onboard those billion users on chain. This is our Twitter, so scan, follow us, DM me, and yeah, happy to be in San Francisco. Rob, Kevin, thank you so much for everyone to be here and looking forward to drink some beers tonight with you. Cheers.
Rob. Let's give a big round of applause for EVAV. We have Matthew Harrison
Hello.
in the house, ready to go.
Hello, hello. All right, well, thank you. Thank you for the full house here. So today I'm going to be talking about a product, something special to my heart, a passion project that I've been thinking about for the last couple of years. I'm going to go through and give you my journey of how I got here and why I think it's a game changer. All right, so a little bit of background on me. I've been in crypto for about 8 years. I built enterprise blockchains for banks and Fortune 500 companies at VMware. I was in identity and I used stuff like Deco in the past. Also been invested in a lot of crypto startups. All right, so I want to just like take it back all the way to the very beginning of set up this story of why I built Evolve. You know, the early days, it was like big dreams. Like 8 years ago, everybody thought you could do everything on chain. I was working with companies like FedEx and Procter & Gamble, going to do full loop recyclable goods, track it, you know, with these altruistic ideas of like tracking products from creation to recycling and all eco-friendly. You know, we were super excited about scaling. I worked on a company, VMware, where we were engineering hot stuff, which was a consensus mechanism that was going to help us scale. It was what most modern proof-of-stake systems use today. And we were like super excited. And as all of you know, over the last 8 years, that reality, you know, really just hasn't happened. Network fees were too high, chains crash, and nothing really ever came to fruition. So as a segue, what I want to talk about is as we were like in this like era of like crypto and everybody becoming very crypto native and crypto maxis, we all like were viewing like ETH as money. And you know, I think with normies and whatnot, we could never really get, you know, normies on board with ETH as money. They always have to explain it. And I think as over time's progressed, we've really seen USDC start to take off, and we still see that as the real money, as the real interface, and the real scalable system that we have now. So I think it's really important that we see this now, and why I'm here is I'm super excited that Base has now put free USDC transactions. I feel like the crypto community really hasn't absorbed this yet. The US dollar is the primary interface for the world for commerce. I've seen so few products do this, and I feel like I had to do it myself to launch something really pivotal. I just see like so much opportunity here to like build any sort of like product that ties into the dollar, any product that ties into basic commerce, that's accessible now, and now it's programmable. You know, now we can redesign the e-commerce systems, we can reduce friction, we can create crazy incentives and referrals with all these systems. And I think this is just a new gigantic revival for all of crypto. All right, so that's where I'm going to start off, and I'm going to talk about Evolve. Evolve is a peer-to-peer e-commerce platform. You can go follow us on Webcast and X. This is pre-launch. I just started demoing this product to friends this week. And yeah, let me go ahead and get started here. So I'll go to the docs. Oh, sorry. So Evolve is like an SDK-driven like platform where you can like list, buy, and create shipping labels for items. It's peer-to-peer in theory, but also can just be set up as like an open eBay, open Amazon. Like, why rebuild a whole e-commerce platform? You know, why would you do that? Because there's all sorts of things that you can like attach to a product, create referrals, creates all sorts of incentives, and also have open data. And NFTs are a perfect thing for this. As soon as you buy something as an NFT, you can also come back and bid on it later. And it can be like a really cool part of like circular economy. All right, so I'm gonna go ahead and start a demo here. So the next couple of weeks when I launch in production, I plan on launching an on-chain yard sale. I'm working with a lot of people on Webcast. I'm kind of a Webcast OG, I've been there for a long time. Be working with a lot of people that are just going to sell your things from your house to other crypto people out in the world. have an on-chain yard sale. I'm going to demo how like simple this is with the platform. I'm also, you know, I've been out there. I've tried to sell a lot of goods on-chain, you know, sweatshirts and all that, like merch. We're going to also be doing a lot of like buy toilet paper, buy like toothpaste, buy all these things, you know, have labeled items like that. And if you're one of the first ones to sign up, I'm going to be having a lifetime shipping NFT that's tradable. Okay, so what does that mean? It's like Amazon Prime, right? This is Amazon Prime, but it's a tradable shipping NFT. There's going to be a lifetime one, there's going to be annual one. So if you sign up early, if you get on my like Warpcast channels or on Twitter, you will be able to get this incentive. There will also be numerous other referral incentives. The more people you bring on, the more people that buy and sell things. That's also all programmable. You can also get referral fees for every like purchase, buying, and selling that happens. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and do a quick demo here. All right, so I'm going to sell an item. All right, so I built this, try to make it this really simple. Let me just see if I can see my item here. I'm going to sell a Rolex watch to pay the server bills. Try to make this really simple chat interface. Okay, let's get the back of it. So this is all on base of Poly right now. No more photos. Add item information. I'm doing 1 USDC dollar because it's based Sepolia. All right, so the brand, Rolex. And then the weight, this is all for shipping, so let's just say it like weighs 1 pound, 16 ounces. You save that in there, and then we list out like Amazon boxes that you may have at your house. So we're gonna, for say we're gonna use a small box. All right, and then we're gonna go ahead and mint this item. Let me get my phone. Hopefully this works. Of course, come on, demo gods. AI? No, this is all programmed chat interface. It's all, eventually that's where I was going with this, but I didn't want to do Web3 AI and just, you know, do it all at once. Well, hot dang, this was just working 2 seconds ago. All right, so let's go. We're just going to go to an already like minted item. Hopefully we can get this to work. So let's see here. Let's just look at other items I have on my dev chain here. All right, I'm going to just refresh the page just in case like something got out of whack. Again, this is just launched this. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and buy. Okay, so I already have my shipping address in there. It's confirmed. You know, so you need all this info in here. You can't be anon on the platform. It's just not possible if you want to do shipping. All right, great. It popped up. I can pay. All right, so I paid 1 USDC on base Sepolia. Now it's confirming how this all works is there's like basically a shipping oracle. All right, purchase successful. All right, so I'm going to be the buyer and seller in all in one go here. I'm just going to refresh the item. So this is the really cool seamless part. Now that the item has been bought, well, hot dang. Of course, all the bugs happen when I'm doing a demo. This has never happened to me before. Okay, so we're going to go to another item here. Actually, let's just use this. Okay, I got search already. All right, so here, this is what happens. A shipping label is created. You can go ahead and like print this item, and then done. So I've just made it this like highly simple peer-to-peer e-commerce platform where you can buy and sell anything. This is just to get started. Like the main idea is really to be like an open eBay, open data type of platform where I'm just a protocol and a platform where anybody can like make purchases or anybody can set up a marketplace. I collect a small fee. The marketplace can take the 5 to 10% fee for selling your item. But this is just mainly like a open eBay, like Amazon like interface where I just provide the shipping and everybody else can like just interact with the site with the SDK and create their own interfaces. I just finished this. As you saw, there was a couple bugs. I just launched this. My deadline was for this conference, and so I just got this up on Base and Sepolia, and this is what I'm doing right now. So, I'm looking. Anybody wants to get involved and ship anything? If you want to be the first person to sell toilet paper on chain, let me know. I mean, this is all going to be NFTs, right? So if you don't use that toilet paper, that could be collectible toilet paper right there. You know, so there's a lot of like fun things that can be happening here. You know, if you want to sell lotion, Viagra, condoms, just, you know, it's all open to like possibilities. So, yeah. Any questions? That's. So again, if you follow early, I'm going to be giving out free shipping NFTs. So I'm on Warpcast and on X. As you can see, my following is pretty small. I just demoed this to friends this last week, and you guys are the first to see this. So. Thank you so much.
Okay, everybody, we feeling good in here? Woo!
Yeah.
Let's go. Let's have some fun. Man, one thing I love about the Base and Coinbase ecosystem is it is so much fun. These projects are here just, you know, having fun, like just chilling, right? Not taking themselves too seriously, and that's something I really love about the culture here. So I hope everybody is having a fun time today. I hope you're loaded up on food, coffee. We have, you know, snacks, beverages here and downstairs, so help yourselves. And yeah, for our next guest, I'm really excited to welcome up Max Segal of Privy. And this will be our last speaker before the afternoon break. So let's give a big round of applause for Max from Privy. Woo woo!
All right. Good morning, everyone. I'm Max. I am the COO of Privy. And for those who are not familiar, Privy is the easiest way for anyone building an app on chain to onboard their users. So we work with consumer apps, and we make it as seamless as possible for those apps to onboard anyone from a complete newcomer to crypto, someone who's never heard of a wallet, won't take the time to set up a MetaMask. We make it really easy for that kind of user to sign in with email or social login and get a wallet under the hood. And if you want to cater to a crypto native audience, we integrate with all the popular wallets so that someone who is native to crypto and prefers to bring their own wallet into the app can sign in easily as well. And what we're going to talk about today is building great consumer apps on chain. Over the last year, we've seen an explosion in consumer building in crypto. We've seen so many different exciting flavors of apps, experimenting, doing creative things. And at Privy, we've worked with many different shapes of teams. So I want to talk about some of the exciting trends we're seeing in consumer and really what makes a great consumer app on chain. So first, we're going to talk about like what is an on-chain app, like why are builders choosing to make their consumer app on-chain? And we think this really comes down to two superpowers that you get from building on crypto rails. One is ownership. So the fact that when you're using an on-chain app, whatever you're earning as a part of what you get from using the app is yours. You could take it from the app, and even if the app decides they don't like you, they don't want you using the app, you own the assets that you earn in the app. They're forever yours and they can't be taken away. It's a really powerful superpower. And the other is interoperability. So the fact that what you're doing in Blackbird or what you're doing on OpenSea can show up on any other NFT marketplace. That is such a powerful unlock and creates some really magical consumer experiences that we're going to talk about in a second. So there are two superpowers, and traditionally, in order to access those superpowers, you needed to use something like MetaMask. It really allowed users to fully own and control their assets. It allowed you to take your assets with you from app to app. But the cost of some of these superpowers has been complexity. It's a bit difficult to get someone who doesn't know anything about crypto to use something like this. And so at Privy, our goal is to make it as easy as possible for anyone, regardless of how familiar with crypto they are, to take advantage of these superpowers. Where we started, like when crypto apps were first hitting the scene, were these discrete experiences. Users would come in once with their MetaMask or with their other external wallet. They'd do one maybe DeFi transaction, and then they'd leave. It wasn't like the consumer app experiences we're familiar with, whether it's like using Uber or Strava or TikTok. It was one time. You could experience the magic of crypto, but it was a very discrete interaction. And since that was in the 2016, 2017 timeframe, the market's evolved a lot. So things are getting richer and richer each year on chain. So we started, I'm kind of highlighting like the app of the moment each year, from these like discrete one-time DeFi transactions to Uniswap, which introduced a much richer DeFi experience, but still pretty discrete one-time, to OpenSea, bringing things like outside of finance, bringing culture on-chain, to Axie Infinity, a gaming experience that really captivated everyone's imagination, to Friendtech, bringing the social experience and the social graph on-chain, to some of the exciting things we're seeing with Farcaster. Every year, crypto apps built on chain get richer and more exciting and move from what we call like discrete experiences to continuous experiences. So here are just some of our favorites. You have a Twitch-like experience with Unlonely, where you can engage with your friends on streaming ads, chat, bet, do things that are uniquely possible because the Unlonely experience is built on chain, to Friendtech chat and otherwise. So I'm going to talk about like the 5 things I think all great consumer app experiences on chain have in common. And hopefully this can help you as you look to build your consumer app. So the first and most important thing that every great consumer app has in common is that it's fun. It's an experience that people actually want to engage with. It taps into like some consumer psychology thing that, strikes a nerve and makes people want to come back for more. And a big part of that is bringing a social graph and social interaction into the app. So you have receipts, one of my favorite apps right now, with a competitive leaderboard comparing how much exercise you've gotten in a given week versus all of your friends on chain. You have Dracula, which is a TikTok-like experience that rewards creators for producing great content. And you have Friend Pet, one of the most fun Tamagotchi-inspired experiences on chain. that's a common element. These are all just genuinely fun experiences that I revisit day after day. The second attribute is the apps are accessible to everyone. So we think there's this like weird point in time distinction where apps today need to choose, am I building for a crypto native audience, people who prefer to use existing wallets? Those users are where most of the value is. Most of, the most active users on chain are these crypto natives. But that is a small market. It's unlikely that billions of people are going to download these wallets. So if apps want to serve a really big audience, they need to serve crypto newcomers, people who don't necessarily care to take the time to set up a wallet. And so it's very like one or the other. You can't ignore either pocket of the market if you want to build something with deep, valuable usage. And so many of the most exciting apps are catering to everyone. They don't distinguish between are you a crypto native or a crypto newcomer and lock the other side of the market out. So this is Zora, who does a really nice job with this. The third really interesting thing we're seeing among many of the most popular consumer apps is real-world tie-in. So on the, I think this is the left, we have Blackbird. Blackbird is a really cool, unique on-chain experience where all of the hottest restaurants in New York allow you to tap your phone, earn points, and those points can be redeemed at any participating restaurant in the app for either a free drink, a free course at the restaurant. You could pay your bill actually with your Blackbird points. And so this is like a real world experience. Who wouldn't want a Starbucks-like rewards program across all the most popular restaurants in New York? But it's built on crypto rails and it has a real world tie-in. And on this side, we have Pudgy penguins being sold in Walmart and Target, and they're coming to the NBA, the NFL, many popular restaurants as well. So having some real world tie-in is a pretty exciting trend we're seeing among consumer apps. And then here we have easy account funding, making it really easy to transact on chain. If, in order to use a crypto app, you need to go through all of the steps of getting KYC'd, purchasing tokens, figuring out how to work with gas, you're going to lose a lot of people along the way from each of those steps. So many of the most exciting crypto apps have familiar transacting experiences. So this is Courtyard. They have an easy credit card checkout if you want to buy a trading card on their platform. It feels just like any other e-commerce experience. And so those are the four attributes that many of the most exciting consumer apps have in common. They're social and fun, they're accessible for everyone, there's some real world tie-in, and when users need to transact on chain, it feels like a regular e-commerce experience, not something that is very crypto specific. There's a new tech stack that's coming together to power this. Coinbase and Onchain Summit are playing such a critical role in delivering this tech stack to developers, so it's easy to stand up these great consumer experiences. So we're Privy, we do the onboarding, we make it really easy for everyone to sign into the app. A really important element is the chains that these apps are being built on are cheap, efficient, fast, and so Base is the poster child of that experience. And really on-chain summer was the moment that we saw the explosion of consumer apps thanks to the launch of Base. Gas sponsorship is an important part of the stack. Like, users shouldn't have to grapple with this concept of gas. It's very foreign, confusing, and requires extra friction in the app. So people are using account abstraction to sponsor gas. This is zero dev. Obviously, Coinbase's smart wallet is a great way to sponsor gas as well. And then account funding, making it easy to use fiat payment methods to transact in the app, whether that's through Coinbase's on-ramp, which is one of the most seamless experiences I've seen, or MoonPay, or CoinFlow, and there are many others. But these four elements of the stack, onboarding, efficient chains, gas sponsorship, and funding, are what's enabling this explosion of consumer activity. So that is a quick snapshot of what we're so excited about in consumer right now. We think things are only going to continue accelerating from here. On our end with Privy, we've seen over 12 million users onboard to consumer apps through our product alone. You have to imagine there are, at least another 12 million out there. And so we're seeing millions and millions of users coming in, which is really exciting and completely different from where we were standing this time last year. And we're seeing thousands of developers. And, I hope this time next year, that number is 10, 20, 50x higher. Where we go from here, at Privy, we are laser focused on making it as easy as possible for users to tap into those two benefits we started with, ownership and interoperability. And so to that end, we're investing a ton in making it easy for users to take the wallet they get when they sign in with email or social login with them from app to app. So users can tap into these serendipitous cross-app benefits. I think it's like what makes crypto most exciting and most special. And we're investing a ton in account funding. So we just released the ability to allow your users to natively fund their wallets with Coinbase's on-ramp. We launched native bridging, so users never have to think about what chain they're on. Things just automatically work. And we've got a lot more coming soon there. So I've never been more excited about consumer. I know we're all here because we feel the same way. And so thank you, and can't wait to see what everyone builds.
Awesome. Well, we have I'm sorry? Yeah. So I was actually going to just announce that. So we are going to take a break. We are going to have a 1-hour intermission. This is an opportunity for you to have lunch. We have food up here, food downstairs, and also in the building next door. So feel free to network, mingle, make connections, get your bellies full, and come back and meet us at 1 o'clock. Be back no later than 1 because we have a really exciting surprise for you all then. Okay, thank you, everybody.
I felt like I had to make it, so I made base Minecraft. That didn't do it. Okay. It's just Minecraft. It's just Minecraft on base, right? You get some items, sell them for tokens, or take the things you bought, move it to Minecraft, right? Super simple game loop, and we're just bringing people on chain, right? It's a good vibe. So the reason I made this is because the Onchain Summer Build-a-thon, it really motivated me to try and like figure something out, and this is what we came up with. So I want to talk about why Minecraft, right? People love Minecraft. There's 174 million monthly active users on Minecraft, and we are trying to tap into that market. We're not even specifically marketing to the crypto natives, right? Because we want to break in and bring people on chain. So that's what we're doing, right? And we want to expose them to your projects. So we have an upcoming partnership where we're partnering with 20 different meme coins to bring bosses into Minecraft where you can kill them and have our players get exposed to your meme coins, right? So we're gonna airdrop them your token, and we're gonna route them to your Twitter socially. It's just a way to show them what's going on base, because base isn't about Minecraft, it's about everything, right? The Minecraft home base. So I just talked about this. We're exposing new crypto users to other meme coin communities via in-game bosses and airdrops. And then step 2, we're gonna help those users connect with those communities socially. So we have a bunch of amazing partners. We're really looking forward to making these bosses in-game. And I'm so happy that we're able to hire 3D modelers to make these bosses. I never thought I'd be doing anything like that. So I just really am so happy to be here, everyone. So the game comes first, right? Gamers love Minecraft, and they're wary of crypto. So the reason for that is they think that NFTs and cryptocurrency could become the second version of microtransactions, and it's our job not to do that. You have to use in-game incentives to path users on chain, right? So what we do is we offer them a big bank vault that they gain access to, and if they're not linked with their wallet, they're gonna be told every minute that they gain all these tools by linking a wallet, right? And then when they get there, we use Smart Wallet to make it simple, right? Sign up takes 30 seconds and they're onboarded. Easy. Smart Wallet. Takes like 10 seconds, everyone. If you're not using this for your games, you're gonna lose a lot of players just automatically. So this is great. I love Smart Wallet. Typical revenue models. All right, so Minecraft servers are typically marketed towards children, right? And they use these predatory marketing tactics, right? They have these temporary sales where the end date gets pushed back every time. They have these new items that come out once a month where it's always just slightly better than the month before. That's pay to win, and we don't support that at all. From the bottom to top, everything in our game can be earned through gameplay. And we call that a based revenue model. So we put a small 2% tax on our in-game economy usage. And this way, you don't really feel like you're losing money or like there's a pay-to-win model. It's slow and it's sustainable, right? And then we use on-chain tools to create unique tokenomics for our holders. So the way we do that is we have like airdrops, burns, that sort of charity. We just have so much stuff that we could do, and we do that for under 4 cents. We send a bunch of transactions out, and it's great. Who's paying the players though, right? So we used bonding curves for our in-game economy. And we started with 3.5 million supply in our in-game economy. 3 months later, it's sitting at 3.48. And that's because players are investing in items. And I think this is a really interesting way to create these in-game economies because they kind of balance themselves out, right? If someone buys a bunch of an item, it's gonna go up. If someone sells, it's gonna go down, right? And they're not gonna be able to extract tokens out of the economy. They have to participate in different ways. They have a bunch of different ways that they could play the game. So we're incentivizing playing Minecraft. It's just a great game. Where does our 2% in-game tax go? So I did just talk about this. Server expenses, charity, burn, and airdrop. We do this all automatically. We store up tokens and we just send it out automatically. Base makes it super easy. And we're gonna talk about our charity. So when you list an item on our store, there's a small 2% tax. Of that, 30% is airdropped to on-chain holders. 30% is burned, and 40% is set aside for future use. We have collaborated with Endowment to manage our on-chain donations. So I'm really excited to announce what that charity we're supporting is. So play-to-earn gaming has been saving lives around the world for a very long time. And a country in particular, Venezuela, play-to-earn gaming held up their economy for a very long time through a game called RuneScape. 7% of RuneScape's player base were people that were using play-to-earn to save their lives. And a lot of people were able to flee the country via play-to-earn. So I'd say that play-to-earn has really helped the world, and there's something here, guys. There really is something here. So it's a good vibe. How does it relate to based Minecraft, right? I'm a gamer, and I've watched this go down firsthand, right? Real world trading against the rules. No one wants to get banned from the games they play. It helps them, it gives them better opportunities. People in Venezuela earn $2 to $5 a week, but they can earn $2 to $5 a day playing based Minecraft. And that's beautiful, right? We could actually help the world with play to earn. Sweet. So I love based Minecraft. Building this project invoked some passion in me that I honestly didn't even know I had. To be honest, I was gonna quit coding probably 100 days ago. I would talk about it. I was like, man, I'm so over this shit. And now I can't imagine. I wake up every day so happy that I get to make Minecraft stuff. It's like a childhood dream, and it came true, and I love you all for supporting me. So thank you. Woo. Here you go, man.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Let's give it up for Base Minecraft, everybody. Woo-hoo. Awesome. Well, everybody, our morning sessions have come to a close. Our intermission is done. I'm so excited to introduce our next MC for the afternoon sessions. Can we give a warm welcome to Jake, who's coming up now? Jake, again, welcome up. Jake, I'm so excited to hear you MC tonight, man. You've just been crushing it on the spaces, on Twitter, and yeah, super excited. And yeah, I'll pass it off to you now.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Hello, everybody. Welcome. Let's give a huge round of applause to Rachel, everybody else, and a special shout out to Base. We have a very, very special day today. We have the legend in the house, Jesse, who's going to be joining us in a little bit. Very excited for that. And we have some special performances coming on live. It's going to be a pretty busy afternoon, packed afternoon. And they asked me, they said, Jake, when you start speaking, can you tell us about your story? Can you tell us why you got into cryptocurrency? I said I would love to, because I think it's beautiful. Everyone here has gotten into cryptocurrency at a different time. I talked to some of my friends last night. Some are 3 months ago. I have some friends, Hanok sitting in the front row, 2020. Other people got into 2009. So for me, I always had an idea of wanting to invest and make money. So in 2017, I found cryptocurrency. I found Bitcoin, Ethereum. Bitcoin was at $3,000. Ethereum was at around $300 when I first found cryptocurrency. And I think we're on a live stream. My mom might be watching this. I hope, Mom, you don't get offended by this. But I used to, when I was in 2017, I was making $10 an hour, right? And I knew that cryptocurrency was the future. I would see tweets from a guy like Michael Saylor saying how it's going to $1 million. I would read about cryptocurrency. So I used to. I would make $10 an hour. I'd put as much as I could into Ethereum and into Bitcoin. And it wasn't enough. I would call my mom. I'd be like, Mom, I need some money for rent. She would send me some money straight into ETH, straight into Bitcoin. Best decision I ever made in my life. But after 2017, I did what a lot of people do. You make the mistake. You don't take any profits. So from 2017 down to 2018, I held the entire way, thought about giving up. What you'll learn is that cryptocurrency is tough. It will test you. It will test you, but if you stay focused and stay patient, you will also get rewarded. So back in 2021, I found a token by the name of Shiba Inu. Has anybody heard of Shiba Inu? Everybody's heard of Shiba Inu. It's a great token. I see you back there. So I found Shiba Inu around $100 million market cap, and I got to witness this whole meme coin craze from $100 million all the way up to $49 billion market cap, which is insane. I saw people change their lives. It changed my life. During that time, I was working at a tech company here in San Francisco. I lived here for 3 years, and I was able to quit my job through meme coins. And I was like, wow, that's incredible. And so after that, I was able to also, I think my mom's watching. I just got to give my mom a shout out. I was able to retire my mom financially through cryptocurrency, which was amazing. Thank you. And I've seen countless people change their lives, right? And then fast forward, we had the 2021 bull run, which was incredible. 2022, for those that were here, you guys know, was one of the toughest bear markets ever. I mean, Celsius, Voyager, FTX, Terra Luna. It was tough. I mean, a lot of people quit. But if you went through that and you still made it, well, then you understand that, we can make it through anything. Even like the small little dips that we see right now, they don't affect you because we made it through the hardest part, which was 2022. And then we really started to see crypto rebound in 2023. Other blockchains like Ethereum, Solana had a great run. And then towards the end of 2023 and into 2024, a new chain came around called Base. And I really started to make content about Base and learn about Base when I found a token called Bread on Base launch. Bread on Base launched back in February of 2024, and it was the fastest meme coin, I think the second fastest meme coin in history to ever reach $1 billion market cap. And right now it's the number 7 meme coin in the world. And Bread on Base, I think, has played a huge part alongside everything that Jesse and his team is doing in onboarding people onto the Base chain, because they really have just shed a good light on Base. And Base is part of Coinbase, which is the only exchange to this day that I've ever used. Like, Coinbase has made it very simple to buy cryptocurrency, to sell cryptocurrency. And then when you look at what Base has done in the Coinbase wallet, it is the easiest platform to ever use. A lot of us in this room probably, and people watching on the live stream, and I think our live stream just got set up, guys, so if you want to retweet this on X, make sure to share this. We started a new live stream. Make sure to do that. But a lot of people, you've used Ethereum blockchain, you've used the Solana blockchain, and you understand how complicated it is. I mean, for me to get my friends to buy a token on Solana is impossible. Like, you have to, have Solana, you have to send it to a Phantom wallet, you have to have this 30-digit address. It's very, very complicated. Most people just say no. What Coinbase Wallet has done, they have made buying meme coins, buying NFTs, really getting into the DeFi space so simple. And I don't know the exact month. I think it was probably June when Base implemented a feature where you can send cryptocurrency via text message, which is insane. It makes it so simple. So that's why I'm here today to talk to everybody in this chat. I told Jesse, I just met him right now for the first time, and he's like, I'm excited for this. I'm like, I'm excited. I love what you built. I'm your biggest fan. So I can't wait to go in depth with Jesse in a little bit. But I really do believe if there's one blockchain in the world right now in the crypto space that is going to onboard billions of people, it's going to be Base Chain. Are the music ready? Music? And now, ladies and gentlemen, we do have a special surprise. We have some music, some good music to start this off, a band from here in California. So whenever they're ready, let's get this party started.
Yo, MLB Ty. Sorry to keep y'all waiting, but we back now. They say life is best in the moment. Seize it and own it. Got a light, then you better show it and keep it glowing. Man, I'm sorry to leave you hoping like gold opponents. Slice a beat up like Ronin and send it off to me, Odin. I'm a lover, I'm a poet, I'm a fighter, better know it. I'm a leader, check the focus off the meter. Need a token, I don't need no hocus pocus. Show expose a new the dope and let my word do all my boast. MRB gon' keep it going.
Going deep on it now. They try to sleep on it. Wow, well let the see that ain't the beast. Come out and feast on it now. Hands waving up like they see. I get my piece from the crowd. Everybody claiming the king. I take a leak on the crown. Yeah, you know me. I'ma go all out. I be low key. I show out what step on need. It should be no doubt. I set the beat. I don't need no clout. Press my feet. I in the clouds when evil speaks. I hear no sign of. But the fans they screaming out. Send my beat. They sing it loud.
If you have a gift, then you have a responsibility.
You have an obligation to be a light for others in need. Stop and listen, the clock is ticking, time to look in the mirror. Ain't no opposition stopping your vision, get a little more clearer. Yeah, we dropping wisdom off on a mission, gotta get them all hearing. Be careful, sometimes the objects are closer than they appear.
Taking the pop to the tip top, yeah, this moment's for sharing. So I'ma let you throw around two tops. I don't care what you're wearing. Don't wanna get caught up in your appearance. All the love to people and parents, hoping you hear to want me near for no stops.
Oh man, how the Lord bless me. This little girl with a big girl dreams.
Travel the world with my fam by me. Bringing hope to every soul I meet.
So I promise every day I see to light the world with every breath I breathe.
What's up, everybody? This song's called Light the World,
Hey.
you guys.
Yeah.
M R
B.
B B.
Yeah.
Lean be on that no end, shine bright so you know what hope is. Reach out across the ocean, now know the plan's in motion. They claim they don't need no friends, that's cause their heart is broken. But if their mind is open, then we can make it up. Words and action work, I only speak in verse, I don't care what you heard. Yeah, I'm little sis, but you so big that kick that hate to the curb. Then I swerve, I don't need fancy perks or any more fancy words. If you brought that life, may wrong to right, or just sit back and observe.
Homie, ain't no competition, want them all to join the mission till we make a new beginning, never stop. And yeah, we do it for the children, that's a legacy we building, illuminating the way up to the top. And light the world. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Light the world. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Light the world. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Light up the world.
Yeah, okay, your haters gonna hate because that's all they gotta say. Got about 1 million problems, we can solve them all today. Keep your focus on the love you spreading out there every day. Watch those lessons turn to blessings cause you got them on the way. Oh. Hold me, pardon my intrusion. They wanna act like they really ball. I know it's all just an illusion. Pay my respect to all the vets. I think it's time for evolution. They say the power is what you got, but the power is how you use it.
Homie, ain't no competition, want them all to join the mission till we make a new beginning, never stop.
Don't stop.
And yeah, we do it for the children, that's a legacy we building, illuminating the way up to the top. And light the world.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah.
Light the world.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah.
Light the world.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah.
Light up the world.
Yeah.
MLB flow is Nostradamus, making a profit, dropping knowledge.
Killing it on and off the topics, chilling and popping off the topics.
Killing it all in different kindness, bring the soul back in the content.
Killing all the starving artists, freeing them all like Marcus Garvey.
4-piece, get in the mud.
Like an ATV, never been a thug.
Can they believe?
I need a gun or a drug.
I spoke around high,
like every beat.
God shine bright so they may see it and maybe we should ABC.
Federation before I see a noise, just come back like
Hey, say me, I won't hold back, I go for mine.
Just give them respect that you know it's mine.
We shine brighter together forever.
Quit playing, you know the vibe.
Ain't no competition, want them all to join the mission till we make a new beginning, never stop.
Don't stop.
We do it for the children, that's a legacy we building, illuminating the way up to the top. And light the world.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah.
Light the world.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah.
Light the world.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah.
Light the world.
Yeah.
Yo, what's up, everybody? We're the Magical Rock Band. I'm MRB Lena.
I'm MRB Mike. I'm MRB Junior.
And I'm MRB Ty.
Listen, guys, we're super excited to be here this fine weekend in the beautiful San Francisco in a room full of innovators.
Yes.
You guys also, are y'all enjoying the show? I want you to give yourself another round of applause for being here.
Yes.
In this moment. This is beautiful.
Yeah, we've been learning so much from you guys about this crypto space, and we appreciate you guys for putting us on game. We want to give another shout out to Nick and everybody who helped us downstairs, man. The stuff that they are doing down there is dope. The designs are crazy, bro. We made a dope bag. Make sure you guys go bid on that and vote.
Oh, man, for sure.
And we also want to thank Foss and our Recordian family for always showing love.
We just really appreciate rocking out here with. Oh,
No way! He did it!
Hey,
Why would
Mike,
he put the dance
Mike, what are they
up?
doing?
Okay.
We're not going to talk about it.
He joked about that,
Okay, all right, we're gonna ignore that. Yeah, so our dad made this reel, so this is all his fault. And I'm gonna have to get on him after the show.
Yeah, shout out to Dad. He used to tell us bedtime stories when we were just little toddlers running around the house about a group of siblings that would go around the world spreading love and light through their music.
Yeah, we want want to thank them because those stories turned us into the family we are today. So huge shout out to our mom and our dad for believing in us before we even knew what belief was.
We also have a special announcement that we also want to celebrate with you guys today because you guys all inspired us to do something special.
Yeah, guys, the MRB family is now on Coinbase. Let's go. Hey, guys, guess what? We even got a new picture of my little bro, MRB Mike, on it. It's right there for him. See?
Hey, what?
Looks just like him.
So we got jokes today.
Looks just like him.
All right, this next song, we want to celebrate and party in here. So you guys ready? Okay, we can do that.
I said, are y'all ready? Let's get up and let's shake the world.
Let's get it.
Yeah.
Let's get off the stage.
Yeah. Hey, ha ha. It's MRB.
Yeah. Hey, yo, Dad, I want to do a Julie on this one.
Yeah.
Hey, yo, I'm presidential, but it ain't no pardon for me. I'm flipping residentials, trying to make a bargain. You see, my flow is elemental everywhere, and all this can be. Look, it's evidential, I'm a win regardless. My G, I know you see me, make it look easy. Shout out to Weezy and Breezy, look at me kneesy. On the Fiji, they need me, not being preachy. But I got the Holy Spirit, like they playing with a Ouija, believe me. Oh, diamond flow is icy, call it cold play. Mama said she wanted, I'm like, okay, go get it. Family going deeper than a cold case. Deep. Do it for my people, not a gold chain. Clean to the flow, cause they know what we got. Bend to the throne, cause we coming for the top. House on the hill, but we do it for the block. Everybody talking odds, but ain't really got no ops. I'm in a two-seater, in a car, levitate, watch it do a leaper. Every bar never fake, I'll get you a feature. Going hard on the tape like some new Adidas. We done data for the truth seekers. If you're looking for a follow, how are you a leader?
I'm a beauty and a beast, yeah, that's 8 days a week. Talking 366, 67 on the leap. And the bars never weak. I can do this in my sleep. Got my brothers on my side, DNA on the beat. New age, corn and gecko, all in your metro. I'm really bringing something special. You are the echo. I'm Rip G's and heavy metal. Giga stilettos. My name is written in the stars. I hope you get the memo. Clean to the flow, cause they know what we got. Bend to the throne, cause we coming for the top. House on the hill, but we do it for the block. Everybody talking loud, but ain't really got no ops. I'm in a two-seater, in that car, levitate, watch it do a leaper. Every bar never fake, I'll get you a feature. Going hard in the paint like some new Adidas. We done data for the truth seeker. If you're looking for a follow, how are you a leader? Hey.
Too fast,
I move too slow.
See, if you wanna make it last, gotta make it grow. See me, I chose a different path on a greener road, so that my people have a chance. Gotta feed their soul, gotta be their cold. I don't rap for million trust, need my cash and million soul. Biggest smoke for my glow, to my flow all around the globe. Got a panoramic goal that's bigger than your average show. If your family's there to go, you can catch us on the road. Ha!
All my family living in the moment, so I don't really care if they notice me. I put my dreams into motion, so when I kill a beat, then they gon' know it's me. Team cutting like a guillotine, frontin' like it's MRB, stunting when they really saying nothing. Hit my similes, all out in the Philippines, global like I oughta be. Get into the chicken like a Jollibee. Cling to the flow, cause they know what we got. Better take the throne, cause we coming for the top. House on the hill, but we do it for the block. Everybody talking odds, but ain't really got no ops. I'm in a two-seater, in the car, levitate, watch it do a leaper. Every bar never fake, cause get you a feature. Going hard in the paint like some new Adidas. We done data for the truth seekers. If you looking for a follow, how are you a leader? Hey.
Thank you guys. We appreciate you guys.
Hey, that energy is fire. Let's keep that up.
All right, guys. For this next track, we're going to let you guys know it takes a different state of mind to be both an innovator and a game changer. So for this next guest, we want to welcome up, I think they embody both of those things.
Uncle Fudge!
Mike. No, you need this one.
Yeah. This next track is called State of Mind, guys.
Yeah. Okay. Bet your bottom dollar when I get it, I won't waste a time. Boy,
a baller, so you'll never catch me wasting time. With my own ways, I ain't never had to wait to shine. Say I'm out and winning, boy, I tell them it's a state of mind. Bet your bottom dollar when I get it, I won't waste a dime. Wanna be a baller, so you'll never catch me wasting time. Made my own ways, I ain't never had to wait to shine. Say I'm out and winning, boy, I tell them it's a state of mind.
Giving every
Second, every minute,
and I'm
home I get to living. Mission for the children. Hey, come cleaner than the dishes in the kitchen. With my siblings, make some new traditions. Hey, got it, then I mean you gotta give it. About who got the diamonds, about who got the diamond. Shining way before the world decided I was winning. People till I die, like I've been from the beginning. Hey, bet your bottom dollar when I get it, I won't waste a time. Born to be a baller, so you'll never catch me wasting time. With my own ways, I ain't never had to wait to shine. Say I'm out and winning, boy, I tell them it's a state of mind. Bet your bottom dollar when I get it, I won't waste a time. Born to be a baller, so you'll never catch me wasting time. Made my own ways, I ain't never had to wait to shine. Say I'm out and winning, boy, I tell them it's a state of mind.
Girls ain't dope at rhyming, sorry, I ain't get the memo. Way too busy setting fire each and every instrumental. Way too busy living
Every dream up in my mental.
All that talent coming from that
Little house in Sacramento.
Big guard family where I go. I got home anywhere I go. Raised with this heart, brain, and pride. So take strong out
Get up and grow.
Learn to give your time a
Honey, never give away your soul.
Elevate your mind, there's even higher places we can go.
Bet your bottom dollar when I get it, I won't waste a dime. Wanna be a baller, so you'll never catch me wasting time. Make my own ways, I ain't never had to wait to shine. Say I'm out and winning, boy, tell them it's a state of mind. Bet your bottom dollar when I get it, I won't waste a dime. Wanna be a baller, so you'll never catch me wasting time. Made my own ways, I ain't never had to wait to shine. Say I'm out and winning, boy, I tell them it's a state of mind.
Ooh, they like my style. Child of an innovator, made a way to make a difference while we make a little paper. My family by my side, I'm down for any situation. Pack my bags for what? Man, I turn my life to a vacation. Go finding motivation off the coast out in Jamaica. I can make a hater hate and stand and give a warm ovation. Got a heart for all my people and a mind to rule the nation. Forever dedicated, boy, and thousand understatement. Yeah.
I know y'all see a bunch of kids, but
Yeah.
we've been at this for a long time.
Tell 'em, Mike.
See, when your heart aligns with your soul and mind, you'll find.
What?
Baby, it's your time.
Say what? Say what?
Big Mike, beat roar, getting all that I dream for. Music's all I wanted to do till dad told me I could be more. Each one gotta teach more. Bad vibes get detoured. Told my haters ain't no space. All the stars I dream for. Said them making waves, I told them more like a tsunami. Never gonna make a play, they'll run them more like origami. Ever trying to make a play before them apologize for Yami. You know Maserati, better party out in Bali, hey. Bet your bottom dollar when I get it, I won't waste a time. Wanna be a baller, so you'll never catch me wasting time. With my own ways, I ain't never had to wait in line. Say I'm out here winning, boy, I tell them it's a state of mind. Bet your bottom dollar when I get it, I won't waste a time. Wanna be a baller, so you'll never catch me wasting time. With my own ways, I ain't never had to wait to shine. Say I'm out here winning, boy, I tell them it's a state of mind.
Thank you guys for having us out here.
Thank you.
We're the Magical Rock Band, guys. Appreciate you guys.
Thank you guys for having us out.
Hey, y'all give it up for MRB at Magical Rock Band. Hey, y'all gotta follow him on Twitter, all the social media, at Magical Rock Band. That was my goddaughter up here. I was damn near in tears back there, like just to see their energy, like it's absolutely crazy, you know what I mean? And that's exactly what this space needs, you know what I mean? Which kind of leads into the next panel, you know what I'm talking about? We're gonna talk about recording. We just gotta set up the stage real quick, so just give us a couple minutes. We appreciate all your attention, and yeah, let's do it.
Yep. All right, I have no idea when crypto got so fun. I mean, wow. Wow. Are you guys hiring? You guys, I like that. MRB Jake, I don't know. Let's try that out. So we'll wait for recording. We have a panel coming up. They're going to set up their computer right now. And they said, Jake, talk about whatever you want. And I said, you know what? I'm good at that. So I do want to talk a little bit about cryptocurrency and just how early we are. This is a message that I always try to portray to everyone. And I think that everyone always gets lost in the fact that you're just too late. Back in 2017 when I was buying, I told you guys Bitcoin was at $3,000, Ethereum was at $300, and I was late then. Right now, Bitcoin's around $60,000, ETH's at $2,600. If people who are watching at home have not purchased cryptocurrency, you probably think you're still late. And you're probably going to think you're late until we do hit a $1 million Bitcoin, which is something that I do believe that's going to happen. But you have to realize this is a brand new industry. Cryptocurrency is only 15 years old. We're in our infancy stages. Right now, for the first time, we're having presidential candidates talk about cryptocurrency at crypto conferences. Donald Trump went to Nashville and was speaking very positively about cryptocurrency. RFK was also at the Bitcoin conference in Nashville talking about cryptocurrency. For the first time in history, and a lot of people in this room know this and watching at home, that the spot ETFs, the Bitcoin spot ETFs were approved this year, which is a huge deal, massive deal, as well as the Ethereum spot ETFs approved this year, which means that the SEC and their government are starting to get involved in cryptocurrency, which is an amazing thing. So you just have to understand where we're at in cryptocurrency, a brand new technology, and it's starting to get adopted by the masses, very, very slowly. I think we have a statistic that around 8% of the people in the world own cryptocurrency. And for some reason, America is way ahead. I don't know. I love America. God bless America. But we have about 45% of people in the United States own cryptocurrency. But when it comes to cryptocurrency, I just had a talk with my buddy Nadeem here, who's videographing. Shout out to Nadeem. But we were just talking about the importance when you are getting into cryptocurrency to always do your own research and understand what you're doing before you just throw your money in. That's the greatest way to lose money, right? Especially when you see it on the news, CNN, Fox News, everybody's saying that Bitcoin's going to $1 million and you throw money in, you're going to end up losing money, which is what we've seen a lot of people. And then when that happens, you walk away from cryptocurrency. So I just want to drive that point home, that we are so early. I like to think about it as if we got into the stock exchange back in 1920s. When it was about 10 years old. I mean, that's really where I believe that cryptocurrency is. And I look at the people that are talking about it. You're going to hear one of the smartest guys I've ever seen, Jesse Pollock, come on stage. I hope I can interview him properly because the guy's a genius. Like, he built Base Chain pretty much by himself. He has a great team. But you look at other people. I mean, crypto really has had a lot of success here in San Francisco. You have the Winklevoss brothers who built Gemini. They started Facebook. Little controversy there with Facebook and Mark Zuckerberg. We won't get into that. But they started the Gemini exchange here. Coinbase is here from San Francisco. So a lot of building and a big reason of why crypto is at where it's at today is because of San Francisco. So I'm happy to be back here in San Francisco, in this great city, with all you amazing people here today. So thank you for joining. It was a lot of fun, and I promise you it's going to get a lot better because we have Recordian coming up next whenever they're ready. Give it up for Recordian. Let's get it, ladies and gentlemen.
It's on? Hello? I just had to make sure it was working. Okay. I love all your beautiful faces, but I wish there were more people. I hear so many people downstairs talking that could be listening. But I'm happy for the people who are here. Hello, everyone. I know. Hello. Thank you. I love the energy. My name is Amanda. I am the Chief Innovation Officer for Recordian. And I will be, okay, you feel me? Okay, you better put some respect on my name. Okay, no, okay. It's not about me. It's about Recordian. I digress. So, I will be the moderator and Vanna White. Maybe before some people's time, but Vanna White was a thing. Okay, so before I get to going, because I will get going, we're actually going to have a video from our founder to basically just introduce us pre-introductions, okay? But I mean, it's gonna be hard to follow. The Magical Rock Band pretty much shut it down in here, so we'll try our best. You ready, video? Video, are we ready? Yes. Or I'll just entertain, and I'll do a little bit of this. Since there's nothing on the screen, and I didn't prepare for that. Okay, well, I'm not stand-up comedy or anything, but how's the front row doing today? You know what I like? Women on Base came in, they were talking about all their women empowerment. I was like, yes, I'm for that. And then look, a whole group of women. Beautiful faces in my face. Love it. This is what I like to see. I probably would have been a little, see? Finish my heart. Thank you. I mean, the guys, you guys are awesome too. I love y'all too. You know, you're important too, okay? I'm just, you know, up here shooting the shit. What other apps are out here? You know, well, how can we collaborate? You know, I would love to hear about these other apps since our, oh, yes.
Streaming gotta get.
Thank you.
Yeah, because I don't understand how the you get paid off of that shit. I mean, could somebody explain to me how you can get 1 billion streams and not get $1 million? That shit don't make sense to me. Like, I don't know who the running the streaming industry, if you in here or not. But Nick need to give us some information on how to track this money down. Right with a lot of us artists is that we do major numbers with streams and this shit, but it don't add up to the money. Like, what the is the money?
Universal has just pulled all of their artists off of TikTok. All the music is off TikTok. And you know what, TikTok? Shame on you. Shame on you for ripping off all of these artists. How dare you do that? That's Spotify's job. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Recording, yeah. Yo, in crypto we trust, but there's some rules to this game. So if you're new to this game.
Okay, so we have a couple founders. One of our founders is actually Idi Amin. I don't know if any of you have heard of him, but he is from the Outlaws, which was Tupac's group. So he is an OG in music, one of the original classics, and he's going to give us a message.
Peace, everybody. My name is Malcolm Edie Greenwich, and I want to thank you all for this time to present recording music. Organizers, attendees, the Onchain Summit, appreciate you guys once again. Get ready. We're about to bring something to you that you'll never forget. Like I stated earlier, my name is Malcolm Edie Greenwich, but I'm professionally known as Idi Amin of the Outlaws. Me and my group started in the early 90s with a guy some of you may know by the name of Tupac Shakur. He was my mentor, my childhood friend, and we built this thing together to what it is today, a historical rap group that is known worldwide. Unfortunately, my friend was tragically murdered in 1996. After that happened, we had to pick up the pieces and figure it out. We took some untraditional routes. One of those was becoming an independent mega group, and we achieved immediate success going that route, actually making more per CD than a lot of our competitors. Like most of you know, right around that time, when we were really starting to take off and achieve some success, after that tragedy, the music industry changed. Digital downloads became the thing. MP3s completely changed the landscape. We had to adjust to that, and we did. That brings us to nowadays. Even though we're still an independent group, we're still out there doing our thing independently in this new world, we realize that we're not getting the lion's share of the money for our blood, sweat, and tears, kind of like we used to in the 90s. Nowadays, artists are making a fraction of a penny for a song. Downloads, streams, whatever you want to call them, they're not paying like the physical CDs in the early 2000s. So that means things have to change once again, and that's why recording is here. Our vision and mission at Recording Music is to revolutionize the music industry through blockchain technology. My team and I at Recording has made the commitment to empower artists by creating a fair, innovative, and transparent ecosystem for music. Major artists such as Snoop Dogg and even Taylor Swift have come out and talked about the imbalance in the music industry as far as streams and what the artists are getting and what the major corporations are getting. It's definitely time for change, and that's why recording is here. I personally feel like Tupac would love recording and be excited about its potential. I'm excited about the future of recording. I know it's here to stay, and I know it will revolutionize the music industry by leveling the playing field for not only the artists, but the listener as well. I encourage you to have a good time this weekend at the Onchain Summit. Please connect with a lot of my team who will be there. Ask them a bunch of questions. That's what they're there for. And once again, thank you for your time.
All right. So unfortunately, as you saw, we had to have a video because he's at another huge event in LA, and so, you know, it's hard to be in both places, although that would be awesome. So now I'm gonna have my panelists come up and join, and we will do quick introductions, and then we will get into actually what recording is and why you all are listening and why it's important.
Yeah.
Mic check, 1, 2. Thank you, boo-boo.
Yeah. What's up, Frisco?
Don't jump the gun.
This is my city.
Check.
Okay, so
Check. Yep, we good.
these are my beautiful faces. We are gonna have introductions. They are going to go down the line because I feel like I would just not do them justice by myself. So I'm gonna actually have them do individual introductions, and we will start on the end and work our way this way. Please stick to name, title, and background. Gentlemen, thank you.
How y'all doing? My name is DeMarco Foster. Everybody calls me Foss. Stands for Freedom of Speech. I am the one of the co-founders for Recordian, and I am the CMO, so I am the Chief Music Officer.
You're up.
I'm DEO, stands for Doing Everything Official. I'm a San Francisco legend. Platinum plaques, gold plaques. I own a recording studio in San Francisco, and I am the director of artist relations at Recordian.
Okay, so now we got the alphabet together. Let's move
There you
on.
go. I think I might add to the alphabet a little bit. My name is Troy Matthews. You feel me? Professionally known as Troy LLF from the group Legends Live Forever. So I'm an independent artist. Also, I run artist development for a nonprofit called Project Level. San Francisco-based artist, man. If you're looking for me, you know, come find me, Troy LLF, everywhere. Check out the music, check out the movement.
My name is Hayon. I run Edutainment Pros. I'm the CEO there. We do programming in high schools, trying to teach kids the business of their creativity, which kind of led me to Recordian. My brother and I, we traveled the world helping kids in the slums and everything learn how to do the same thing. But I think more famously now, I'm known as Magical Rock Band Dad. So, yeah, that's probably just my introduction now.
They definitely shout you out a lot. I caught it. I was listening for real. Okay, so working our way back, can you all tell us a little bit about just how you got into working with Recordian, how you heard of us, what kind of drove you to being part of our project? Going with you.
Well, I think for us, it was kind of a no-brainer after talking to Foss because music independence is really hard, right? Do we have any artists in the crowd?
Artist
Yeah?
check.
Oh, yeah.
Or do you know artists?
Cheating.
Does anybody know artists? It could be anybody from a singer, rapper, producer, DJ, somebody who does actual
Right.
instruments.
Yeah, or just artists, period. They kind of have a tough go at it when trying to maintain your independence, right? And so one of the biggest things that kind of drew us into Recordian was just the idea of being able to keep our independence and understand what we want to do with the music industry at the level we want to do it while maintaining that independence. And so that's what kind of led us to Recordian as a whole.
Thank you, thank you. We're moving it down.
Yeah, and I think just being an independent artist here in the Bay Area, I work with DEO directly and stuff like that. He's my main engineer and everything. I've been recording at his studio for years. And Foss is one of his guys that he's always just telling me about. So when they told me about Recordian, it was something that I was just super interested in because I was just like, man, this is something that's going to help us for the future as independent artists to be able to put our music out and to be able to really just, you know, build another platform, something that, you know, we can have ourselves and we can eat on and actually know what's going on.
Yeah, and as a former artist myself, and just I'm always studying the landscape of just the music industry and everything. When I spoke to Foss about the initial idea, I realized that this is something that independent artists all over will need, because the relationships between the DSPs, Spotify, Apple Music, Tidal, and all that, it's a broken relationship, and a lot of artists just don't know it, and they just think it's status quo. And I don't fuck with that type of shit. I come to fuck up all systems, you know what I'm saying? So,
this is live. We're not beeping
In case there's any mothers
He,
watching, we beep that part.
Foss brought me in. Oh yeah, we live. Excuse me.
No, you're good. Go
I'm
on.
grown.
Just give me a
Sorry.
hard time.
Foss brought me in to bring in the artists locally, regionally, and potentially nationally and worldwide. And we working hard at that. One of the artists, the first artist I brought was Troy, and hundreds after that. So.
Well, I started off being an artist, right? And started off, you know, grinding it out, selling CDs, going to Broadway, Market Street, selling CDs, you know what I mean? And understanding that if I sold a CD, I got money right to my hand, right? Now we in this digital age that's long gone, and nobody really knows the equation of how it adds up. And I saw a huge disconnect, not only from me being an independent artist, but as you've seen Snoop, Edie, a lot of big artists don't know how it all adds up. And we've wanted to level the playing field and give artists back the control. You got to understand that without artists, there would be no Spotify, there would be no Apple Music, there would be nothing, right? And so why are the artists not getting their fair share?
Well, that's a good segue. Thank you all for giving the background. The reason why that's so important to know who's up here is because why do you care, right? Like, why do these people have any appropriate way to stand up here or sit up here and say what they have to say? So that's why it's really important to hear their background. You can always come up to them later and hear more. But for the sake of us moving forward, that is a good segue because our next question's around the challenges that are facing in the music industry. And I'm actually going to have my good friend DEO and Hayon answer this. Hayon's going to give a perspective of independent artists, and DEO will give a perspective of more of like the label corporate side. And so the actual question is, what are some major challenges that artists are facing today in the music industry outside of Web3?
You want to go first, D?
Yeah, I mean, I'll go first because, again, I've been an independent artist, and I manage an artist that's signed to Atlantic Records right now, Lil Kayla. And she was independent for years, and I've seen her get her first rap check, which was $300, and she damn near did a backflip off of that. And I also seen her make upwards of $14,000 a month off her music. Now she's signed to this major record label, and she's wondering why she's not getting those monthly checks anymore. And, I, as her manager, I advised her, and I'm kind of probably spilling too much, but I advised her not to sign the deal, but she wanted to be signed. And, I love the relationship and everything. I think the relationship is amazing, but in the Bay Area, and even now, just the landscape everywhere, the typical artist wants to be independent, and they just don't know it. And they don't find that out until they get signed to a label where they just a little bit more restraint on the things that they're capable of doing, that they can do legally and everything, and the freedom. So being an independent artist, you can partner with a Recordian or these other Web3 things that are coming up, you know what I'm saying, and make a lot more money and maximize on your celebrity, how big or small it is. Yeah.
Okay, so now we need the independent artists. Would you kind of touch on both?
How do you follow that, bro?
Sorry.
It's a segue. Yeah.
I think to add on to what my brother's saying is like the biggest thing is the reason why people join labels and things like that is to join the team, right? We need a team behind us. A lot of independent artists would love to remain independent, but it's hard because you don't have that team, right? And so I think if by creating spaces and stuff where we're able to also hire the team and maintain our independence, then it's the best of both worlds. For us personally, that's been the biggest challenge, is bringing on people that we can trust, and those people taking it and moving it with the passion that we have towards it. And so, fumble. So, that's another reason, to lead into recording. That's why we're so excited to be here. Yeah.
Well, that's great because that is exactly why we're here. Okay, so Foss is going to explain right now, how does Recordian fix or impact these challenges?
Well, first off, you got to give the power back to the artists, right? If the artist has control of their content and they understand where they're getting their money from, they're going to be more excited to get back into the studio to continue to create, right? If you have a clear understanding of how you're going to get paid, you're going to be motivated to make more money, to make more music, to make more money. And there's a huge disconnect, and that's why we created Recordian. Recordian has a distribution portal where artists have all the power. They have all the power to be able to upload their content, control their content, edit their content on the fly, and get rewarded. And not only that, we have a dope feature called Listen to Earn.
Don't go ahead.
Well, it just flows.
Yeah. Well, first, my next question was actually, how is Web 2 different from Web 3? Because that is another part of a challenge that people are facing. Like, what is the difference? Like, what does it matter? What is the comparison? So that's where you can start.
Okay. I apologize, Mom.
I'm strict. You can see I'm very strict.
Right. So, Web3, right? Smart contracts. We all know what smart contracts are, right? And so clear understanding is that those can't be changed. And so if I tell you that I'm gonna pay you 1 cent per stream, you're not gonna have to figure out how much you're gonna get paid. You just look at your streams, you add them up, and then that's what you're gonna make. And that's the power of transparency. And it's about educating people in this space, right? Educating creators, coming to a place where it's community driven and a place where artists can thrive. It's a healthy ecosystem. The happier artists, happier music, positive energy. It's a full circle.
Okay, so now, he did mention the listen to earn, which is what we're gonna move on to. All the amazing features we have. So it's like, why you all? Like, why should you all get involved? Like, how does it impact you, right? Because I know a lot of people downstairs are into the meme coin, which is amazing, and we are gonna work with y'all. But this is very different. And so it's like, okay, why would you choose it? What makes it so great? So, if I noticed that when we were asking the question around like artists, there weren't that many hands. That's okay. Because there's a whole feature just for the listener. And everyone in here, I'm assuming, how many people listen to music? Or a podcast? Okay, so most people are listeners of some type of content. So that then is how you all are now involved. You're stuck with us, unfortunately. So now I'm gonna pass it back, and now you can tell us about the amazing features.
Yeah.
Woo!
Really excited, really excited. We got a dope feature called Listen to Earn. Like Amanda said, it is an opportunity for fans to engage and get compensated for their time. We got to understand that, you know, artists are the ones who create the music, right? But the music is just music without the fans, right? The music has to transition to the fans. And if fans are compensated by listening to music, it's going to promote artist discovery. Because you're not going to want to listen to the same song over and over and over to be rewarded. You're gonna go out and find more music. So artists are gonna be discovered, and it's gonna promote a healthy ecosystem to do so. And the Listen to Earn feature, you know, we're a global platform, right? Music is the universal language of the world. I've been all over the world. I've been blessed to travel the world and tour and have songs with people in Vietnam, you know what I mean? I don't speak Vietnamese, but I got songs with dope Vietnamese artists. Same thing in Cuba. Africa, South Africa, Kenya, you know, the list goes on. And one thing that I understand is that if the artist can impact the listener and the listener gets rewarded, they're gonna be more inclined to support that artist, not only just with their streams, but they're gonna be constantly engaged with other things that they have going on. Can I go into like our ecosystem?
I want to piggyback off of that though.
Okay.
Just so I don't know if anybody listens to Spotify in here. I'm a avid Spotify listener. I've been using Spotify since they started, and they have a playlist called Rap Caviar. Rap Caviar is the #1 playlist on Spotify. But if you study that playlist, the same like maybe 10, 15 artists gets rotated on that playlist yearly. You never find any new artists on that playlist or anything. Spotify is forcing you to fall in love with Ian or Forbats or whoever, you know, you can name any artist. They force you. So they just figured out how to run ads on Spotify, right? And I have artists, I run ad campaigns on all platforms, YouTube, Instagram, and everything. And I've ran ads on Spotify. I tested it, $100. The click rate is like 1.5% off of $100. And you don't get to choose where, you don't get to choose the profile, the listener profile. You don't get any of that stuff. So with recording, you get a detailed profile of what your fan could potentially look like, and that's important. I just wanted to add that.
No, absolutely, absolutely. It's all about understanding the demographic of where your streams are coming from, getting that analytics, because that way you know where to promote yourself. Like DEO said, if I know that I'm getting a whole bunch of streams in Budapest, then I'm gonna go do a concert in Budapest, right? Like that just makes sense. But having those analytics, having those detailed information is really gonna help an artist thrive.
I want to add to that too, because it's all about transparency at the end of the day. As artists, we just want to understand what's going on. I keep on hearing this A word all over the place. It's this algorithm, right? Like,
Algorithm is trash.
Right. So like, what does that mean? How does that translate? And then even more so, the more you go into an artist that really just wants to create art, the less they're gonna know about that type of world. So what I love is just the transparency that the company offers, their ability to walk you through things and understand, and also the ecosystem of education that goes around. Being at events like this is already helping my kids learn more and thrive more from you guys all being willing to teach them and give them wisdom, right? And so that's what I appreciate is all the transparency.
One more. So sorry, because I'm getting triggered. The algorithm is luck. Like, for real though. Like, I distribute a lot of music, and I study the analytics or whatever, and I would have an artist on release day naturally would get maybe like an automatic 500 streams on day one. And you're like, oh shit, it's about to get popping. And you think it would trigger the algorithm. Like on Spotify, Apple Music, there's this thing called radio. Like you click your favorite song and then you click the 3 dots and you go, I want to hear this artist's radio. But if you go to Drake's radio, they might throw in like a Nicki Minaj or a Lil Wayne because it's what the algorithm says it is. And you would think that a new artist that gets organically 500 streams, 1,000 streams on the first day or the first weekend, you think it's going to trigger that algorithm. But you don't even know how. You don't even know how to support it. You don't know how to pour gasoline on that fire or anything. So that algorithm word is something that they kind of like trick artists to thinking like you got to trigger the algorithm. But there's no quantifiable way you can trigger an algorithm. So.
No, facts.
Okay, so yes, all that is very important. And what other features are we offering with Recordian that people in the audience can either follow, get into, understand? What else can we learn about Recordian?
Well, number one, we have an artist distribution portal, right, where artists have full control. Like I said, they can upload their content. We also have our own ad studio where Web 2 and Web 3 companies can advertise as well as the artists. So you got a new song, a new album, you're able to run ads right here on Recordian directly to your fans, to other fans, listeners and whatnot, to be able to support yourself. We also have the Listen to Earn feature, which is super dope because the fans are getting, compensated for listening to music. We have an exclusive music NFT marketplace as well. So just about NFTs is that, a lot of artists don't even know what NFTs are, right? And so how do you find out about what an NFT? Well, you're gonna have to Google and do some research. And you'll come to find out that, okay, well, let's use Snoop, right? Snoop is probably one of the highest streaming rappers in the world, right? And a lot of his fans probably don't even know that he has NFTs, right? Because they're not centrally located where his music is located. You're gonna have to go find it in different platforms and so forth. Where right here with Recordian, we have our own music NFT marketplace where it's centrally located. So the fan not only can listen to the music, they can find out about NFTs that the artist has, right? They can find out about concerts and shows and so forth and merch, all centrally located in one place. So it keeps the user engaged on the platform. They don't have to click off of anything. Everything is right there and inclusive. And that's very, very powerful for an artist.
Okay, so a lot of this sometimes is over my head. I just want to make money. What is my payout? What is my payout?
All right, let's get down to the nitty gritty, right?
Let me set it up. Okay. So on Spotify, and I'm picking on Spotify, sorry. 1 million streams is roughly about $4,000 on Spotify.
If they decide to pay you that, depending on
and
the
it
pool.
depends on your distributor, and it depends if they artists got all their shit together. You could probably make a lot more off of that song, but not from Spotify. But directly from Spotify, through your distributor, you're gonna make roughly about $4,000.
And is that 1 million streams on one song or 1 million streams on a whole?
Collectively, so if you got 1 million songs, they get 1 stream, whatever. But yeah,
for sure. So, and not only just to give us some segue is that you can't just upload your music as an artist directly to Spotify, right? There's no portal for you to upload. You have to go through a distribution platform.
An aggregator, yeah.
You got to go through a third-party content, right? And so that requires some funding up front or some funding off the back end that you're giving up, right? So having our own distribution portal allows the artists to be able to upload their content directly. So the power goes back into the artist's hand. So out the gate, right? An artist does not have to pay a dime. They're gonna be making $5,000 per 1 million streams, right? We're gonna give you a free NFT. If you decide to invest in yourself, you can up that to about $7,000 per 1 million streams. If you really, really popping and you want to really invest, you can make 1 cent per 1 million streams. So that'll be $10,000 per 1 million streams, which is like not even close. And so that right there off top, it excites the artist, right?
Spotify is 0.0007.
So that's like a fraction of a, what did you say, point what?
0.0007.
CEO came in with the math today, boy.
That's crazy, right? So not even 1 cent, right? So we're trying to, I don't even like to use the words like be fair, but it's a huge improvement. And as we grow, those numbers will grow, right? Mark my words, those numbers will grow. I would love to be able to get to a point where we're paying artists $1 a stream, right? That'd be absolutely amazing. And I believe it could be possible with bass, with the power of, you know, a community that believes in this platform and that supports, you know, the artist's overall health and wealth, right? A happy artist is gonna continue to create dope music. Now let's talk about the listener, right? As a listener, there's 3 different NFTs that you can purchase. Off top, it's just absolutely free. You can listen to the music on the platform and you will be listening to ads and whatnot. So you can either listen to the ads as a free listener, or you can pay for a subscription base where you don't have to listen to ads at all. But if you want to engage and actually get compensated for your time, then you can purchase an NFT. So we have 3 tiers of NFTs. One tier is going to pay you $10 a month. The other tier is going to pay you $20 a month, and the other top tier is going to pay you $30 a month. So we're talking about a global situation. Is that $30 USDC? We pay out in USDC. $30 in the Philippines, in Nigeria, in South Africa. That's life-changing. 30 US dollars goes a long way in other countries. And so you have to talk about the global impact that it's gonna have about empowering people around the world, right? That money is gonna put food on someone's table for a week or so, and the money stretches. And so people are gonna listen to music regardless. Like, you guys all raise your hands, and a lot of you probably pay $9.99 to listen to Apple Music. You guys, stream this like this, and so therefore, you're spending $20, $30 on different platforms. Those platforms aren't paying you for your time. They're not compensating you. They're just taking from you, and they're taking from the artists. So it's time to get back. It's time for you guys to take control, and it's time for the artists to have their fair share as well.
And also, disclaimer, we're not against Spotify. Just want to put that out there. We just know.
Wait, say that again?
He said it.
I didn't say it, he said it.
So we're not against them, but it's the most familiar brand to a lot of folks, right? And so hopefully the idea is that in your music libraries, it'll say, for now, and then we'll surpass them, but for now it will say Spotify, iTunes, Recordian, and then it'll be Recordian, Spotify, iTunes, right? Eventually, right? So the idea is that it's so familiar, and then also it's just another form of currency, right? So we're not really competing against Spotify. They're not really actually our competition. We just use that because it's familiar for folks. But just to put it out there, it's not really our competition because there is no competition.
Hey. And as artists, we'll tell you guys ahead of time, we appreciate you.
We do.
Well, yeah, I was going to say.
Staying and listening too. So we're almost done.
I just want to say, an artist like Troy should be able to make a living off of his core fan base. Every time he does a show, and I'm speaking in real life, every time he does a show, whether it be in Frisco, Oakland, San Jose, wherever, he's getting 200 souls in that room. If you can get 200 people to get up, get dressed, take a shower, brush their teeth, walk outside their house, and go into a venue, get pat down by some perv security dude, and all the shit, and watch him perform, he should be able to make a living off of that because he's getting these people to engage with him whenever he pops out, and he doesn't do that many shows. You know what I'm saying? So getting 200 people to support him on a monthly basis, he should be making 6 figures a year, I feel like. So.
Well, that's a good point. We're advocates, clearly. So while we're talking about Troy's actually going to give us some real life feedback, like a Yelp review with live and direct, honest feedback. We've never heard the feedback yet. He's going to tell us about how he's already tried out Recordian because we are in beta, So he's already tried it out, and he's going to tell us a little bit about his experience. So you all can see that this is in real life right now, review.
Yeah, real life review.
Tell them what I told you to say.
I was just going to say, we ain't prep for this or nothing. But I think recording is it's a great thing because I've used the DSPs and everything. You know, I've used the Empires. I've used the Distro Kids, you know, symphonic distribution and everything. And it's just like that. But what it is it gives you the access to do what you want to do with your stuff. You feel me? So it gives you actually like the stats. It's easy to upload where literally you could sit there on the computer. I literally had my hard drive plugged up and just transferred everything over, all my singles and everything to the music and stuff. And what I also love is that, you know, getting paid, like he said, he just told me today that they bumping it up to where we're gonna be making $1. I'm like, oh, that's another thing that we're gonna push. But then having the listeners actually have something that they can actually earn money and everything like that, that's another selling point for artists like me, where I can go in and be like, what's up, man? You wanna listen to my music? I just dropped a new album on recording and everything, and you getting paid to listen to it. You feel me? How many people gonna pull their phone out and be like, oh, I get paid to listen to this? What I gotta do? You feel me? So it's like, that's another incentive, and I think it could just go far. But I feel like it's so easy for artists and everything. I'm trying to get all my friends, all the artists that I work with, manage and stuff, to do it as well, just because I'm like, man, it's gonna be something that you wanna do. I think D said it best when he was like, everybody wanna get signed to a label, but knowing when you get signed to that label, you lose a lot of the control, you feel me? So I think just being able to have recording, and it's like, if I want to, I can decide tomorrow I don't want to be an artist no more and just leave that there and just collect for the rest of my life and stuff like that without nobody taking their little portion off the top and stuff like that. So that's something that I just experienced, and I'm just like, I can't wait for it to go live so I can really push it and we can really eat from it for sure.
Love that. Absolutely love that. So we're about to wrap up. Foss, is there any closing remarks that you would like to contribute that we have not talked about? You want our audience to know?
Yeah, definitely follow us on Twitter at @Recordian_music. We'll be having our public sale very soon. We're going to be launching our R Music, so that's the letter R Music token on bass. We're extremely excited. Just the love that we have received from the bass community is just absolutely, there's no comparison. You know, I'm not going to talk about the blockchain that we were going to launch on, but I will because it was Pulse Chain. Don't make that face. Don't make that face. Not talking shit about nobody, but yo, the community was not like this, right? They not like us, and that's some real shit. And you see all of us walking around with the shirts, is that nobody supports like bass. Like, this is some real shit. You guys are real people in the flesh, live and direct, and it's just a I mean, it's just a breath of fresh air to be able to walk up to somebody and be like, what's up? Oh, you're Young Peasy, or you're Brett? Oh, okay, but you're a real face. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's what's up. And so, like, it just, to have that community, being able to talk to Jesse, like, up in person, like, just chopping it up was just, man, that was the highlight of my day. And to be able to get the support from the community is just, like I said, it's absolutely amazing. We're extremely blessed. So our public sale will be coming up very soon. Stay tuned. Keep us on the lookout at Recordian Music. Like I said, at @Recordian_music. You can go to our website, recordianmusic.com. We have a booth downstairs. Come get a free headphone NFT. You know, we got some giveaways, and we just want to engage. We want to, you know, work with you guys. If you guys got some ideas for us, trust me, we don't bite. Talk to us. We love to network and build and help, you know, you guys build as well. Like, music, like I said, is the universal language of the world, right? So if you can communicate through music and promote your brand, promote what you're doing through our ad studio, or we can, you know, do some live events and bring MRB out and bring some other dope artists out to support your event, to hype it up, to bring that culture to the space. Like, that's what it's all about, us all working together, and that's what we are at Recordian.
Support local artists, too. Independent local artists. If you know any artists that's struggling or whatever, it's nothing to stream their music, you know. Support local artists.
Straight up. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. We really appreciate
y'all. Thank you very much. Hey, MRB Jake. Nah.
Check, check. All right, guys, we're going to resume here in a second. We're going to resume in a minute, ladies and gentlemen. If you guys want to grab your seats, we're going to resume. We're in the final stretch. And tonight we do have poker night as well, blackjack night. That's going to start at 7 p.m. right next door. And once everybody comes in, everybody's downstairs, grabbing some food, grabbing some drinks. They'll fill in here in just a second. Shout out to Recordian. A really, really great presentation. Shout out to you guys. I actually have some friends that are musicians, and they struggle with it. They always talk about Russ, an independent artist, right? Russ is the one, he's been independent from the start, but it's like, it's tough to do that, to start independent, because the record labels, they do assist you, and obviously Spotify, Apple Music, like you said. So I like what you guys are doing, and there's been some music companies that have started that try to make it into the blockchain. No one's done it right, so I'm rooting for you guys, and you guys have my support, so. And next up, ladies and gentlemen, coming from the mainland of China. He came all the way here from China. I don't even know how long the flight was, 25, 30 hours? Something like that. He came in all the way here to talk about his project, Avagachi. Avagachi. So let's go ahead and welcome in Coder Dan.
Gotcha gang, all right. I'm looking at this crowd, and this is the most bass crowd I've ever talked to, so hell yeah. Woo, bass. Let me get my gotcha here, there we go, all right, so my name is Coder Dan, AKA Dan. I'm the CEO of Pixelcraft Studios. We are the lead developers of Avagachi. First off, anyone here ever heard of Avagachi? Woo, all right, hell yeah. And also, I want to ask any gamers here in the house today. Got a lot of gamers, all right. Because we're going to be talking about gaming. It's going to be a little bit of tech involved. We're going to be talking about L3s, L2s, L1s, very kind of blockchain. So I'm gonna try to break it down for everyone here. We got a very exciting talk, though. A lot of alpha in this talk. So feel free to take, record it, take pictures, whatever you want to do. And we're going to have some cool stuff at the end. So stay tuned. So the title of today's talk is Based Members Only Gaming L3s. It's a mouthful. What we're trying to do here is we want to pave the way for mass adoption of crypto gaming on Base. We love Base, we love crypto gaming, and we want more people to share in this vision of basically what I see is like being able to play games and just like chill and make money. And that's what a lot of us are doing here in crypto. And like being able to justify that and be like, I'm playing games, but I'm making money. That's what I think is really interesting about the crypto gaming space and what we've done with Avagachi. So let's get into it. Before we talk about the L3 stuff, I want to give a little bit of context for what we're going to be talking about. A few stats. So first of all, did you guys know that blockchain games are on average 23 times more transactions than DeFi? Like that's a lot of transactions. When you're doing a DeFi transaction, you might do a swap or something. But when you're playing a game, you're doing a lot of transactions. It's very taxing on the chain. Okay, so that's stat number one. Stat number two, if you ever played a crypto game, you probably know that a lot of the users on these crypto games are actually like just bots. They're computers and they're running these like scripts and they're kind of botting the game, which is not good in general. If you're trying to make a crypto game and there's like one guy running like 1,000 accounts, that's not good for your crypto game. It's not gonna be sustainable. Your token's probably gonna go to zero. So that's a really big problem. And from what I've seen, 40 to 90% of all the accounts in crypto gaming are bots. So that's not good for our industry. There's this word called Sybil attack, which basically means a bunch of bots, a bunch of multi-accounters that are like attacking your protocol all at the same time. And if you guys follow airdrops and things like ZK, the ZK token, Layer 0, like there was one airdrop that they did that had industrial farmers there were 60,000 of these accounts controlled by one guy farming these protocols. And obviously when they get those tokens, they're not gonna hold them, they're gonna dump them. So that's not good for our industry, and it's something that we at Avagachi are really, really intent on trying to find a solution for. So the question basically becomes, how can we give out tokens to people, which is great for user acquisition while also not being sibbled and getting all these botters and multi-accounters, like basically draining our protocol treasuries. But before we get to that answer, we're going to talk a little bit about L3s, because it's a hot topic these days. If you guys are ever on X and you're kind of following the latest narratives, L3 is a really popular topic. So what the hell is an L3? Let's talk about it. There's an amazing article. If you're interested in this topic and want to do more research on it, there's an amazing article by Coinbase Ventures that talks about L3s. I'm not going to link to that, but a lot of the information in this talk does come from that. They like to think of L3s as on-chain servers. Basically, they are separated from L1, which is like, we think of it as Ethereum or Solana, and then there's L2s, which is more like that's a base. Base is an L2 that settles to Ethereum, a little bit technical, but L3s are a layer on top of that, and they're essentially like a server. They're separated from the L2s. If there's like a bunch of volatility and gas gets really high on an L2, the L3 is not affected. We can keep doing our gaming as just like we were doing it before. So it's like a separation. And L3s really benefit by the on-ramping that you get from an L2. So for example, with Coinbase, they have amazing on-ramps that we've all used. And this is not live yet, but it's a little bit of alpha. There will eventually be a future where you can get a token that you have on Coinbase, and you'll be able to use it on something like an L3, very seamless, very frictionless, and that's like one part of the future that that Coinbase is working on. So part of the kind of the thesis or the narrative is that we, as an industry, are steadily approaching this blockchain app store moment. Okay, what does that mean? First of all, like we all remember probably when the App Store came out, apps started exploding. Everyone was going crazy over these different apps, and adoption of the mobile phone technology, went up and to the right. It was crazy. We haven't really had that moment yet for crypto. The fact that we're all still kind of early here means that we haven't had that moment, and that is a part of the narrative that Coinbase and Base are also talking about. They want to be the catalyst to have that app store moment. And the only way that we get there is if we can have these low or no fee on-chain environments. Because like no one is gonna be doing hundreds or thousands of transactions like we all do on our phones every day, paying a little bit of gas each time. Like this is not gonna happen. So if we wanna be able to get to that moment, we need to have on-chain environments that have state but are really, 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 really cheap. And that's essentially what L3s are going to be enabling. On top of that, with an L3, you also have these like really interesting tokenomics and utility that you can do by having your community's token. For example, like for us, it's Ghost, but you might have a Boomer or a Doomer or like a degen token. Anyone here have on Farcaster, have degen? So degen was kind of some of the pioneers of this, but it's a really cool use case to have your community's token as the gas token for your L3. It kind of aligns everyone's incentives. We're all trying to go in the same way and bring utility to that token. So that's essentially why you want to have an L3. The only way we're going to get to this App Store moment is if we have L3s. And by the way, we're not going to go, there's probably not going to be L4s, L5s, L6s. L3 is essentially where the buck stops. Like we don't need anything beyond an L3. So for the next thing is like that we talked about, okay, our title was members only gaming L3s. Why I want to talk about real quick, why are L3s a perfect match for gaming? You've seen, if you guys follow gaming at all, you've seen Apex and Pirate Nation. You might have seen Senko, which is also their own gaming L3. And you're gonna start seeing more and more gaming projects, especially creating their own L3s. And that's because with an L3, you have super quick block time. You don't have to wait like 1 or 2 seconds. It's basically instant. It's super snappy. You also have basically no gas fees. So for a gaming project with 23 times the amount of transactions of a DeFi app, you can't have gas fees, or they have to be super, super small. You can also kind of control who is going to deploy on your network, and that's really important because on public networks, you get these people coming on and they deploy these kind of like farming games that end up just basically spamming the network with a bunch of transactions. Everyone's gas gets really high, and it's a bad experience for everyone. So with an L3, you can kind of control who's going to deploy on your L3, which is really important. And finally, like I mentioned again, gaming especially, most games have their own token, and so you have this ecosystem alignment where you're using your game's token as the gas token. People are holding it, and it's bringing new utility to the token. So that's why we would have gaming L3s. Now, finally, the last part here, why specifically are we so bullish on base and what I like to call based gaming L3s? Well, as you can see here in this chart, base, the activity on base is like up and to the right. Like we're kind of having that app store moment, but not quite. When we finally get to that moment, like this peak right here is gonna look like that on the chart. It's gonna be so insanely high when we finally get to that moment that activity on base right now, it's gonna look so small. So we're super bullish on what base is doing, and the fact that it's like a very consumer-facing chain, and also that Coinbase has 100 million registered users on the platform. When they start tapping into that even more and more, it's going to be really, really breathtaking. So we're excited. Any L3 we believe should strongly consider aligning themselves with Coinbase and with Base by settling to Base, and that basically means inheriting the security of Base by writing some of your transactions to the chain. It's a kind of a technical thing. The other part is that Base and Coinbase, like I mentioned a second ago, they have these amazing on-ramps that they're working on, and eventually it will be a totally seamless experience to go from Coinbase Smart Wallet, which we all got going into this event. You'll be able to go there and have a token on there and be able to seamlessly go to any chain that settles onto Base. That's going to be very exciting. And again, also just Base, they've been doing an amazing job scaling the chain. It's been really, really fun to watch the Base team, Jesse Pollack and all the really hard working team at Base scaling all of this type of activity and making sure that gas stays at a reasonable level for everyone on the chain. Because not every chain has been able to do that. So, and finally, just the Base team and our community here is amazing. We've been having great conversations with everyone here at this event, and if you would like to chat after the talk, feel free to come and chat with me. So real quick, putting it all together, what does this mean? Why are we talking about this? Well, we actually just a few days ago announced that we are creating a based gaming L3, and its name is Geist. Geist means German. It means ghost in German, which is fitting because our project, Avagachi, has kind of these cute little, you guys can see them here, these cute little ghost digital collectibles. So Geist is the first members-only blockchain built for gaming. So now we're going to come back and talk real quick about what I talked about at the beginning, which is the members-only part. But real quick about Geist, just the stack in case you guys, are developers or interested as a potential meme token if you wanted to think about doing this for yourself. Here's real quickly is our stack. So we're built with Arbitrum Orbit, which gives you basically instant block confirmation. We're settling to Base, which aligns us with this incredibly Base community. We're powered by Alchemy Rollups. Alchemy, shout out to them. They're amazing. They power like 70% of all the stuff that we're doing. You might never have heard of them, but they're super amazing over there. We're using Socket for our chain abstraction that's going to let you go between Base and Geist and other chains. Third Web for account abstraction, which gives you this really seamless user experience. And finally, Ghost as our gas token, which is our Coinbase listed utility token of Avagachi. So the key differentiator and why we're building this chain is because, like I talked about at the beginning, there's this massive issue in crypto gaming where you have like a crypto economy where you're giving out these rewards. You have a token, people are playing the game, and they're earning rewards. But because most of the games out there, or all of the games out there, are kind of an open system. And that means that anyone can come in, and even if you ban them for like multi-accounting, it doesn't matter, because they're just gonna spin up 1,000 new accounts, and they're gonna keep bodying your game until it's not profitable to do that anymore. And that's what we've seen in just a ton of games out there. So we actually had our own experience with this back in 2022. We had our own crypto game that was like the first version of some of the games that we've been creating, and it got like botted very hard. So we learned a lot from that experience, and we're not gonna do that again. So that's why we're kind of making this members-only blockchain. Yeah, so this is gonna, if you look at this image over here, it's whack-a-mole, and that's essentially what happens when you are building a crypto game. People are always trying to just steal your rewards, basically. So with Geist, it's the first members-only blockchain, and we'll talk about exactly how to become a member in just a sec. But real quick, what is Aavegotchi? We've talked about Aavegotchi a lot. We are a lot of things, but at the end of the day, we're an on-chain gaming universe that focuses on interoperability between your asset. That means basically you can have one Aavegotchi digital collectible, or NFT as they used to be called before the term got canceled. You have one of these Aavegotchis, and you can use it in all of our games. We have 8 games. This is just a small smattering of them. All 8 games that we're working on. We have community-built games made by our community developers, and they're all building these amazing games around this single Aavegotchi asset. Our motto has basically become, use what you own across every game you play, which is like one of the original philosophies of NFTs was that you could take your NFT and play like every game. Now, unfortunately, that did not become kind of the reality that we live in, but it's our vision, and that's what we're trying to project into the world and actually make that a reality. So that's really, really in a nutshell what Aavegotchis are. Aavegotchis themselves are on-chain pets that you're basically raising your pet and keeping it alive and making it love you. So you have these kind of Neo-pets or Tamagotchi-esque avatar that you're bringing to all these different games and playing games with it. It's very wholesome. And so with Aavegotchi, we also have like a really big reward campaign that we're working on. And so for us, it's extremely important that we don't have this Sybil attack that I was talking about earlier. Otherwise, the reward campaign is not really going to work. So the Geist membership, it's a very new model. We're pretty much the first pioneers of this idea, but it's the idea that there aren't like unlimited invites. It's very exclusive. The invites are limited by design, and that means if you're familiar with how a lot of like referral programs work, you generally have your code and you give that code to people, and as many people can sign up as there are out there. That's a big issue with crypto gaming because you're going to get these multi-accounters. So in our design, the invites are limited, which means there's only going to be a finite amount of invites at any given time, and once you redeem that invite, you can't get another one. Essentially what that's going to unlock is if someone gets banned in our game for breaking the rules, they can't just spin up 1,000 more accounts. So it makes people kind of think more and be a little bit more picky about who they invite into our ecosystem, which is good. The philosophy here is kind of like a nightclub. You're not just gonna let anyone into your nightclub because that's gonna, a lot of people come in and they they'll ruin the vibe. So essentially we've taken that principle and we've applied it to a blockchain. So how are we gonna give these invites out? First of all, Aavegotchi NFT holders are gonna be, they're our core community. They've been with us for many years. Some of them have been with us for 4 years. So these are like hardcore community members, really, really deeply involved in the project, and they're going to be the ones that are receiving the initial batch of invites. But you could also pick up an Aavegotchi today and be eligible for that airdrop as well. We'll also be doing these like limited batches of invites that will be given out to KOLs, people who have their own communities, partner projects, and things like that. But again, it will be kind of limited on a limited scale. It's not just going to be a free-for-all, because otherwise that would undermine what we're trying to do. And the membership program itself will be, it's going to be a paid program. So people they'll be invited, they'll redeem their invite code, and there will be a membership fee to be able to basically get into our exclusive little blockchain and start earning all these rewards that we're going to be giving. So we have a very different philosophy than what you might see out there in a lot of crypto gaming. Our philosophy is basically steady and intentional growth. We're not trying to have that unbounded kind of extremely viral moment where we get botted and everything goes like that and then goes and goes back down. We want to have more kind of steady intentional growth. So for today, because you guys are here, everyone here is super based. You're part of the base community. So we actually have we're not going to be doing this a lot, but because this is pretty much the kind of a celebration of this event and everyone being here, we actually have a special invite that is, if you scan this QR code, it's going to go to a type form. And if you fill out that type form with your email and your wallet, and then you go and mint a free NFT on Zora, you will be basically added to a special list of, I'll move over so everyone can scan it. You'll be added to a special list of people that signed up to this during the Onchain Summit. And you'll get it'll be very easy, a much higher priority to get an invite to Geist when it does launch. Any developers in the house, it could be anything, feel free to also scan this, and you can apply to build on Geist, a DApp, or a game, whatever. We also have a very active DAO. It's a decentralized autonomous organization with a pretty sizable treasury, and they love funding dApps and tooling and games around Aavegotchi. So if you have a really cool idea, there's also a good chance that you could actually get some funding from our DAO. And finally, I just mentioned earlier this Ghost token. This is our token. It's a beautiful token, and it's the governance token of Aavegotchi. It's also going to become the gas token of Geist. And if you are interested in picking up tokens here at this event, it is listed on Coinbase and Binance and many dexes and exchanges that you might enjoy using. It's got a 50 million supply, fully diluted. We've never had any VCs in our project, so fully community funded. And what I like to think is a good example of how to do things right in crypto. So anyway, thanks for attending my talk here. Thank you. All right. And feel free to follow me on X and also Aavegotchi. And here's the QR codes that I put out in a second ago. So thank you guys so much, and thank you from my Aavegotchis.
One more hand for Aavegotchi. He came all the way from China. China for this. All the way from China.
Yes, sir.
All right, guys, next, this guy has a long list, a long resume, so I'm going to read off my phone, but this is the most pro-crypto politician that we have ever seen in our entire life, really. I think the first pro-crypto politician, and I'm excited. Hold on, I gotta read it off before I bring him up. Long list of accomplishments. So this has been Berkeley City Council member, where he invented blockchain bonds and was the governor's appointee to the California Blockchain Working Group, where he called on California to adopt the following legislation: CalCoin, Blockchain Innovation Zone, a digital asset bank, DAO corporate personhood, MTL reform, token definition clarity, blockchain muni bonds, cannabis blockchain banking, cannabis blockchain sandbox, and blockchain public DeFi bank. So put your hands together, guys. Let's welcome up Ben Bartlett. Ben, how we doing?
Hey, Jake. Thank you, brother. Of course. Awesome.
Excited for this, man. So I had a chance to talk to Ben backstage, and I said, when did you get into cryptocurrency? He said 2016. And he said, word for word, I was one of the first, if not the first, pro-crypto politician. So tell us a little bit about your story and what you're trying to do.
Yeah, well, thank you, Jake, and thank you, Kevin, and the base team. We're going to be here. Really, really thankful. I got to say, the culture today is amazing. You know, the sneakers downstairs, the rap and the music, the young people, the doing it. You know, I wish we could be at the Olympics and redo the breakdancing part. Is Australia in the house? but so listen, the reason why, all jokes aside, the reason why I'm in this game as a leader and as a lawyer and as a legislator is you can jump off from breakdancing straight to it, because in the late 70s, when breaking came out, was a time of great recession in America, great transformation of wealth and poverty, and that's when you saw the permanent dislocation of have and have not in America. So now in 2024, America has less upward mobility than most of Europe. If you're poor here, you're gonna stay poor in America, and the rich get richer. And the older generations have declared war on the younger ones. So at this point, we're trending towards the average American having a zero net wealth. Zero net wealth, like in 15 years. So I feel that's all of our duty, especially if you're in government, to address that, number one, to make sure that wealth is created where there was none, and to bridge that gap. And in my life, I've seen nothing that can accomplish that except for cryptocurrency right now. When have you ever had a chance to be a part of something new that's imaginative, that's inclusive, and can create wealth? So this is my driving impetus in my work, to create these scenarios for the people to grow, right? The people. That's my mission.
I love it. I think everybody here. Yeah, a round of applause for that. We really do need more pro-crypto politicians and breakdancers. We need that too. And I actually lived in San Francisco. I lived in California. I just moved to Florida, but before I got into cryptocurrency, it was so hard for me to make ends meet, especially in this city, in San Francisco. I mean, my rent was $5,000 a month, and it was a one bedroom that me and my buddy turned into a two bedroom. And you have to think about the mothers out there, the single mothers with 3 kids, working multiple jobs, trying to make ends meet. It's tough, and I think you said a valuable point where the net equity, the net worth in 15 years will probably be zero. Let's take a step to look at what's happening in El Salvador, right? A very pro-crypto country. They're giving every single citizen in El Salvador Bitcoin to get started. The country itself is buying Bitcoin on a daily basis. Obviously, it's different from what we can do here, grassroots here in Berkeley. But what's your plan? How are you trying to get people involved in crypto in order to change what's going on now?
Well, the key thing, honestly, is so there's a two-pronged problem, right? And I discovered this through trying to solve homelessness in Berkeley 7-8 years ago, where there was no money to develop it. We felt that there was a threat of lack of funding to come down the pipe to make homeless housing, and this was the beginning of the homeless crisis. We had 2 people die in the streets that year, and so we realized, okay, wait, so you have poor people and then poor infrastructure, and you pull out, that's everywhere. That's bridges, that's roads, sewers, everything's hospitals. Everything you see is decrepit and not been invested in, and we need to rebuild everything, just like we need to rebuild people. So what we came up with was to create a new form of bond. Without getting too complicated here, but a bond that's cheap and easy to buy, leveraging this technology, like a tokenized bond, right? So that an ordinary person can have a small bond, $10, $5, $50, $100, piece of a dam or a bridge or a road, and get income off that. In that case, we solve both instances, right? We build infrastructure, we build wealth. And so that's what's been happening. And so since we launched that concept 8 years ago, it's starting to take off. And I know there's small jurisdictions happening now, and it's growing. So that is the future, where people own a piece of the built reality.
Very beautiful. I just moved out of California. I might move back here just so I can vote for you.
Thank you.
I might move back so I can vote for you. So it's the truth. So why is there such a gap? Why are you one of the only politicians speaking about crypto? Obviously, we just saw Trump at the Bitcoin conference talking about crypto, but why do you think that there is this gap where certain people in politics think it's for criminals and not good, where other people like you are more accepting of it?
I'm from Berkeley, and I guess my mother's a Black Panther, and I'm down with the renegades. It's just, and if it's new, and it cuts to the quick of the problem, I'm down. I'm with it. I'm with it every time. So, I recognized that when it happened, when I saw it burgeoning, and I knew there's a new way to do it because, I know money. I also, I've studied money. I worked in banking. I know money, and I know money's not moving, right? So every day I get up thinking about how can I make this money move into new hands? And so I saw it, did it. Here we are.
I like it. And, obviously we saw what happened in 2020 with the US dollar, with the US government. They're able to print as much as they want, right? We saw inflation, which we're seeing now, very, very hyperinflationary. When we look at Bitcoin, there will only be 21 million Bitcoin ever, right? It's a deflationary currency. What currencies are you hot on? Do you like Bitcoin? Do you like Ethereum? Obviously, we're at a Coinbase and Base event. What kind of currencies, cryptocurrencies, do you personally like?
Well, it's not really appropriate for me to get into that speculative market, especially not, with people. But I will say this, right? The tooling of crypto allows you to create a basis of wealth transfer and smart currencies and programmable markets, programmable currencies, right? And so without getting too deep into Bitcoin, Ethereum, et cetera, those are the two standard ones, obviously, right? But when you say Bitcoin is non-inflationary, only 20 million, that's not true. You can split it up into sats, all the way down to the microsat, right? So it's, so it's all, we're all in this together, right? It's not, and the value of it is worth what dollars can transfer into from it, right? At this point, right? So I don't want to get too deep into that part, but I will say the imagination, when it meets the technology, creates the wealth.
I like that. And I know we have about one more question. So back in 2016, when you started to get into cryptocurrency, and you said you started the bond 8 years ago, which is probably before a lot of us even got into cryptocurrency. What was it that you saw in crypto, in blockchain? What made you so excited about it?
The fact that young people liked it, right? And the fact that anyone could do it, you could declare it, you could make it. I want to see a world where every family has a token. Every neighborhood has a token. Every group of friends has a token. Every time you go to Airbnb with a group of people, you use your own token that you make for that holiday trip. I want to see everyone creating their own money and creating their own marketplaces. And by the way, that's how it used to be. We used to have 2,000 different currencies before the single one, right? And it's cool if it's flowing, but it's not flowing. So I want to see just the imagination explode, leveraging this technology, which lets you do anything.
I like that. And final thing here, obviously there's a lot of people that live in San Francisco and Berkeley. How can they support you if they are from here and live here in the Bay Area?
Yeah, you can find me. I'm on Twitter, Ben Bartlett, or LinkedIn. It's Ben Bartlett. You can, reach out. We can chat, whatever. I'm here to help you. I advise people. I advise companies. Whatever you need. I'm here to help you.
I like it. Ladies and gentlemen, Ben Bartlett, give him a round of applause. Thank you so much for coming on.
Thank you, Jake.
right, guys. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to get started here. If you guys want to grab your seats, come on up. We're going to get started if you guys want to grab your seats. Nice to meet you, brother. All right, let's grab our seats. We have 2 more special interviews today.
Top to Italy for like an hour.
Yeah. All right. All right, welcome back, everybody. Little brief intermission. We are joined right now by Kevin Best, the man that put this on, the co-founder of the Howard. Round of applause. Incredible, incredible job so far. And Chintan, the Senior Director of Engineering at Coinbase. Pleasure to meet you. Met both of you guys today. Give it up for Chintan. It's an honor to meet you. It's an honor to meet you too. Thank you. So let's just start off. Incredible event so far. Great turnout. Thank you all for tuning in, guys, and turning out. Everyone online as well. We have one more interview after this. We got Jesse coming up. But for now, we start here. So Kevin, the floor is yours, or Chintan.
We're doing karaoke. You said... What did you say?
Billy Joel?
Billy Joel.
Let's do it.
Go ahead, Isaac, hit it.
Hit it.
No, so thank you for coming, everybody. Thank you very, very much. Like I said earlier this morning, we truly feel blessed that everyone decided to give us some of their time this weekend, through Friday through Sunday. Obviously, you're here for a great cause. We're very happy. We're very, very happy. So we talked about Chintan and I maybe just speaking for a few moments about kind of how this all happened, because honestly, he's the reason that the summit happened.
Yeah, but you executed, because this is amazing. This is absolutely amazing.
Yeah, so I've been trying to onboard people for it feels like forever in our restaurants, to the dismay often of my wife, who's always like, give it up, give it up, give it up. But Rob introduced me to Chintan. I'd been using Coinbase like all of you for a very long time, but honestly, it kind of just decided that the onboarding was still some time to come. Rob said, check out the Coinbase wallet. Look at what they've been building, and it works. And it works easily. So.
Yeah, so where was it? It was a Thai restaurant, right? We had lunch, it was great. Rob was really energetic in introducing us, and it was fantastic. But I think when I was talking with you, it was really cool to hear like how long, one, you've been an OG in the crypto space, right? And two, the successful set of businesses and hospitality venues you've established here in San Francisco. And it's incredible. It's incredible to see. And I remember distinctly the first story you told me was, hey, you know what? In like 2013, we did a big event. And Coinbase, I think it was Coinbase that wanted to do the event. And I said, yo, like, pay me in crypto. And it wasn't a thing. This was 2013, mind you. And I was like...
I was going to say that's a true story, because we went to book that, and I was floored, because Misty does all of our events. I said, make sure they pay us in Ethereum or whatever it was, probably Bitcoin. And they said, nope, can't do it.
Yeah, and so we started talking. I was showing you, like, Coinbase Wallet, we focus so much on just a good, simple user experience, right? Like, you need to, if you really want to learn how your product works, you need to see people using it. You cannot just assume everything works. So many of us builders are building on-chain, but our audience is virtual. We're not talking to them day to day. We're not actually physically seeing them open up the device, and the scan doesn't work or the app load's too slow. So I was showing Kevin, I was like, hey man, let me just send you some money through a text message. He's like, no, dude, what are you talking about? Like, that's gonna cost you $40. I was paying the Thai lunch bill. I said, no, I'm sending you this $20, just watch. And he's like, I don't believe you. It's like, mainnet fees are $30, crypto is not this easy. I said, watch. I sent it to him, boom, boom, boom. He clicks the link on his phone, his jaw dropped. And it's the send via text thing, right? Moving money should be as simple as a message. And so we started talking like, hey, like how can we bring your restaurants on chain? And before I even go down this road, like, my first experience with crypto. I've been at Coinbase for 3 years, but I went to my first ETH Denver conference shortly after joining. And it was honestly very disappointing because this was the biggest Ethereum conference in the world, at least in the US. And you go there, the brightest minds are there. Everyone's there, and you try to buy a bottle of water or some cookies or a snack, and it's like, cool, I take Amex, Visa, MasterCard. I was like, why can't I pay with crypto? What are we doing? Why do we keep building infrastructure when I can't do a simple payment? Like, this doesn't make sense. Make it make sense. So I left super frustrated from that conference, and for the last, for almost 1.5 years to the date, just went and said, how do we make our payments products better, right? Started doing little pop-ups in our Mountain View office, bought some hats off of eBay, put some Post-it notes, $10, scan a QR code, bug, hard to on-ramp, funding problem, network selector. It's like, what is going on? No one can use the original use case for crypto, which is peer-to-peer payments. We kept chipping and chipping and chipping away at it within the team, within the company. We ran a little cafe in Paris, brought that cafe on-chain, did like 4x their normal volume, and they were like floored. They're like, what is this? This is magical. And so then when we were at lunch, I was like, Kevin, let's get your bar on chain. And so then what did we do?
Well, I still didn't believe it. I mean, that was really cool, the text feature. That was awesome. But I've been behind the bar when someone comes up and tries to pay with crypto, and we just transfer on wallets. We had a nightclub in Oakland for a while that did this for happy hour. And people don't trust. They just don't trust the tech to work. Like even today, the past 2 days, checking in the front, you can see it on their face, the relief when it just works. Because they didn't believe it. They didn't believe it was going to work. And so even now for our happy hours, they've built a great script. It's awesome. We have a nice little dashboard. UI is going to improve, but nice little dashboard. Bartenders can ring them up, and they're skeptical. People have ordered their cocktails, and they just do not. They think there's going to be a problem. And when there is a problem, it's user error. And so for us, it's a game changer. So now, beyond the happy hours, we're moving all of our businesses here. A lot of people, a lot of friends that we have that are in the business, they say, well, why do you do it? Why would you go through the headache of onboarding this? Everyone knows about Visa, MasterCard rails, the 3%, right? So if you're a medium-sized business in, say, San Francisco, medium to large, and you're doing, call it $5 million a year, it's a decent chunky salary that you've got for somebody right there at about 150 grand. So
that could be your highest paid employee, the payment processor.
Oh, no, for sure, absolutely. Unfortunately, it is one of the top lines. But then chargebacks, right? I don't know if there's any brick and mortar people here, but chargebacks are a nightmare. And if you don't know what a chargeback is, do not go out and do this to vendors. But basically, you can just call your credit card company and say, it wasn't me. Most small businesses, we don't keep your signed credit card, so we eat that, right? We just have to eat it. And there's a lot, depending on your business type, there's a lot of that. And back in the day, the nightclub, that was a $10,000 to $15,000 chunk, easily, every quarter. So those things go away. And then Chen Ten's been building some crazy stuff. Just the connectivity to your customer, right? So the customer comes into our bar, they scan for payment, depending on who you know, and if you have a good engineer that can help you with things, they can airdrop whatever, right? So you basically reward your customers for coming in and participating in your business. As a small business owner, that's like next level. Like you have to pay a lot of money to get that. And then directly communicating to them. You have their wallet address, right? I know there's a lot of developers here that are going to build the UI to kind of sift through all that information, but it's yours. You own it. Well, you don't own it. Everyone owns it. So to me, that's really powerful, and that's why this is happening.
Yeah, let's talk about the UI. I got to give you guys credit because I've used a lot of wallets, the Phantom wallet, and other wallets in the crypto space, but the Coinbase wallet is so easy to use that I really believe that anyone that's 18 to 85 can use it, right? It's not complicated. There's no crazy long addresses. It's really, you click a couple buttons, you can buy crypto, you can send crypto. So credit to you. Why was that so important for you guys to have just a simple, clean, easy to use UI for the users?
if users can't use the product, if they don't feel they can get the job done in the easiest way possible, buy the cocktail at the bar, buy a cup of coffee, if they have to go through 47 button clicks and switch networks and, oh, okay. Why do I need another token to use the token I want to spend? Like, what is this gas concept, right? That makes no sense to a normal human being. Everyone is so used to just tap to pay, swipe to pay, here's some cash. And if the goal here by moving on chain is make the movement of value as easy as pushing a button, then we have to build our product that way, right? And that's what I was saying earlier. Like, it was great working with Kevin and the team here to get the bar on chain. We've been working with coffee shops. We've been working with like other stores. And you learn so much in the pain of your user when you see them interact with the product in real life. Because I can sit behind my computer at home, build a bunch of stuff, and then my customers on the other side, right? They're at their computers too. They're wading through the pain or they've dropped out of the funnel. But you watch this in real life, pull out the phone, very simple things. Like you search in iOS, you type wallet, two things show up, Coinbase wallet and Apple wallet. Why do I have two wallets? That's already confusing, right? Tap it, scan, pay, we sponsor the gas. Everything needs to boil down to one click. That's why UX is so important for us, because crypto already comes with a lot of baggage, right? There's negative baggage and there's positive baggage. And if we really want adoption, we can't just force bad UX onto people outside of the crypto bubble hoping they'll get it. It needs to be better than what they have today, and it has to give them and reward them with the benefits of moving on chain.
I agree with you. And when it comes to adoption, obviously Coinbase has been around as a company for a while. Base is relatively new. You onboarded Kevin in his bars. What's the long-term plan for getting other companies, restaurants on chain for you guys?
So I think our push is very simple, right? We could wait for the perfect UX to exist. We could wait for full chain abstraction. We can wait for all this wonderful stuff, and we wouldn't have made a dent or moved the needle at all. And I think that's a fallacy. I think that's the wrong approach. We need to get out there. This group, everyone needs to get out there and ask themselves, like, how do I onboard my friend, my mom, my dad, my whoever it might be, and keep chipping away? Because I think it's okay to be embarrassed. It's okay to be embarrassed by some bad UX or some bad approach, because then you can learn and fix and iterate. Right? Action produces information. Brian says this a lot, and it's great. It reminds us, always be building, always be moving. So the way we're trying to approach now bringing more businesses on chain, one, keep partnering with great folks like Kevin, tap into his network. I think you've reached out to your friends in the industry, and they're like, hey man, I never thought you could like actually bring your bar on chain. Like, tell me more. That's one. Two, run a ground game. If any of you in the audience, whether you're sitting here or watching on the live stream, want to just go and like approach your coffee shop, nail salon, barber, whoever it is, we'll give you some ammunition to do that. Some material you can talk to them with, take with, and help them. We launched acceptusdc.com. If you're a merchant, you can go let us know that you're interested in accepting USDC, or you already do. We'll send you a sick sticker pack. But end of day, you just got to go knock on doors, right? Then we will learn. Then we will scale. It's okay to do a few unscalable things right now, as long as we're learning as fast as possible.
Yeah, it really is a grassroots movement. I feel like we're all here so early together. I want to talk about this feature because I think it's the coolest feature. I was in Bali. I woke up, it was a couple months ago, I woke up to a text message saying, hey, Rodney, who's in the chat today, sent you $100 worth of bread. And I was like, wait, he texted me cryptocurrency. Talk about that, like why you guys wanted to install that feature. And for me, I mean, it's just so easy. If I want to send my mom cryptocurrency, I don't have to go the long way, get her address. You can simply text to send, which I think is just incredible.
So it's just simpler UX, right? It's a great way to onboard people. So what does everyone have on their phones today? They have some method of communication. WhatsApp, Telegram, iMessage, if you're Blue Bubble, or Green Bubble if you're on Android, and that's okay. And we wanted to make, I say that because I joke with my team a lot on like, We got to make sure most of the world uses Android. We got to make sure the product works great on Android too. So we built that because we saw two real problems. One, you talk to your friends, meme communities and tokens and even NFTs, like folks want to share them, trade them, but not everyone has a wallet on the receiving end. It's like, what is the process before this send via text? Hey, can you go download a wallet? Okay, cool. Can you like set up your account? Okay, cool. Now what? Like 20 minutes later, you finally got them to like, okay, tell me your address. You're like, wait a minute. You don't have like a human readable address. Or I can't share the QR code because I'm on the phone with you. Like all these little barriers because we are not interacting with people in real life enough, right? The second you try to give someone who's 5 feet away from you a token or an NFT or whatever it is, you're like, it should just be easy as a text message. So that's why we did it. And so then it's one click onboard and it's in your wallet, right? And so bringing that action to where people are communicating in their message flow was like key for us.
Yeah, it's very, very simple. And that's why for me personally, like I've been in the crypto space for 7 years and I've just dealt with so many friends that can't receive it or can't buy a token. And with Coinbase Wallet, it's really as simple as just clicking a button to buy tokens, to receive tokens, to send NFTs. I want to take this to Kevin a little bit just to explain about what's going on for your personal business, right? Obviously you own the Howard, you have some other restaurants, bars that you mentioned. So what exactly does it look like for your business to be on chain? If I'm at your restaurant, I can still use my credit card and debit card, but if I want to pay with crypto, what does that process look like?
Well, right now we're just using dashboards that Chintan has been building for us, right? So we put all of our products there. It's a total separate POS, which is fine because we believe in it, and items are rang up and they just simply scan to pay. Something that really interesting has happened the past 2 or 3 months that I did not expect, and that is as we've started building these happy hours, people come in and pay, and they're used to USDC and Ethereum, which is great. We did a couple events where we took meme tokens as payment. And we really did, I did that as a signal, right? I wanted to signal to the community that this is something we believe in and that we were down, right? But the second order effect happened where I realized what is money, right? What is money on chain? And money is what me and my customer decide it's going to be. And by signaling whatever the case was, whatever meme token we were taking that night, all of a sudden there was a group of 100 or 150 or 200 people who were we were connected over that culture. And it opened my eyes in a big way because it started signaling to me like, okay, companies can now start to directly communicate with organizations who have forms of payments built into their ethos. And as long as I'm down to use that, they're going to be eager to support me. And so I don't know where all this goes. I just know it's incredibly exciting. And I think first moving small businesses who are willing to take chances, they're going to make some mistakes. We've made tons, but you're going to start discovering these pockets of communities that you never would have been your customer.
Like the magic moment, I think one time you were telling me is when one of the meme communities wanted to sponsor the happy hour, right? And it was very easy to enable that for you because the contracts were permissionless.
He says it's very easy.
but like the underlying protocol, right, of the dashboard you're using is Slice, and it's a great commerce protocol. And you can enable these arbitrary do X, get Y type of actions. So, do the buying, like buy a cocktail, and then receive something from the community that is sponsoring the happy hour. What a great way to just do on-chain loyalty, on-chain connecting with your customers, right, and having a way to reach out to them later on.
Yeah, we've had, for the last 10 years, we work with corporate America. If this had been available to them 10 years ago, there's no telling what we would have been able to build from a loyalty standpoint within our businesses. So I love the dashboard. I love the Coinbase wallet. I obviously want adoption across the world because it helps me. But at the end of the day, this piece to me is the most interesting, being able to decide what form of payment we want. And, the code is the code.
Absolutely. I want to be cognizant on time. I know we have another guest coming up in a bit, but I just have to know, what is the main goal? We talked about businesses, right? And it's a grassroots movement, and we're all doing it together, going to your coffee shop, going to the local restaurant. But in terms of people, I've seen numbers thrown out there from Coinbase, 100 million people, 1 billion people. How many people are you guys really trying to get on chain?
Everyone.
The whole world. That's a good one.
Base is for everyone, so everyone should get on chain.
I love it. Well, that was a great panel, and I appreciate you. You guys have done a great job. Thank you for hosting this, and great job with everything at Base.
Thank you.
Thank you. And stay in your seat, guys. We're going to transition to our next guest. Ladies and gentlemen,
Saturday.
Give it up for Jesse Pollock and Mashama.
Thanks everyone for being here. What a treat. Sorry I've had to wear a mask all day. We're not my baby, but we're about to have a baby in our household, and so very close, and so we're being extra cautious, but drop the mask for this little session we got here.
Perfect. We'll do it. And I got a list of questions. I like to go off script a little bit. I hope the audience doesn't mind too much, a little bit off script. But I just want to know, Jesse, first off, as someone that makes content, as soon as Base launched, you were kind of turned into a little celebrity in the crypto space. And you probably felt that tonight with everybody seeing you. Everyone, was praising you for your work because you and your team have built something so special. But let's go back to the origin story, just the launch of Base Chain. Because I remember I was on Twitter, Coinbase kind of teased it, and a lot of people thought it was going to be a meme coin. A lot of people, right? You guys teased it a little bit, and then you came out with the Layer 2 blockchain. So why did Coinbase decide to launch a Layer 2 blockchain?
Yeah, so I've now been in the Coinbase orbit for 8 years. I joined at the beginning of 2017 after the started, kind of got acquired by Coinbase. Spent the first 5 years building all of our consumer products, so Coinbase, Coinbase Pro, Coinbase Wallet on the engineering side. And then about early 2021, kind of realized I wanted to be a founder again. I was a founder before, I wanted to found again. I thought I was going to leave Coinbase, but after some time off, some reflection, I realized, hey, maybe there's an opportunity for me to figure out kind of how do I take that founder energy, how do I take this vision that I have of the world on chain and figure out how I can do my best work at Coinbase being a founder. And that started in kind of late 2021, what ultimately became a little bit of a journey from late 2021 to late 2022, where we tried a bunch of things and none of them worked. Like I was like, I'm gonna start something at Coinbase, and I went to the exec team. The first idea I pitched, they laughed me out of the room. We tried 3 other ideas, none of them worked. Had my team shut down. Learned a ton about building and failing and trying, and then I think after a bunch of that failure, one of the things we kept coming back to was this question of, okay, we want to build something on chain. Where do we build it? And that had been this thing that had kind of been holding us back every single time. It's like, how do we actually build something that works with Coinbase, that works at the scale that we need it to? And so after having tried and failed a bunch of products and kind of identifying that need, we then took a step back and said, well, maybe we should start with the platform. And maybe we should build a platform that could bring Coinbase on chain. And hell, if we're going to build a platform that brings Coinbase on chain, why don't we build a platform that brings the world on chain? And that was the beginning of Base. It started with me and 3 other people. We shipped a test net with no permission from anyone. And then we were kind of off to the races. And I don't think anyone internally or externally really knew what to make of it. At that point, again, I'd been trying and failing for a year and a half. We literally tried 4 things. We'd shut down 4 things. They'd shut down the team and said, Jesse, go find something else to do and find another way to contribute at the company. And I came back and I said, well, one more thing. Give me one more chance. And I feel like once we found Base, me and this core group of 3 people, we knew it in our soul. We were like, this is it. But I don't think anyone else internally knew it. Externally, we went and talked to a bunch of people before we announced it. And I think everyone was kind of like, oh yeah, Coinbase, sure, you're going to launch an L2. We'll believe it when we see it. And then we started getting close to the testnet launch. And about 10 days before the testnet launch, it was a Sunday. The testnet launch was a Thursday, 10 days forward. And me and a few other people were DMing back and forth. We were saying, well, we're really excited about this launch. What if we put a blue dot in our Slack statuses? And there's some folks here in the front row who are there. And we're like, what if we put a blue dot in our Slack statuses and
signal that we're excited, that this bass thing is coming out, and see if we can get people like excited about it at the company. Because if they're excited about it, maybe the ecosystem will get excited about it. And 10 of us put the Blue Dot in our Slack profile, and then like Monday there was like 50 people who had it, and then like Wednesday there was like 100, and then Thursday it was like 400, and then the next Sunday there was like 1,000, and on Tuesday of next week there was like literally half of the company had a Blue Dot in their Slack thing, and we were like, maybe there's something about this Blue Dot thing that is like viral, and we were launching Base on Thursday. And on that Tuesday, we were like, what if we did like a teaser tweet where we like made a little animation of a blue dot and like said the date? And at first, the social media team at Coinbase were like, no, this is a bad idea. Like, no, like, we don't know what this base thing is. And we were like, no, trust us. Like, we think it might work. And they were like, okay, cool. Like, we'll give you a shot. Like, go for it. And Coinbase, like, that Wednesday, Coinbase posted this blue dot thing. And, like, it went like fucking insane.
Viral.
Like, completely viral. Like the whole internet stopped and everyone started like sharing the blue dot because we told some partners like, oh, you should share the blue dot too. Like everyone started speculating, news articles started coming out. Everyone's like, what's the blue dot? What's the blue dot? What's the blue dot? And then the next day we announced Base, and I think like that was the moment where everyone even internally was like, oh, this is real. Like, this is not just another crazy idea that's going to fail. This is like potentially going to play a huge role in the future of the business. And from there, we've been off to the races. And it's now been, it's been about a year and a half since the testnet launch, 1 year since the mainnet launch. And today, Base is a fast-growing global economy that's going to increase innovation, creativity, and freedom. And it has millions of people and tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of builders, and this entire room of people who are fired up to be a part of building the future. And that, what more could we ask for?
Exactly. And one thing I want to say is like it sounds like we look at it now, this summit that we have and how well it works, that it looks like it was all sunshine and rainbows, but it sounds like it was everything but that when you first, were building it. But I want to talk about after you launched, like just to see how many people in the crypto space migrated over to the chain and accepted the chain. Like how good did that feel for you to build something from the ground up, go through the trenches, right? Literally go through the trenches, fail a couple times, team shut down, and now to see all of these people in the crypto space accepting Base?
Yeah, well, I was doing an interview 30 minutes ago, and I was saying how I woke up this morning and I felt like emotional this morning because I had nothing to do with this event. And can we just give a huge round of applause to Kevin and the Howard team and everyone who made this event possible? Like, this was not the Base Core team. This was a community-led event by Kevin and the Howard team who said, we're going to run an on-chain summit. And they came to us 8 weeks ago, and I said, well, we have this whole Basecamp thing that's like 2 weeks before. That sounds kind of freaking crazy. And he was like, no, we're going to handle it all. We're going to do everything. All you have to do is show up. And over the last 8 weeks, like they've worked incredibly hard to produce what I think has been like an incredible event. And we haven't even had the poker night with the meme-sponsored poker tables. Like, come on, it's going to be epic. And that sort of like generative creativity, that is the most like inspiring, powerful thing I get to experience on a day-to-day basis. And I think a lot of people get to see it here in this setting, and I think people are feeling the vibes from that. But I think one of the really incredible things about my role is my entire like existence is this right now. Yeah. It's like every single moment I am connecting with someone who is finding some way to take their creative genius in whatever form it is, whether they're a developer, or a creator, or a musician, or an artist, or a community builder, and figuring out how to translate it to this new on-chain economy that we're building. And getting to like live that experience of watching everyone else be able to bring their creative genius on chain and be seen in that creative genius and make an impact in that creative genius, that is like the greatest gift I could have ever asked for. And I feel every day, but particularly today, super blessed and grateful.
Absolutely. It's a beautiful day, you know, to celebrate and, you know, your guys' achievements as well. Masham, I want to take this to you. I've met, you know, a lot of the different meme coins that have sponsored this event, and we're going to see it later tonight at the casino night. But what's been your thoughts on meme coins, especially on the base chain? We've seen a lot launch, and like Jesse said, I mean, geniuses, creative. What's been your take so far seeing the meme coins that have been launching on the base chain?
I think it's just what Jesse said. He said connection. I'm not an engineer. I'm on the cultural side, the brand side of things. And when you talk about people, right, you're talking about social. That means you're talking about culture. You're talking about connection. You're talking about community. And to see this sort of grassroots bubbling up of, hey, we're maybe geographically disparate, but our psychographic or our outlook on the world is similar. And now we can not only come together to be together, to socialize, but we can build, right? We can build. We have leverage, right? So as to what Kevin was talking about, a community can come together and now they can actually create their own economy, right? That can interact with the real world. I think that's, I mean, from a human standpoint, from a cultural standpoint, we've never been able to do this. We come from small tribes, 150 people, hyper local. This was our whole tribe, right? For the mass majority of human history, this would be it. This is all the people you would know in your whole life, right? Now we can come at a global level and through base, just build community. I think it's, I don't want to say it's the next evolution, but it is an incredible step.
This guy, he's got, I mean, that's what it's all about. Yeah, and people, you know, I think sometimes, and honestly, like my journey with memes started at the beginning of this year. Like my first experience with memes was we launched Base. Well, actually, before we launched Base Mainnet, there was this thing on called Bald that happened on Base, which was like a week before, where I was like shitting myself because someone had launched like a token that was like Bald, and you know, it was like going up in price, and then they took liquidity out and it went down in price, and so that was like a little bit of like, ooh, this is this new thing I don't know about. And then for a while, my experience of memes were like, oh, there's all these people in my Twitter replies like sending kind of things that look like spam at me, and I was like, okay, that like ignore. And then at the beginning of this year, I connected with one person in particular, the person who started a meme called TYBG, or Thank You Base God. Thank you, Base God. Yeah, thank you. We got some people in the crowd. And I had the chance to like watch all the videos they made and like realize and talk to him. And I think one of the things that really struck me about that thing in particular was when you look at an economy today, like the global economy, one of the most important components of the global economy in many countries is religion. And if you look at what we're building with Base, we are building a new form of global economy. And so it's not unreasonable to think that one of the most important components of our global economy is also going to be religion. And maybe that religion will look different, but it will have the same resonance and creativity and like spirituality and vision that I think has like existed in humanity for thousands of years. And there's something about that connection, whereas like a meme that kind of had almost a religious connotation, led by someone who really understood what was going on and really understood the magnitude of creativity that you could summon with this kind of mimetic culture, that like flipped the switch in my brain, and I stopped seeing memes as these things that were like spam in my, you know, Twitter replies, and I started seeing them as like one of the most, if not the most powerful forces for onboarding new people. Because like Mashallah said, it's community. It's people who are saying, I have a story, or I have a narrative, or I have a form of creativity that I want to bring into the world, and that I want to use to bring other people in, to create a community around me, around that idea that they can believe in and that we can believe in and build around together. And that's been happening on the internet for 20 years. But the problem with it happening on the internet is when it happened on the internet, it was happening on platforms that we did not control. It was happening on platforms where the people who profited from that creativity is large corporations who make all of the money. And in this new next generation of the internet, the on-chain internet, that's shifted. And so we have those same memes that have been an essential part of internet culture that all of us DM each other in Instagram and TikTok and in our, you know, text messages and WhatsApp, but now they're unleashed by a new economic platform that puts the power and puts the wealth and puts the outcomes of that creativity back into the hands of the people. And once I saw it as that, I was like, whoa, this is essential. This is going to be an essential part of a global economy that we're building, and we need to figure out how to nurture it and how to make it so that when it becomes that essential part of the economy, the role that it plays is a good one. And so that's when I started talking about this idea of based memes. That's where I, honestly, the context of based memes was where I first had this idea of what does it mean to stay based? Because I was trying to figure out how do we inculcate and kind of set a culture and a value set that people can believe in, like working hard, like being optimistic, like pushing boundaries with creativity, like putting the team over the individual, like working together. How do we embed that so deeply in all of our psyches so that when we are using this new tool set, the tool set of memes and the tool set of the new on-chain economy, we proliferate those values. And we build an economy that lives up to those values and lives up to the best of what we can be, because that's what it's going to be, that's what's going to take in order to build a better future for everyone in this room and everyone around the world.
Absolutely. I think when a lot of people saw...
Yeah, come on.
He deserves it. Well said. I think when a lot of people in the crypto space saw meme coins for the first time, they kind of wrote it off, right? They like Bitcoin, they like Ethereum. They're like, what is this frog and dog, and why is it going up so high in market cap? They were shocked, which it did go very, very high. But I think at the end of the day, people really want to be in a community, right? And what I also see is people really want to connect with like a character that they can connect with. And I think someone on the Base chain who's done a great job is Brett on Base. They have built a character that every time I go on Instagram, I see Brett on Base doing TikToks and reels all over. They've really built a character. I've seen a mascot of Brett on Base walking around, right? So I think that people really do love community as well, to join a community. And you really get that in the meme coin space as opposed to if you join Bitcoin or Ethereum, right? It's such a big, big brand.
Yeah, and I think one of the things that makes me think is kind of where we are in this cycle is I think the technology is finally ready. Like, it hasn't been ready, but we now have good enough platforms. We can send via text to onboard new people. We have low cost or free chains like Base that people can transact on. And I think what the next phase is going to be bringing everyone into it. And I think one of the most powerful ways that we can do that, and one of the most powerful ways that memes can do this, so if you're a meme and you're watching this and you want to understand how can I help, is by creating content and putting it on platforms like the legacy platforms of TikTok and Instagram, and then using that content to bring people into the new economy. Because that onboarding experience of giving people something that they can resonate with where they are now, on those existing vertical video platforms, but then using that to teach them, if you move where you're putting your attention and you move into this new economy, you can still get access to all the same engaging, funny content, but now when you consume it in this way, you're actually going to make the world a better place. And you're actually going to contribute to building this new economy. And not only are you going to be able to contribute, you're also going to be rewarded for it. And so I love, love, love seeing people focusing energy on creating that content, putting it onto existing platforms, and then using that to bring people on chain.
Yeah, that's the new wave, is the short form content on Instagram. And I'll tell a quick story. My brother, Scott, he's 50 years old, owns zero crypto. The amount of reels he sent me from Brett on Base short form content, he owns no crypto. So I think what you said is perfect. Mashama, I'll take this to you. Why has Base made it such an importance to accept meme coin culture, whereas other blockchains, they don't really, accept it and onboard? Like Base is really, look at all the founders here, the developers for the meme coins here. You guys have really made it a point to accept these people into Base.
I think we overlook affiliation, right? It's fundamental to who we are as human beings. You might be an Apple head or something else, ride or die Tesla guy or ride or die Rivian. That's connected to a purchase, but moreover, it's connected to affiliation, right? I remember in college, I'm gonna date myself. I got the first iPod. I'm walking around with the white headphones. I see somebody else with white headphones. Hey, yeah, you with it, right? So the meme coin culture, being able to build that affiliation, I think is a game changer. Because it's fundamental, like human OS, right? It is fundamental to who we are as people first, right? None of us were taking down a saber-toothed tiger or a woolly mammoth by ourselves. Our ability to be social, to connect, to be a group is fundamental to who we are. And I think the meme coins are just an extension of that in just this whole new way. Again, crossing time and distance. And so that's why I think that base being able to embrace that almost moves past a bunch of other sort of more disparate ways to affiliate.
Yeah, and one other thing that I will say about why Base has embraced memes is because there's a lot of freaking Base memes on Base. Like, come on, right? Like, you literally have founders all around the world, and people flew in. Like, I talked to people who flew in from Dubai. I talked to people who flew in from Japan. I talked to people who flew in from Africa. Like, there's founders all around the world who are committing themselves to doing this onboarding work, and they're committing themselves to doing that in a based way. And if we didn't have those leaders, we wouldn't be able to embrace memes. But because we have people who are setting the example of what it means to be based, of what it means to onboard people in the right way, of what it means to put the team over the individual, of what it means to work together. I mean, here alone, we have tens or hundreds of memes who have come together to create visuals, to create swag, to create moments, to create content. That culture, that is a culture that we want to embrace. And it's different, I think, than what you see in other places where it's a lot more kind of like PvP, a lot more transactional, a lot more like I win, you lose. Like that's not something I think would have been aligned with Base's ethos or values. But because we have all these leaders who've opted in to build on Base and have that shared culture, I think it makes it a lot easier for us to celebrate the progress they're making and celebrate the impact that they're making every day by bringing new people on chain.
Yeah, I think it's going to be huge for you, especially I've met so many of your founders here, and when we first started this, you said we want to build a culture that's optimistic, right, of hard workers, of good people. I've met all 15 or 20 tokens, the founders, and even I've asked them, like, how's the project going? They're like, not so good right now, but guess what? We're still building, we're still working.
Still building.
They're still building. They're still building, they're still working, they're still trying hard, which I think is very, very important. I think it's going to be very, very huge for you guys. In terms of your personal team, how many people do you guys have working under you or at Coinbase on the actual Base project itself? Because you have 1 million+ people that are using it.
Yeah. So the Base team is still really small. I mean, I can't give exact numbers, but I will say that like we started as literally a team of 3, and we've grown, but not that much. Like I can still get everyone in a room, and we can still talk. Most of the time we're in our virtual like 2D gather space where we're all in like a little 2D world walking around with our characters, but we can still fit. Yeah, it's cool. It's really cool. And we're actually going to open up our gather space for everyone in the Base community, so you'll be able to come and like co-work out of our virtual office, and like we're going to host our office hours there and our all hands there and our Builder Fridays there. So we can still get everyone together in a room. And I think one of the things that has really enabled us to keep the team so small is that, I guess it's 2 things. One is that as a platform, building on-chain is probably the most leveraged technology platform that I've ever seen. Like literally with 1 or 2 engineers writing smart contracts and building on-chain, you can do 10x more than you would have been able to do on Web 2. And that's because identity, money, it's all built into the platform. And you just write a smart contract and it works. It all fits together. So I think that means that we can have a small team working on Base that can have outsized impact. And then the other thing that I think really allows Base to have a small team is we just have a bunch of killers. Like I have never worked with a team as good as the team that I'm working today on Base, and I think that that's actually reflected more broadly, both on the kind of like teams around Base at Coinbase who are collaborating and contributing with us, and in the broader Base ecosystem. And the way that shows up is twofold. One is all of us have a deep belief in the vision and mission of Base to bring the world on chain, to create a global on-chain economy that increases innovation, creativity, and freedom. And then 2, a lot of us have been working together for a long time. Like our CTO, joined a month before me. We've been working together for now 8 years. Head of engineering, like I hired in 2018. We've been working together for 6 years. And I think that has given us the space to define an internal culture that really pushes each other and really says, like, now is our time, and we need to push beyond what is comfortable, push beyond what would be expected of a normal public company employee into what it really is going to take to bring the world on chain. Because this is not going to be an easy journey. And the memes who are maybe have their prices go down or are running into setbacks, I think y'all experience it too. Like, this is not going to be a straight line to the world on chain. This is going to be a twisty-turvy, curvy, frustrating, painful, hard work-filled journey. But having us all believe in that mission and then having us all commit to putting in that hard work and showing up every day, showing up on a Saturday, showing up on a Sunday, showing up when we don't want to show up, but we feel like the team needs us to show up, that's what ultimately lets us actually accomplish that vision and mission. And one person I will give a shout out to on that is Chintan Taraki, who's sitting in the front row right here. I don't know if folks have seen like the Coffee Day stuff where we're doing helping small businesses accept coffee, accept USDC for coffee, or if you paid at here for a ticket or a drink with USDC. I think a lot of people, or you see the acceptusdc.com website, which if you're a small business, you can go to acceptusdc.com right now and start accepting USDC for no fees and a much better user experience. I think a lot of people see that from the outside and they're like, oh man, this is just like Coinbase. Like, they have so much money. Like, there's so many people. Yeah, here, for the cameras, accept USDC. On base. No, I think a lot of people see that from the outside and they're like, wow, there must be like a huge team of people working on that. I can tell you that the reason Accept USDC exists as a concept, the reason coffee shops are accepting USDC is because this man sitting in the front row for the last year and a half, every single hour of every single day has been thinking about how do we make it possible for people to accept USDC, and then he's been putting in the work 7 days a week, like 365, to bring small businesses on chain. We were just talking today. He was like, he was calling a farmer in like Vermont and talking about like what is his biggest concerns with getting on chain, and it was environmental. So he's like on Farcaster being like, can someone help me figure out how we can tell the story of environmental, with Base, which is good. Like, we don't use a lot of electricity. It's much better than Amazon or Facebook or any of these things. But like the level of hustle that Chintan has brought to this mission is like unparalleled, and it has set an example for me every day. And it's not a big team of people working on Accept USDC. It's Chintan willing that into existence. And if you're out there and you're thinking about how can I contribute to Base, oh, I need more resources, oh, I need more help, like the answer is no, you don't. The answer is you can be a one-person team and you can put in the work and you can make an impact. And when you make an impact, you will inspire others, and those others will fund you, they will back you, they will share you, they will show up for you, and they will help you accomplish what you are working on. But the most important first step is talking less and building more, and being someone who shows up every day to put in the hard work of bringing the world on chain. And Chintan is the prime example of that. So thank you, Chintan.
Shout out to Chintan. That was inspiring. I'm ready to go work out or something.
That's my number one job, inspire.
I'm ready to go. So we had Chintan on. He was kind of explaining the behind the scenes of making Coinbase Wallet more user-friendly, the UI. I'll take it to you, Mashana. Just obviously you've used it, right? How simple it was. I talked about it. I'd love to hear your thoughts on just how easy it is and why that's important to onboard millions of people, because we've probably all used different wallets and platforms, but most people out there, I mean like 90% do not know how to use it. Why is it so important to make that UI so friendly in your experience using it?
First of all, this man has his laptop out right now.
Yeah, he's
working
literally
on
hustling right now.
everything Jesse said was spot on. Well, I think it's simple. We live in the easiest world ever. Everything's one click away, right? So you can't expect to onboard people with a ton of friction. And from a like behavioral standpoint, your brain consumes the most calories pound for pound in your body. Every time it has to do that, it wants to do the opposite. So ease is a natural human state, and so if it's not easy, people are not gonna do it. That's just, especially at scale, right? So everybody here, you've put up with all the different friction, all the different versions of how to buy crypto, and those anxious moments when you first did it, right? You're like, is this gonna work? I'm throwing this thing into the void. Mass society is not gonna do that. Until it's super easy as getting something from Amazon or you calling your Uber, that's the level that it has to get to hit that scale. But because you got this guy, you're gonna make it happen.
Yeah, and one thing I will say is like, I think that we are closer than we've ever been, but we still have work to do. Like now is not the time for us to get complacent. You know, I look at the Coinbase Wallet app and I'm like, this is good, but like, we need to go even further. Like we need to make this 10 times easier, and then we need to make it 10 times easier again. Because I do, like what Michelle is saying is like, if it's not as easy as doing the thing that everyone does every day, like they're not gonna do it. If it's not easier than Apple Pay, they're not gonna do it. If it's not easier than calling an Uber, they're not gonna do it. If it's not easier than liking their favorite video on TikTok, they're not gonna do it. And so we cannot stop until we're not just like good for crypto, like that's not enough. We need to be better than people who have been doing this for 20 years. And people who've literally invested, at this point, probably like hundreds of billions or trillions of dollars into making these experiences so seamless. And that's a high bar. Like that's a high burden that we have to cross. But one of the really powerful things about Base and about what we're building on chain is whereas those people, they have to do it by themselves and they have to do it with one corporation, because we're building on a decentralized platform, we can all do it together. We can all work together to make these experiences easier. We can all work together to find new ways to make them better and level them up. And that power, the power of the people, the power of all of us coming together to say, we're going to build a new economy by the people, for the people, that's what's gonna let us have the many overcome the few. And that's what's gonna let us make it so that our experiences get 10 times better than any experience that exists today on Web 2.
Absolutely. Yep. And if you guys were wondering why Coinbase is one of the top, if not the top exchanges in the world, and Base Wallet is doing what they're doing, just listen to the words that they're saying, the passion, the motivation, like whatever you guys are doing at Coinbase, it's working. Now, the final question, I asked Chintan this. His answer was everyone. I'll take it to you. So far, you said you've onboarded 1 million plus people in a year, which is, I mean, that should be celebrated. Jesse's not celebrating. Jesse's like 1 million.
Still day one.
Day one. So in the future, let's just say like a 5-year time frame, right? What's your guys' goal? I mean, obviously you want to onboard everyone eventually, but do you guys have, you know, a certain goal in order to onboard a set amount of people?
5 years? Oh, we're gonna have the whole world on chain in 5 years. Yeah, for sure. I'm not like, if we don't have the whole world on chain in 5 years, something's gone wrong. And I think this is actually like kind of a common misconception about what we're building. I think a lot of people have historically compared on-chain adoption to internet adoption, which thus far has tracked because we've been building very early stage infrastructure. But one of the really big differences between the internet and on-chain is with the internet, we actually had to deploy hardware to get people to adopt. You had to dig trenches to get fiber to people. You had to get people to own phones so that they could actually connect to cell phone towers. The difference about on-chain is that all the hardware is deployed. We all have the internet. We're just using a bad version of the internet. It's a bad version of the internet that serves a small number of corporate interests over the people. And what we are about to experience is that for 10 years we have been building the new infrastructure of the new internet that's going to upgrade these systems. And it's taken a long time to get them dialed in, and we still have more work to do. But the moment those pieces click into place and we start having new viral consumer products that are built on chain, we don't have to go dig trenches. We don't have to get people new cell phones. We just have to get them to switch the app that they're using. We just have to get them to opt into a new economy that works better for them, that makes them more money, that lets them live a happier life, that lets them build a more successful business. And once that is possible, it is going to spread like wildfire. And so it's not going to be the same rate as the internet. It's not going to be another 10, 20 years. This is going to happen fast. And it's going to happen fast because the technology is going to be ready, and then everyone's just going to adopt it. And if you're wondering how can I help, one of the most important things that all of us can do is bring new people on chain. Literally. Like onboard your friends, onboard your family, onboard your partner, onboard the random person on the street. By doing that, you're going to understand what do they need, and then you're going to be able to translate that into feedback for us. So we can make Coinbase Wallet better and Base better. You're going to be able to translate that into learnings about what you're building, so you can make what you're doing better. And so if all of us can just do that work, it's going to dramatically accelerate that. Because right now, you look at the numbers, we have about 10,000x to go. in order to have the entire world on chain. 10,000x, that's a lot. But the people in this room, the people who are watching this stream, we are the first builders. Like, in this new economy, we're the people who opted in first. And it's not that crazy to think that with every product that each one of us is dreaming up, we could onboard 10,000 new people. And so that's my call to action. Say yes. Go onboard your friends and family. Go use that to make your product better and keep building and stay based.
Beautifully said. I think that is a good way to end it. If you're not bullish on Coinbase Wallet and Base after that, I don't know what to tell you. Give a round of applause to Mashana and Jesse.
Thanks, everybody.
And also to Kevin for hosting this event.
Hey, hold up, don't leave yet. Hey, everyone who's coming to casino night. Yes. Listen, yeah, I know you're all coming. Doors open at 7 o'clock. Okay, the team is going to be over there making that become a casino. All right, go freshen up or go have a drink, whatever you want to do. 7 o'clock we open up, and if you're in the Founders Poker Tournament, the cards will fly at 7:15. Okay, do not be late. Thank you.
And guys, me and Rodney are hosting it, so have some fun. It's going to be a fun casino night. 7 o'clock, it's going to be one of the best nights ever. Thank you, guys. Shout out. And guys, mic check. Tell the guy to turn down. Audio. Group photo.